live?
We're live.
We are live. Welcome back, everyone, to Footy from the Flat, the final show of the year, Dylan. The draft is over. That means the off-season is truly upon us. The Ashes have started, and we'll get into... Oh, well, I'll personally get into watching the Ashes probably after all the work here is done. But how are you, Dylan?
Yeah, I'm definitely not there yet with the cricket.
No?
I'm still sort of in football mode. I'm still trying to unpack everything that happened on Wednesday and Thursday night, and even on, was it Friday, the rookie draft as well, yesterday?
Yep, Friday afternoon.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack. There's a few players that missed the draft that I don't think anybody had any idea that we're going to. Even Greavesy going in the rookie draft yesterday was a big surprise. So a lot to unpack, as well as some predictions into the future from us. I am excited.
Yes, it's going to be good. We have scandalously titled this stream, Who Won the Rookie Draft? Oh, sorry, the AFL draft. But that was a little
This
more
is a
of
rookie draft. Definitely.
Yeah. This is a bit more of a, that's more of a showbiz-y kind of title. Like what we're going to be discussing today is not so much this team succeeded, this team screwed it, but it's more about going through every team and assessing what we think happened and how well they did. But we do know, like longer term, that this is the only way to analyze it is to see how good the players are. That's all that really matters.
Absolutely. A lot of that's kind of actually in vain, but yeah, we'll get into it. We've got some comments coming through. I noticed a few things actually pop up as we were sort of coming on, some interesting comments. Firstly, somebody wrote something about the Gold Coast Suns, and you can't count them as winning the draft or doing well in the draft. Obviously, they've brought in, I think, 5 or 6 players.
Yeah.
Overall, they got all of their academies done, which is absolutely incredible. Where do you sort of sit on that? Because this is the first year that's really jumped off the page to me that the Gold Coast Suns, the way that they manipulate and move their points around is better than anyone else in the competition. And when you put that up against teams like West Coast, and we're going to get into that as the episode goes on about how they sort of potentially mess things up a little bit with the points, they are master operators in this space, the Gold Coast Suns.
Yeah, I agreed. I think, to be honest, a lot of clubs seem to be able to get it right, to be honest. It's rare that a team doesn't. And Gold Coast are sort of probably more unique than any other team in the sense that their drafts are so academy focused, whereas Brisbane had one top liner this year. The Gold Coast have had, of the last 3 drafts, they've had 4 first rounders in each of those, so 8 first rounders in the last 3 years. Just meaning that a higher focus of their draft will be how do we get the points. So it kind of makes sense, but no doubt they've done well. I think they've also done that thing where I think going back to like the Riley Sanders trade, I think somebody actually pointed out in the comments that they're able to bank future firsts into the future and sort of prepare themselves well a year in advance. But it's getting a player that wasn't academy listed in the top 30 in Avery Thomas, like whatever your thoughts are on him as a player, they've obviously managed their list really well to be able to do that.
If they'd have just come out of that draft with Hewland and Patterson, that was it. You'd be happy.
Yeah. And I was genuinely surprised, and I think some other clubs, including West Coast, who tried to get Adensall, that they managed to match the bid on Adensall. Not maybe from a points point of view, but from a list point of view. I would have thought, would they have bothered, with all due respect, to get a guy who is on a 3-year contract now and may not find a very easy pathway into the team.
Totally. And even like your Kobe Colsons, your Adensalls, your Jai Murrays, like all of those players, like when you consider that Sam Flanders has left this offseason probably because he couldn't get that midfield time. And they've got a bunch more midfielders coming through. They've got Lombard last year and they've got guys like Rogers in previous years. How are they actually going to fit all of these guys into the team and keep them happy, I suppose, over a 5-year period?
Yeah, it's true. I suppose maybe one way to look at it is, as opposed to just letting an Adensall go, for instance, they recruit this player who they can use as a trade piece later in the piece if things don't work out. Like the upside is that he forces his way into the team. The downside is maybe he's an Alex Davies, Alex Davies just worked his way into the team, didn't he? But maybe he holds his value and then they trade him for more points in 2 years. And
well, the case study would be, right, with Flanders, you get pick 7 back and then you use that for Petrarca. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, or it may be just a second rounder that helps them match the next number 1 pick or number 2 pick in the future. So I presume that was their thinking.
Yeah.
I thought they did well. Spin Doctor had a good point. He says
I was just about to read that too.
Yeah, you can't really say that Gold Coast did the draft better by comparing them to another team because they are playing a different game. That is true, but I think there's still a good level of like list management competence happening there at the very least. It's not so much about the players that they've acquired; it's just the manner in which they've been able to manage their list, I suppose.
I think they can probably, because they've got experience dealing with the points and maximising the points, they can come into a draft and they can look at a draft board in its entirety, see where the points lie, see who's got those points, and start to they can make those decisions around, okay, which clubs are we going to target here? What can we offer them so that we can get a deal done that's good for both? And they're really good at probably mapping that out and selling it. Really, you'd have to be a bit of a salesman to go to the other clubs and say, like, this is what we can give you, what you can get, and then we get what we want in return.
That's true. I wonder if over time they'll feel the limitations of just going through their academy. I suppose in this example they got Avery Thomas, who was presumably a list need, but like if you're just recruiting out of an academy, even the Brisbane Lions, there's an oversupply of young midfielders there. Like if you have a few more Annabels or Ashcrofts coming through, they're going to have to make some decisions around whether they get them.
guess that goes back to what you said before, though, where the kind of the worst case scenario for them is they have to trade them and then they just play list management in the trade period.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not exactly a bad problem to have, is it?
It really isn't. We do have a lot of people in the comments. I want to get to some of those. Where are you thinking we start here today? We've got a few things to get through. Should we run it a little bit like a club by club to see how their drafting went? I know you wanted to start a little bit in the rookie draft too specifically. Do you want to go there first?
Yes. I think both of those are great shouts. We'll go through each team in the competition, how they went in the draft. But first of all, the rookie draft has happened since we were last live, Dylan. And I thought we'd just give it a once-over. There was a few players that missed out in the national that we were surprised that got picked up. And there was also a couple of names that didn't get picked up at all.
I thought it was a real stinker overall, not to be too negative about it, but a lot of relisting of players already on AFL lists, and not many guys actually got picked up. But
there's a real bastardization of the rookie list. It's not a criticism of the way clubs are using it. It's just that the function of it, the utility of the actual rookie list is just about obsolete now. I don't really understand what the reason is for keeping it. I understand there's differences like I think the base salary is lower for a rookie, and I think there might be a portion of it paid outside the salary cap, if not all of it, or maybe the first $100,000 I think is paid outside the salary cap. But you could just merge the lists and make the salary cap bigger.
I actually had a question yesterday, and I didn't research it, and I wondered about this. Jake Stringer gets, this isn't back to the national, so I'm going off tangent a little bit, but he gets relisted through the national draft. What happens with his salary? Because these guys are on specific salaries.
Yes.
Does that mean that he has to go on a national draft salary?
That's a really good question. I'm going to guess no.
Yeah. How does that work? That's
because I know that if you're moved to the rookie list, like a Hugh Greenwood was, so that was a famous example, his salary, even though Gold Coast intended to relist him on the rookie list, his salary was unaffected. So I presume you can do the same thing in the national draft. You may have to nominate, it's in the same way as the preseason draft, you may have to nominate your asking price prior to the draft.
Sure.
So that, you know, in theory, somebody else like a Carlton could have drafted Jake Stringer, but it'd have to be on the salary.
But for example, like an under 18 player can't do that.
Yeah, correct. There's a base.
What's the rule? Is it just the age?
Probably, if they've played in the AFL, I presume.
Okay.
Maybe you couldn't do that with a state league player.
Sure.
Like a Tom Myers who's
because then you're manipulating the draft, surely.
Yeah,
if you could pay the players whatever.
Totally right. Yeah. So, but I don't know if I've ever seen a player redrafted in the national draft. It's usually the rookie draft. Luke Ball went to a different club in the national draft, but like Stringer and who was the other one? There was two players back to back that got redrafted. Burns,
Ryan Burns from St Kilda.
Yeah, in the national draft, I mean, we're getting iffy with like what are the technicalities and the rules around that. But in the end, like if whether you're a rookie, whether you're a main list player, you can still play. Unlike maybe 15 years ago, there was a rule you couldn't.
Yeah.
You had to get upgraded.
I mean, the other conversation there is Port Adelaide, who didn't take... You're supposed to take 3...
Yeah.
There was a rule that you had to take 3 players in the national draft, and now clubs are kind of bastardizing that with re-rookieing and putting players from the rookie list to the main list.
Yeah.
Which then kind of... manipulates that, means they can miss out on doing that as well.
Yeah, that surprised me, the Port Adelaide one. I always thought, as you said, it used to have to be, I think it was like 3 list changes, which includes rookie upgrades, but you had to take someone. And Port Adelaide not taking anyone in the national draft and then taking someone in the rookie draft, I thought, that was against the rules, but evidently it's not.
Yeah. Interesting. So Port Adelaide got around that. A really interesting off-season for them. Let's get into this rookie list.
Interesting indeed. Okay, so pick 1, the West Coast Eagles selected Fred Rodriguez. It's funny because I think if you were an Eagles fan at the start of the year and you said pick 1 Fred Rodriguez, you'd think national draft.
Yeah.
People
had him there. I swear to God, people had him there on lists.
Yeah, exactly. Even I was thinking of him based on what I was reading about him. Richmond passed, and then Melbourne took Riley Onley. So, again, we probably expected him to go top 35 in the national draft. I certainly did.
With his weapons.
Yeah.
He's got some deficiencies for sure, but he's a really good player.
So, a good selection there. Port Adelaide took Jack Watkins. I don't know him, but it looks like a mature age player from the Sandful, from the Magpies.
Right on brand.
Yeah. Patrick Said. Or Said?
Rookie. So he was picked up as he was one of the last taken in the national last year.
That's right.
Patrick Said out of the Calder Cannons.
Yep. Carlton passed before the Swans relisted Jake Lloyd. We knew that was happening. Fremantle took Leon Kickett. Again, I don't know if I call him a slider because he was probably always a late prospect.
Yeah.
And then was talked about as a Richmond selection probably in the 30s. And then slipped through anyway. So a local
they
talent.
got Piker in the end, didn't they?
They did, that's right.
Mitigated that.
Yeah, so Fremantle take the local small forward. We knew they needed a small forward. Connor Stone and Ben Jepson got relisted. Tyler Welsh, interestingly, was only drafted in the national draft last year but moved immediately to the rookie list. I think that's an interesting move. And then Ollie Greaves, Dylan, finally got picked up. Probably one of the biggest, probably not the single biggest slider, but close to. The other one I was thinking is Noah Hibbins-Hargreaves, who didn't get picked up at all.
Yeah. In some ways, though, Greaves is bigger just on the fact that he was such a well-performed junior player. I don't think we've ever seen a player play that well across a season at every level that he played at. And we're talking, it's not like he played in the national champs and struggled.
Yeah.
And you saw that drop off. Played really well at all level. He was the MVP for Vic Metro, captain of the Eastern Rangers, all of that kind of stuff. So it's a bizarre one. We've talked about the defensive transition and his lack of it, but it seems a little bit too simplistic that it's just a mentality around defensive actions because a lot of these kids don't have that. I think it's probably an overall thematic thing in the AFL where these bigger bodied inside mids are becoming a little bit more obsolete. I think he's been a victim of that. But also there obviously is an issue with his top speed in the AFL. We know it's becoming more of a speed and power game and a contest to contest, fast burst game. And he definitely doesn't have that, but he has a lot of football upside.
Yeah. We were talking about it before. It's hard to distinguish. I'm not saying that they're as good as each other, but in terms of style and performance and attributes, it's hard to distinguish why Josh Smiley goes at pick 7 in a much stronger draft, and then Ollie Greaves goes undrafted. Again, I'm happy to say that Smiley's probably the better prospect, but the gap there is a little bit broader than I would have
if you
expected.
just go off performances at the under-18 level, Greaves outperformed Smiley. For pretty much everything. Like he kicked more goals. When he played national champs, he performed better. So going up the level, all of those sorts of things. He had leadership qualities. I mean, they both did, but they are incredibly similar. They both lack that, elite speed. Smiley might be just a step quicker than what Greaves is, but I think Greaves also has a few weapons that Smiley doesn't. I think he's a little bit better in the air when he pushes forward. Okay. Creates a bit more of a danger there. Maybe Smiley's a bit better kick. And I think that's probably what Richmond saw overall. They saw that bigger bodied mid that could also float across half back in the same way a player like David Myers used to for the Bombers, that kind of flexible utility as well. But yeah, it's interesting.
That's it. I've just got a few chats I want to get to here as well. Michael says, should have backed your gut with Grill to Richmond, Dylan. You were spot on with it. Yeah, I suppose, but when Toomey says something, you got to sort of take it into account, don't you?
Yeah.
But you were big on Grill all year.
I was big on Grill to Richmond. I was probably, it wasn't so much that I was worried that Toomey, obviously Toomey gets most of those top 10 guys right. Like he has the connections to be able to get that. So that is a warning.
Yeah.
When you mock somebody different. I feel like in the end, Richmond were the team that actually stumbled him up. Yeah. He didn't know what they were thinking, which was difficult for him. It was more the lack of interest in him from other teams. I think that probably scared me off in the end, but I saw him as a top 5 prospect in the draft. I think he's incredible and we'll get into it, but I think Richmond did, again, just the combination of players that Richmond got in was probably better than anybody else.
Yeah, nice call. Luke says Jack Watkins is a desperate attempt to keep Butters. They are best mates. Okay, there you go. Interesting. Apps asks, by drafting Stringer, does that mean he has to be given a 2-year contract? That's actually an important point that I missed. National drafts, first round is 3 years for a contract.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is 2, and rookie list is 1. So that is another important difference between national draft and rookie draft.
Luke Sinden makes a really good point there too. Jesse drinking McDonald's coffee. This ain't SEN, buddy. You can get a real one.
Yeah, I haven't had a Macca's coffee since I moved to Melbourne. This was a bit of desperation this morning, Dylan. I was scrambling a little bit.
Gave yourself a treat.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And what was another one? Oh, a Spinks case. Good to see Gold Coast could match all their NGAs, but West Coast couldn't match Banfield due to, checks notes, Harry Barnett and Jamie Cripps, who stayed on the main list instead of being moved to the rookie list.
I promise we'll talk about this.
We will talk about that a little bit later. I did see Matthew Clark interviewed about that. It was quite funny.
says, gee, that's a deep cut there, deal. Is he talking about the...
I looked at your T-shirt to see if you're wearing like a deep V-neck, but you aren't.
I was thinking it was a haircut thing.
Yeah.
But usually you would say that from like a sick fade. Like you
yeah, true. Yeah. Well, we both did get haircuts this week, actually.
We did, actually.
But,
yeah.
So anyway, who else? George Stevens got relisted. Lincoln McCarthy got relisted. Dane Rampy. Caton Mattify Forbes. That's a relisting, isn't it?
That's a relisting.
I hope I've pronounced that correctly.
He was a rookie from 2024.
Yes, I thought I'd seen that name before. It's quite a distinctive name.
Yep.
Nick Driscoll,
interesting from the Northern Knights.
Yep. What's he like?
Yeah, sort of a diminutive, smaller type player, can play across different lines, and he was a very high volume player. I did not expect him to go, and particularly when you consider that someone like a Noah Hibbins-Hargraves didn't go in the rookie draft either. Very surprising, but yeah, well done to him. He was a well-performed player across the entire season for the Knights.
Yeah. Logan Costa says, Patrick said delisted and re-rookied under contract. Any ideas why that would happen? No, I have no idea. I guess to make a list change is one reason.
Yeah.
Like if he's under contract and then move to the rookie list.
You have to re-rookie there, don't you? You can't delist under contract.
Oh, you can. We did that with Zach Langdon and
just
Tim Houlihan back in the day. Yeah, you have to pay out the contract and it comes under the next year. But sometimes clubs are willing to do that.
Okay, to move the list spot on.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pre-listed Category A rookies include Jai Saxena and Kalani White. We heard about that. And then Fremantle got Toby Wan and Ryder Luke. The Cats ended up with Jesse Meller. GWS got Riley Hamilton, and the Swans got Noah Chamberlain and Liam Heatherton, who I didn't know had any connection to Sydney, but as a Cat B New South Wales rookie, there was apparently something there.
I know he's one of those guys because he plays for the Bush Rangers in the Coates Talent League, but he plays for the Allies in the National Champs. Not that he played because he was injured, but he's from that borderland, northern Victoria, southern New South Wales area, which, yeah, maybe that puts him into a catchment area. I'm not too sure on that.
Gotcha. I do want to address one comment here.
Yeah.
They're asking about your bad intel on Cummings. I don't need you to elaborate on that, but I do think that might have been a bit ambiguous because of what we were talking about before.
Yes, okay.
So we just want to clarify that there was no character issue with Sam Cummings.
We heard
actually, that's what I was getting at.
Yes. No, when I say bad intel, that's a good point, actually. It means that I had some information that something was bad about him. It was the opposite. I had some information that was, I don't want to say untrue, but it was it threw a bit of shade on him from an athletics profile point of view.
Yeah, just not character, not behavior, just like style.
And it turned out
traits.
not to be correct.
Yeah. I think that felt that important to say that because I think a couple of people picked up on that.
Yeah, so the information that I was given clouded my judgment and I think clouded my rankings on him as well.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
The one big signing that we completely have left to last because of the order it's written, but Calamachi has made his way to the Adelaide Football Club as a result of the non-trade between them and the Brisbane Lions. How big a move do you think this is for the Adelaide Crows? Obviously, it's the biggest bargain out of any move, I'd say, this offseason, just about.
He's an interesting player, Archie, isn't he? Because he's not like... He doesn't come straight in and he fits into a specific position and you feel like you're getting this massive upgrade. He's a bit more of a utility and he could play across any line. He's just a good depth option, I think, for the Crows to have. He's someone that's tasted success. So he kind of, he brings that across from the Brisbane Lions. And I think it's really important for Adelaide, who had a big bump this season. I think they're going to find it more difficult next season. And he's the sort of player that can kind of energise them a little bit. I think you need to make moves and make list changes over that period when you make that first jump. So he's going to be important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And while they do have scoring power. I think he adds something a little bit different and some nice versatility.
Do you think he'll play forward?
I think he may do. I mean, the alternative is half-back. Yeah, I suppose they could
I think he
use
might
him
go there.
Yeah. I hadn't actually thought about that through, but it's entirely likely.
Yeah.
He was drafted as a half forward, then played half-back at Gold Coast, I think.
Yeah, and I still think he's played his best football as a half forward.
Yes,
but I'd say from positional need, they'd be probably liking him behind the ball.
Yeah, I agree on the positional need thing for sure. But they could use him as an impact forward as well. So
just swing him.
Yeah.
Blake Hardwick style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
All right, so that was a little touching point on the rookie draft, and we can maybe start working through. Coincidentally, we may be starting with the Adelaide Crows, Dylan, and how they went in the draft specifically. So just the two selections.
Yep. I think they really went for the strategy of taking what had slipped through to them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they went for needs here at all. It was just a talent thing. I think Mitch Marsh, a combination of the talent sliding through to 22. We found it difficult in the mocks leading up to the draft where to put this guy, didn't we? I felt like you could put him anywhere from about 12 through to about 30 by the time. He didn't feel... He's one of those players where it's like that third tall, undersized key player. You don't really know where to mock them. You don't know who needs him.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's a player that's going to add value. He could play on the wing. He could play across halfback. He kicks the ball really, really well. And he's a good athlete overall, a good runner, so he can get up the ground. And those guys add value overall. Pick 22 is a little bit of a steal for him, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And then they paired him up with Archie Ludovic, who is that genuine key position player. Another one that's a roamer and was considered amongst the top 20 in this crop at different periods across the season. He had an injury in and around the champs, which kind of like hampered his back end of the season. Obviously, he didn't get to make that run with the Sandringham Dragons. I think it's a steal at pick 50 for him. The only probably, knock you would have on it is I don't think either of these guys make an immediate impact in 2026. So they don't really make the Crows better straight away, but they're both really good prospects for the next 10 years.
Yeah, that's right. But you also include Archie into this mix, and they have also bolstered for next season as well at an absolute bargain. A real forward trend. I suppose if you categorise Archie as a forward as well, which we just discussed, he may play back for him. But I wouldn't have thought like forward prowess is what like Adelaide needed to recruit for. But in terms of the best available talents at those picks, Mitch Marsh is great. We do know that they did try to trade up for Dyson Sharp. Did you see this?
Yes.
You were on the show. I wasn't sure if you saw it. Yep. So I think they tried to move up from 22 to Essendon's pick at 13 by using 22 and a future first, which does sound extremely generous. But at the same time, that first rounder is pick 22, and the second one might not be that strong.
I was
either.
going to say, let's make just a hypothetical here. Adelaide finish 6th next year.
Yeah,
just a mid general kind of area that they would be in. I think they'll be somewhere from like 4th to 10th.
Yep.
They'll be in that group of teams. They finished 6th. What would that pick have ended up being?
Nominally like 12-ish.
And then after academies.
Yeah. Well, we know there's going to probably be like Walker and Cochrane to begin with.
And Gold Coast will have like 5 others that just come through out of nowhere.
And any band 1 compensation goes on top of that. So we're talking like pick 16. So 16 and 22.
At a minimum, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad deal, but I can understand why Essendon didn't jump on it when Dyson Sharp was there.
And there's also the factor that you just get Sharp now.
Yeah.
So you don't have to wait for anything.
Yeah, that's right.
Comes in and immediately changes the culture. I think Essendon did the right thing. I don't blame Adelaide for going for it because I think that's a combination of they bring in Dyson Sharp as that character pick, but he's also a bit of a need. Mm-hmm. If there probably was one area that they wanted, it was that kind of first possession mid and just a bit of midfield depth overall. So that works out, but I don't think the Crows are going to be too disappointed about that either. I think they get 2 bargains of the draft.
Just a quick one off the wrist, Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Adelaide well, you've kind of already said it, but where do you think they finish next year? You think 4th to 10th, but
I think
finals?
They'll finish around. I keep now saying like around the 8, but it's not. It's a 10 now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
So you really you should be distinguishing top 6.
Yeah,
and then everybody else. I reckon they'll finish just outside the 6.
Just outside the 6.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's probably fair, to be honest. I certainly think they're too talented to miss finals, but it's whether or not they back up. I just think the strength of the top teams next year might.
I think their game plan needs to be reinvigorated for them to be able to go again. I think they're going to get sort of found out if they don't change. They might be able to change though.
Yeah.
So let's see how that goes.
Absolutely. Speaking of top teams of the competition, we have the Brisbane Lions, who also draft one of the top players in the draft. So at pick 6, they drafted Dan Annable, matching a bid from Richmond. And then they picked up some talented West Australians, in my opinion. Kobe Evans at 38 from West Coast NGA. Cody Curtin, younger brother of Dan, at pick 43 from Claremont. And then Ty Hayes, who I admittedly don't know a whole heap about. What did you make of their mix? And do you think Dan Annable cracks a game early, considering how strong that team is?
They're a tricky one to rank, aren't they? Because they get Annable, which was a given. So
Annable Lecter.
They got that one over the line. I'm a bit surprised by the other two picks, if I'm honest, like Kobe Evans and Cody Curtin. I probably didn't think that would be the way that they would go. I didn't even know they'd take this many picks, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
true.
At the same time, I sort of like the creativity in it. They've brought over 2 guys from Western Australia, so there's already a connection there between those guys. I think Kobe Evans, if you go back to the start of the year, was considered to be one of the top mid prospects, and he has that forward utility as well, which is really nice. Cody Curtin grew on me across the season. I wasn't too hot early. I mean, he came in as a top prospect. He was in the academy team stuff like that. But watching him play, there was probably mobility issues. But as it went on, he continued to perform across every level that he played at. He was even impressive in the national champs without being dominant across all the games. And I was, as I said a few times, I was really impressed with his combine and his work ethic. Even if he doesn't maybe have that natural athleticism of, say, his brother, and he's not going to be able to play wing in those sorts of positions, I think he is still important as that kind of deep beacon style forward. And the work ethic piece with him means that he can sort of push up the ground and help out and take those release marks as well. So I think it's an overall a good draft. If I was giving it a grade, I'm talking B, I think, given what they... Obviously, the Annable one, it's hard to give them too much praise for because they knew that he was there for a long time. But they went creative with the other picks, and I like that. I don't know too much about Hayes myself either.
No. I think Kobe Evans, obviously, I have natural bias to not only WA Talents, but West Coast NGAs. You could tell my reaction when that bid wasn't matched. I think this kid could have probably been top 20 if he had a full year. And obviously, I'm leaping a little bit there because he only played like a quarter of a season, maybe less. I can't remember exactly how many games he played.
Much.
He had 3 significant injuries. So that will be a question mark on him. But in terms of upside, like he was in the AIS Academy, and as an athlete, he looks really strong, plays dual position. I think because it's Brisbane as well, you kind of trust their development. And one other thing I said on the stream was that you can tell which teams have a strong WA scouting network, and Brisbane seemed to be one with recent draftees coming out of there.
The only thing that you would say that's tricky with him going to Brisbane is because of the strength of that midfield. How does he get into the team? Like, it would have to be in an auxiliary position.
Yeah, which I think he's capable of. I think he can play as a half forward.
I want to make a player compare here, and I don't want it to get blown out of proportion, but I think he's got a bit of the Harvey Langfords about him.
Okay.
With the way that he plays. Like, they're both, they don't have elite pace.
Yeah.
But they're that sort of, that hunchback. They kind of just get around the ground, really good footy smarts, and they kick the ball well.
Yeah, his agility is pretty good. So even if he's not like quick over 20, like I think he can be good at stoppages. So
moves well.
Curtin plays forward or back, you reckon?
That's a good question.
The chat's suggesting defender to start.
I always saw him as a defender, but I also really like the way that he's very fearless in the air, which that can suit either end, to be honest. But you do think like clean marking guy that can attack the ball in the air and that size is going to be closer to goal. It's handy. So I probably think forward. I've probably moved on that though.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes key forwards play back and then they move forward. Oscar Allen, his teammate, did that exact thing. So we'll move to the Carlton Football Club. It has been an emotional roller coaster, I reckon, this entire off-season for the Blues. To go with their emotional roller coaster season every year. But they have banked another top 3 pick. That order, obviously, that ranking is dictated by West Coast, who ranked him at 3.
Yeah.
But in fairness, it probably wasn't unanimously ranked there. So made to pay up by West Coast, which was a bit of a surprising move for me. But nonetheless, like they've gotten their kid in Harry Dean, and they added a couple of later picks in their NGA in Jack Ison and Taylor Byrne, who's a dynamic little small forward that looks pretty good. So what do you think of their mix?
Yeah, he's a bit of a Tom Papley clone. I think it's difficult with Carlton again because the draft is good. Harry Dean, Taylor Byrne, Jack Ison. You've got 3 incredible players there, and they would have taken that going in. The difficult thing to kind of, when you're assessing the overall thing, is like they came in with picks 9 and 11, They've ended up with picks 3, 45 and 47. So just on a pure value thing, it's probably the worst a club's ever gone out of a draft that's had picks that high, if that makes sense. Like having the benefit of having a father-son hasn't really benefited them, other than the fact that they've got Harry Dean, their man.
Yeah, that's right, because they only banked a future second, didn't we say?
Future second.
Yeah, so unless we're missing something, I don't know if they did live trades on the night. They traded with North for a future second, and Essendon gave them picks in the 20s.
They didn't get, for picks 9 and 11, they weren't able to leverage a future first, which is pretty much what every other team has been able to do.
That's a good point.
It's not their fault. It's the changing rules.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, and it's I guess it's a part of the conversation.
Yeah, and there's clearly a bit of a thought about next year with Cody Walker in particular. I'm not sure if they have multiple players in their academy next year, but
the Chad Phillips says Carlton banked 2 future seconds, gents.
Okay, good to know. It'd be interesting to see what the value of those seconds are.
Yeah.
Just because of the rules around the matching bids and maybe having a limit on the amount of picks you can use.
I just want to iterate here. I'm not bagging out Carlton for this and saying that they did a poor job. It's just an interesting conversation around those picks. I think.
For sure. How early do you think Harry Dean could play AFL footy?
I think he can play straight away.
He does look pretty ready-made, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think with Harry Dean, it's probably the upside piece more than the ready-made piece. I think he'll come in and be able to get games straight away. And they've also got Harry O'Farrell.
That's right.
They drafted last year, who was looking really good. I'm not sure where he's at with his injury.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's unbelievable. I probably would have had Harry Dean ranked back a little bit further than that, but they get their guy.
So when we look at their future spine and key players, in the midfield, you're going to have Cody Walker, Jagger Smith, and I guess Ollie Hollins is another player that they drafted early that comes to mind. Yep. And Sam Walsh is going to be still probably part of that next group.
Did you say Jagger?
I did say Jagger. I think I said Jagger, but yes, him certainly.
I'm going to grab a protein bar.
Please do.
Continue this thread.
Please do. Sponsored by my girlfriend.
and Carmen's.
Hey?
And Carmen's.
Oh, yes, yeah. Down back, Harry O'Farrell and now Harry Dean. Up forward, I'm trying to think who their young key forward proteges are. That's probably one area of the ground.
They don't have many.
No, that's just probably the next thing to look at, I would suggest.
Yeah.
On Jack Ison, you have to include in this. Taylor Byrne is a young small forward. I do like Taylor Byrne for that value, and the bid on Jack Ison came later than we expected. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bonus for them. Sorry to lose my voice and be eating at the same time here. This has really gone... It's really going well for me.
Yeah.
It's good that they got Taylor Byrne, like you said, because they really need that small forward, and I think he's someone that brings a lot of energy, and he's very brave the way that he plays. But their midfield is going to be stacked.
Yeah.
Jagger Smith, Chody Walker.
There's some good balance to that as well. They're all distinctly different types.
Yeah, so, and Ison as a big body.
And there's a little bit of luck, obviously, with the father-son situation there, but they're not the only club to benefit from that. Sure. But it's nice for them that they can... And I suppose that they actually... Jagger Smith, another top 3 pick, they did manoeuvre a lot to make that happen.
Yeah.
That was actually quite expensive.
It was expensive.
Move,
It's looking like a genius move now, though.
Because of their academy situation and father-sons this year?
Yes, and also because I think their demise in 2025 was probably not expected. I didn't really think they had to future-proof that well at the time, and they could have gone for more on-field success. But how everything's happened, and now Curnow leaving and De Koning leaving, I think they're actually now built for probably their flag push now is in 3, 4, 5 years' time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yep. It was an interesting off-season. We talked about it, obviously make the decision to let Curnow go and bring in some mature players. And there would have been diminishing returns to stacking too much in terms of this year's draft with the Harry Dean thing, because even at the time, I don't think we expected him to get bid on at pick 3. That's coming much later. But it'd be interesting to see. We'll talk about where we predict Carlton will finish later in this video.
Apps actually makes a really good point there. He says, been hoping Dill grows a mo for a while now. Brings greater balance to the show.
Yeah. Well, we've got this asymmetry going on, and we have to put an end to that. We've got the Collingwood Football Club.
Collingwood.
Yeah.
They had a weird draft.
They did. At pick 32, they took a player that I'm going to call Officeworks in Tyne Printable. That was terrible. Tyne Prindable. I like to come up with nicknames. I'm so sorry. Samuel Swadling at pick 37 from West Perth, a very high volume midfielder.
Yep.
And Zach McCarthy, their NGA. I think they drafted him outright, instead of matching. Doesn't really matter.
They did, yep.
And the battery, AA, Angus Anderson, drafted at pick 57 from Sandford. Was he... I think I saw Swoop Luke post that he was actually a BOG in the Sandford Grand Final.
Yes.
Am I tripping? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct, I think.
That's the first.
Cousin of Pamela, as someone said on the live stream.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, look, honestly, I'll be honest. I only really know much about Swadling.
Yep.
Do you know much more about Zach McArthur? We've talked a bit on this stream.
Yeah, I know the top three. So, Prindable's that sort of athletic utility, I would say, like can play across any line. The reason I was surprised by Prindable is the fact that he wasn't that... I thought they were going to get a ready-made mid just from where they're sitting, and they decided to go down kind of an obscure path in bidding on a player that was Brisbane Lions tired. And then he's not really that positional need that they wanted anyway. I think he's a good talent, but I expected him to go a little later in the draft. I thought maybe they would have gone for someone with a little bit more upside, like a Riley Only, as that midfielder that could come in and maybe be, in the future be that sort of Degoe replacement. So I was intrigued.
Yeah.
But they've gone down this certain path. I don't think Tyne Prindable comes in and plays straight away or anything like that. I think the one that's most likely to get games in the short term is Sam Swadling. He can probably be that Ned Long replacement, who I think really struggled in the big moments in finals. So if they can get something out of Sam Swadling, that will be really good. He has his deficiencies as well. Great at ground balls, great at being that physical presence in the midfield, but probably doesn't have the foot skills on the outside.
Yeah.
Which we've seen from a few midfielders, but he does have a little bit of upsize at that size. And then Zach McCarthy is the other one who's a very raw Cooper Duff Tytler type ruckman as well, which they were always going to get him at some point and ended up just taking him with this selection overall. So it's a decent draft. It's an interesting draft. One that I think will need time before we can actually get the full scope of it.
Yeah, absolutely. In this part of the draft, Collingwood are always going to be looking a little bit speculative. Swadling, I think, has a high floor, maybe not the highest ceiling.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's a chance he gets games. Like I feel like he's relatively ready-made as far as midfield prospects go. Like considering they've just let go of Tom Mitchell, for instance, I don't think I can foresee him being called upon in 2025.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I think he certainly could get games over Ned Long.
Yeah, wow.
I think he steps in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I think he had... I'm not sure if I'm mixing up with Toby One here. I think One had like a game of 41 and 4, but I think Swadling had a game of 47 disposals in the Waffle Colts.
Yeah.
Very
I've said it
volume.
a few times, but like he and Jacob Farrow in that West Perth side, like there was a lot of kick to kick.
Yeah.
So I wasn't, when those like disposal games were coming through, I took it a little bit with a grain of salt at times, just because they were the piss taking that was going on. But I mean, even at national champs, like he performed really well. And he was able to get forward and hit the scoreboard and use his size as well, which is really, really important. But he's not as a big-bodied mid, he doesn't have that sort of dynamism of some of the guys like in this crop. If we talk about, Sully Roby, Riley Only, those kind of guys. So he's a different type.
That's right. An appropriate handle says, "Isn't swaddling what you do to a baby?"
What did he say?
Isn't swaddling what you do to a baby? That made me laugh.
I don't get that.
Like when you put babies in a swaddle, like when their arms are trapped.
Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, I mean that sounded weird, but yeah,
interesting.
It's quite a cute image. Anyway, we got 446 in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. We do, yeah, big day.
Wow,
getting right in before the Ashes. Although the Ashes is going terribly, so maybe let's not.
Did we get bowled out for like 120?
We're 9 for 120. But yeah, oh well. Where are we at, Dylan? We are up at the Essendon Football Club. We moved to a team that genuinely had a strong draft hand in terms of their picks going into the night. Some conjecture around, do they move the picks? I think they've done very well by taking the exact picks that they had, albeit they did trade for Carlton's pick 13. As it became, it was pick 9 going into it. So Sully Roby, Jacob Farrow, Dyson Sharp, Max Contagianis, and Hussein Al-Ashkar. They, of course, let slip intentionally Adam Swade to the Fremantle Football Club and didn't rookie list anyone. What do you think? I suppose starting with the top three, those 3 first-round picks on the night, what do you make of their mix?
I mean, it's, first of all, the thing that jumps off the page there, it is a midfield revolution at the Bombers. This is completely changing it. I think, Farrow's listed as a defender there, but he is a midfielder. They'll be wanting to draft him as a kicking midfielder. Roby's that powerful inside player that can burst out the front of the stoppage and go forward and kick goals. Every club needs that player, that forward mid, that Bailey Humphrey, that Jordan De Goey type. Farrow can start his development as a defender. He can take kick-ins and distribute the ball as well and do a little bit of intercepting at that height. He's around 190 centimetres. These are all big boys, these mids. Roby 192, Farrow 190, Sharp 188. So they're big inside physical guys. Sharp brings that leadership. Yeah. And I've been saying it for ages. I said it was Zach Merritt. I don't think he's necessarily the captain that you really want. And Dyson Sharp, although he's only 18 years of age, he's not going to come in and captain the club. I think you need guys like this in the locker room.
Yeah. I mean, particularly for the next generation.
Exactly. And he did it with South Australia. It's hard to kind of put into words what he did and how he dragged them across the line in that tournament. But I think just being able to bring everyone together, and he made them all so proud to play for the team. And I think those characters are really important. So great draft. And then you add in Hussein El Ashkar as the other one. Max Kondagianis, I think, is a really high upside player as well, and someone that brings character too. So they got a good balance. Kondagianis is probably, in the end, ends up being the B-grade Xavier Taylor, who they had their eyes on. They didn't end up getting him. They went for the midfielders.
That's right, yeah.
And Kondagianis is a similar type player to Xavier Taylor.
Yeah, they must have considered Taylor at 10 there.
Yeah.
Sullivan Roby, and ended up going Jacob Farrow. I that's a tough one. I think you give up a little bit there in terms of like Taylor as a defender and what he actually is. But I think with Farrow, the upside there is that he could potentially move up the field and be that really classy he's not a quick midfielder, but similar to Josh Lindsay, while they might not be quick, both of them always seem to have time.
Yeah.
And they always manage to get this, like, it's a little bit like Murphy Reid in a way. He has that ability to just get 2 steps on his opponent and not actually get caught. So
it's just decision making.
Yeah, that's true.
They think quicker.
That's a good point. I also think those 3 players could be in the side by round 1.
So we're talking here
Roby, Farrow and Sharp.
They will be.
Yeah.
They'll start.
Yeah.
I'm almost sure of that.
Yeah, I think when you have highly rated talents like that, and they're all relatively ready-made, Farrow's probably the skinniest, but I mean, if he plays off half-back, that's not so much a problem.
I reckon Roby lines up as a half-forward, Farrow lines up as a half-back, and Sharp's straight in the guts.
Yeah.
That's my play.
I like it.
Hussein El Ashkar is an interesting one as well. They got him. They did miss Adam Swade. So that would be the only talking point of the players that, slipped out of their fingers.
It was a interesting draft with lots of like stealing of NGA players, which, it's a compromise draft. This was always going to happen, and as it should, right? But I imagine Fremantle knew that Essendon couldn't match. I read that it would have put Essendon in a deficit at that particular point that would have affected their pick next year if it was pick 3 or later, which it probably will be.
Well, in the end, it seems like to me, once they did the deal with to get Carlton's pick 9, that was it. In a way, they could have knocked on Swade's door and said, we're not going to be able to match you unless the bid comes significantly later than we expect it to.
Yeah.
So it ended up being Sharp or Swade, and you're going to go Sharp there.
Absolutely. Any regrets around them not trying to move up or not successfully moving up for CDT? It would probably cost 2 of those players, so it does seem steep, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it. I think they've ended up in a good situation. I wouldn't have been too critical of them if they did, and they went down that kind of call to cannons pathway of bringing all of those boys in. Like they get Swade, they get Cooper Duff-Tyler, and they get Hussein, and they come in as 3 guys that are really close and have played a lot of footy together. No, I think they did really well in the situation, and that's all you can really mark them on in the end. I suppose the only other one was they wanted Lockie Dobberstein, obviously. They were keen on him. They didn't get him through the door either, so they went 3 mids.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah. No, I think their mix is they should be happy with it, and I wouldn't necessarily reflect too much on them missing out on a CDT, which, we don't even know West Coast would have done that deal anyway. Which brings us to the Fremantle Football Club, and they selected Adam Swade and at pick 25 from Essendon's NGA, and they got Tobin Murray from the VFL side in Geelong. I don't know too much about Tobin Murray, but a pretty low-key draft for Fremantle. We thought that we're going to be in a good position to pick a slider, and in our mocks we had them Hibbins-Hargreaves, we had them Jevon Philippou. In the end, both of those players went past this pick, and they pounced on Adam Swade, which I didn't see coming. Were you surprised by that bid?
I suppose it was around the range. Like I thought in the end Swade's bid would probably come around 30. So maybe it was slightly early. I think this is a needs pick. I think they see Swade as someone that comes in and actually plays football straight away and probably feels a little bit of that Lockie Schultz role. Because he's such a hard worker both ways, Adam Swade. So for Freo, who kind of need those role compliant players, they don't need any more stars.
Yeah.
He comes in and does that. He applies tackling pressure. He's good on the ball. He's ferocious. He's tenacious and all of those kind of things. He's got positional flexibility, can run through the midfield for short periods. I don't think they're going to play him in there much, but he'll play that high forward role and he can run. So they've gone, I assume they've looked at this draft and gone, it's not the most talented draft kicking around. We're not going to go for those sliders. We're actually going to go for positional needs here. And they've taken Swade. Tobin Murray probably also indicates that, given that he's a little bit older.
Yes.
And he's someone that they can just use as midfield depth. I suppose as a broader question, the Toby Murray one is interesting because he's a VFL player. They could have picked him up in the mid-season draft, I presume. I'm not 100% sure what their picks were, thinking back on the mid-season.
Yeah, I can't remember, yeah.
So they would have had other opportunity, but of course they must have thought in this one that somebody else might have snapped him up as well for, they could have looked at things like SSP, but he's a good player, not a star, someone that's going to give depth to the team though.
Absolutely. They also added a bunch of rookies through Leon Kickett, as we discussed earlier, a small forward from Swan District. So again, adding that need and probably a distinctly different type of small forward to an Adam Swade, probably a little bit more of a goal sneak, as it were, rather than a hard-working player. Toby Wan, a very high volume midfielder. That, as I said, I think there was a game we had 41-4 for South Fremantle.
He's got some highlights, Juan.
Yeah, he does. Ryder Luke kicked 8.5 or something like that, or just after halftime he had 8 goals from 8 kicks.
Yeah, I remember that was a big story back earlier in the year.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It didn't have a major influence in the national champs.
Yeah.
Or anything like that. Nor did Juan, to be fair. So I think these guys are both in their program and they probably just wanted to, make that, show the pathway in a way as well.
Yeah.
Get them on the list and bring them in, and they could be something in the future. I don't think those guys will be stepping into roles immediately.
Yeah. Do you think Swade? Sorry, I agree. But on Swade, do you think he could play round one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Yep. Yeah, they have plugged a few gaps. We did talk about maybe a running halfback for them. We've gotten Judd McVie.
Yep.
They've gotten Adam Swade, one of the rated around this range for that pick. You got to be happy with that. As an aside, I thought it was really interesting. It applies to Swade and Banfield. Both of these players didn't go where they were expected to go because they were club tied. They had both moved into state and yet both went nuts when they got drafted. I thought that was really nice because when you're club tied, Swade thought he was going to Essendon. Charlie Banfield may have thought he was going to the Eagles as, his father's club, but they both went nuts when they got drafted, which was nice.
Is there a chance that they'd been sort of hit up, earlier in the week and kind of said, we don't think, I assume particularly with Swade because Essendon did that deal. Once the deal was made, they would have said, it's probably unlikely now that we match you. And then they go, shit.
Yeah.
I might not get drafted here.
Yeah, it's possibly true. I think that was the case with Swade. I think he was told there was a possibility. For him, it may have just been that, if it gets bid on in the top 25, we can't do it.
Yeah.
Whereas, to use the Banfield example, I think it's possible West Coast told him, rookie draft.
I think it just becomes a nervousness for them because they would have had the most homework done on them from Essendon, obviously. Yeah. And sometimes teams neglect those players because they're already academy tied. And then you think, shit, what if everybody else forgets about me as well?
Yeah, totally. I'm going to take a mid-session tinkle.
Go for it, mate.
I had a coffee this morning.
Go for it. I'll see if my voice can hold up. I think I've just done this week. I've just done too many.
You have done 3 shows this week.
I've done so many shows. My voice is just dying.
Yeah. Did you do any before DDF or?
I did some other YouTube stuff later last week.
Yeah.
I just feel like I haven't stopped talking for 2 weeks though.
Yeah, fair. Is that time of year?
Too much communication. I need to rest the vocal cords. If producer Vic can just give me some YouTube live chat here, I'll start reading some comments. LAT94 says, who is Essendon's main ruckman now? I would suggest that it is Nick Bryan, who will step into that role next season with the departing Todd Goldstein. If he's not fit, you are looking at probably Cale Girine, aren't you? I think he'd be the next one. Someone has mentioned there, TL73 says Lockie Blackiston's another one that's a shout. He played as a key position defender when he came into the Essendon side this year, but he does, in the waffle football that he played, before the mid-season draft, he did play as a ruckman, so he's an option for them as well. And I guess you can also play other key position players in that role if you have to. But yeah, Blackiston would be an option. Apps says, who else would Essendon have taken this year if they did the Merritt deal? Interesting. So what are we talking there? Throw some picks at me, because I can't remember what was actually the potential agreed upon deal. Were they going to get Hawthorn's? They would have got Hawthorn's 10 and 22, I assume. God, I don't know. 10 and 22 at least. Let's just say that. So an extra top 10 pick, which would have fallen back. I reckon Doveston or Taylor with that pick, whoever was available, assuming that Taylor would have got snapped up by Melbourne straight after Essendon's first 2 picks, and Essendon still would have gone the same with going Farrow and Sully Roby, then it has to be Doveston. It has to be. That was the guy that they were the hottest on. And then that pick 22, who Hawthorn, was that the one they got Cammy Nan with? Jeez, you're testing my brain now. I think so. I'll come back to that. If people put in Shazman says would have got Doveston for sure. Around 20, they might have gone for like a Cameron Nan, someone versatile and flexible like that. Josh Lindsay would have been in the mix, I presume. I can't remember if Hawthorn's pick came after the West Coast one, and West Coast did trade up for that, didn't they? So we'll get to that when we get to West Coast. But I'm not sure. Yeah, Schubert probably would have been in the mix. They could use a gun key forward like that. I think Schubert ends up being a real value selection there for Hawthorn as well. And Hawthorn traded back, didn't they?
Twice.
With
us and GWS. They banked 2 seconds, I reckon, next year.
We just had a hypothetical. Someone said, if the Merritt deal went through, what else would Essendon have got?
So they would have had pick 10 and 22. Well, they probably could have gotten Swade. They could have made the moves to bank Swade, but they would have had another first top 10 pick there. They could have traded into the future.
I suggested Doveston.
Oh, Doveston was a no-brainer.
Taking the picks, Doveston, maybe Lindsay.
Yeah. Because you think maybe if Doveston's their pick, maybe they do let Swade go anyway.
Yeah, they're different. They are different.
Yeah. Do they all play in the same forward line? They could, all those two, but if they see El Ashkar in that mix, there's a lot there.
Yeah. I suppose El Ashkar, there's probably a bit more speculation around what he is, but in reality, other than Kako on their current list, do they have any small forwards that are indispensable?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head.
So you could just build a new forward line.
Yeah. Jai Menzies was looking good there for a while, but he's gone to the Tassie VFL team.
Yeah. No, he's not it.
Yeah. Could you do me a favour and could you please top me up? Yeah. I'll just pop that there. Thank you. The other one is Schubert, somebody said. That makes sense. If they wanted to balance their haul with a key position player, Schubert absolutely was on the cards there, and Toomey linked him to Essendon. Yeah, Toomey linked him to Essendon, and I think he did say if he doesn't get to Essendon in the top 10, then he will slide into the 20s. That's exactly what happened. TL73 says, would you prefer Merritt or Doveston? Doveston. Devaston. Thank you. Thanks, mate. He said he would prefer Merritt. I mean, I think there's an argument for keeping Merritt when you put it like that. Just in the, I argued that maybe they shouldn't have, but when you bank these 3 first rounders, rather than add a 4th, maybe Merritt is the play.
My fear with losing Merritt in this situation is, given that they ended up with 3 picks in the top 15 anyway, it's overcapitalization on one draft. Because you know that there are going to be some fails in the draft.
Yeah, but I mean, Richmond did that last year and they get praise, right?
But that was a really strong draft.
Sure. Yeah, true. Comparatively, this one is not as strong. That's for sure.
They were able to take guys between 20, picks 20 and 30 that really were, I think in most drafts would have been considered top 10 picks or top 15 picks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Which would be the justification for that.
Absolutely. We'll move to the Geelong Football Club, who dipped in the second round and dipped out again. And they got the very talented Harley Barker to start, coming off the ACL. A bit of a bargain there. When we say bargain, I mean this was about the expected range. But still, from the talent point of view, they're a really good club in a position to take a punt on a Harley Barker upside pick and be patient with that ACL. And then they added Hunter Holmes, the brother of Max, in the second round, which may have been a little bit, I say early for his range, but around this range, some of the more speculative picks started to go. So maybe I'm wrong on that. Then they re-rookied George Stevens and Caton Matafai-Forbes. And they picked up Nick Driscoll, Jesse Miller through their NGA as a Cat B rookie. So in the end, added a bunch of different types there. And what do you think of... I know you're big on Harley Barker and I think you're positive on Holmes, so I think you're going to be positive, but what did you think of their haul?
Yeah, I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
As you said, I think Harley Barker was probably the biggest slider because of that knee injury. And also, I just think if you look at all of the players taken in that top 10 particularly, like most of them are mids. So all of those rebuilding clubs are looking at midfielders, and Geelong end up just taking the best winger in the crop. So in a way, they don't get overall the most talented player, but they might have got the most talented wingman, which means they have an advantage in that position going forward. And considering they've already got Ollie Dempsey, they've got two of them now.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
that's crazy.
Those mids, as much as they're really highly talented, the guys up the top end, your Sam Cummings and your Sully Robies, like Geelong have a guy like Harley Barker to play that, and they can probably get midfielders with later picks that can do kind of similar roles to those guys. So I think it's just really intelligent drafting given the position that they're in, being up the top of the ladder. And Hunter Holmes, brother of Max, and has some upside, although he's not, fully developed and ready to go yet.
You almost trust Geelong more in this range of the draft than you do with their first rounders.
Totally.
This is like where they do some of their best work is like 25 onward. And then, with the only top 10 pick I can remember them having for a long time, Jai Clark, obviously not an immediate success anyway, not writing him off by any stretch.
I'm wondering where Hunter Holmes would have gone if Geelong didn't exist.
Yeah, I totally called them picking him.
Yeah, you did.
I did. I was like, this is going to be Holmes. This is going to be Holmes. You just knew that they were going to do it.
He's got some serious traits. Like he's rapidly quick. He can run all day. I think it's just technical parts of his game that can get better. Ball handling and stuff like that.
Any other play you thought Geelong might be suited to? I mean, Josh Lindsay's an obvious one, but he wasn't available. He went 5 selections before Barker. Schubert was still in the mix. I would have thought maybe. I mean, they have Shannon Neal and maybe another key forward prospect.
Yeah.
It would have been a good value selection anyway for Geelong.
I thought maybe they would have looked at Greaves. But clearly nobody did. I mean, he has the link there. I think it was his grandfather.
That's right.
Their best and fairest is named after.
Yeah.
He is a bit of a positional need too, because if you look at the balance of their midfield, a lot of quick guys, a lot of runners, outside players, but they don't have a lot of those first possession guys. But they also don't, if you actually look at what Greaves is, that's the sort of player that Geelong tend to just bypass.
Yeah.
Like they haven't had that kind of player. If they want that bigger bodied mid, they want a Dangerfield type, an explosive type, and Greaves isn't that.
It is entirely possible that they could have rookied him because Hawthorn actually took him one spot before Geelong in the rookie draft. And then at Geelong's pick, they just relisted George Stevens.
I reckon they would have.
But they could have done that with their second pick. So it's actually possible that
Who
would
would
have
you
happened.
take? Greaves or Stevens?
Ooh. Ignoring the fact that I have no access to their interviews or anything like that, just on talent. Yeah, probably Greaves. But I'm trying to think. Were they committed to taking Stevens? Was he 24 draft or 23? I think he was 23.
23. He wasn't 24.
Yeah. Okay. So he was out of contract.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting. But they had committed, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
This protein bar is lasting longer than I expected it to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't get rid of it. And it's really nice.
That's good. We have now at the Gold Coast Suns, clearly from a talent input into the list point of view, they may have done as well as anyone else, if not number one, with Zeke Hewland being matched at 2, Dylan Patterson at 5, 2 top 5 picks. Christian Petrarca also to the list as a sneaky aside. Jai Murray and Bo Adensol, they match bids on those that came, a little bit earlier than, when I say expected, I mean prior to Toomey making that connection. I don't think anyone expected that. Props to Toomey as well, for getting that exactly right, outside of the fact that they matched Adensol.
Do you know what's funny? We spoke in the lead up to the draft and you said, I don't think Toomey has much intel on West Coast. I think his intel was the best on them in the end.
I do think you're right. I will offer some nuance to that. I don't think, based on just on the wording of 1 and 2, I think that was a bit of a stab in the dark. It's possible that he heard from Gold Coast about where or other clubs where these bids were going to go, only because he had virtually no suggestion on who West Coast would take if they didn't get Adensol. I think Lindsay was named, but it was very...
Yeah, he did mention Lindsay, but it just seems odd to me that he got all of their bids exactly as they would. And Harry Dean was one out of the box a little bit. And then he also had...
Oh, true, the Harry Dean one I forgot about.
He had the Harry Dean one, which, to be fair, it wasn't just him, because I think the first outlet to actually crack that was The Age.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
And Fox Sports ran with it as well. So, but then there was Adensel.
Yeah.
But it was Murray. That he knew that the Murray bid was going to come first.
Yeah.
Into Adensel.
Yeah.
And it was exactly the spot.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's arguably one of the more impressive calls, because I think last year he had the top 11, if I want to say. I want to say Taj Houghton might have been the first deviation last year.
Yeah, it was Richmond that got him.
Yes, yeah. But, yeah, I mean, this one, getting the bids correct is as specific as like 17 and 18. Maybe he might have had them at 18 and 19 in the mock because West Coast traded up.
Correct.
So, yeah, that one was a little bit different. But anyway, with the Suns here, we did digress there. They also traded in live to get Avery Thomas at pick 28. Bit of a bolter.
Yeah.
But clearly a player that they rated and also probably see him as adding something different to their mix. And Colby Coulson, who I don't know too much about other than his name. I'm more aware of the other 5 players.
I mean, Avery Thomas to me speaks volumes about positional flexibility in the back half of the ground. I've talked about it so much, but teams are going really heavy on these hybrid defenders, guys that can run the ball out of defence. They can lock down on smalls. They can lock down on talls. And I think that's where they see Avery Thomas. So I think they've squeezed him in there as a bit of a need. But the big win for them overall in this draft is just being able to manipulate those points like that. I don't really know how they did it overall. I couldn't, like live watching the draft, I couldn't see all of the permutations that they were pulling. But I did one of those simulators, I remember, like on night 1 of the draft, and I was trying to work it out. And they pretty much ran out of points after their first 2 picks, like after they matched on Hewland and Patterson.
That's right, yeah.
So how they've been able to pull all of that together and get Avery Thomas, another developing, hybrid defender, is incredible.
Yeah. So Coulson would have been matched with their next pick. So that one, not so much. But Murray and Adensel were the squeeze picks, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They were the ones that were probably a little bit hard to foresee. Maybe they knew on the night where the bids were going to come, but still, they were expensive matches.
Yep. Just so much talent. I mean, they get an A+. A lot of people have said in the chat you can't really rate them too highly on this because they get it given to them. They've set up an incredible academy as well. You've got to give them credit for that. Just the fact that, not all these teams, you've got Greater Western Sydney, the Swans, the Lions, they've definitely perfected it.
Yeah, totally. Where do you think, with the top 2 players, Ezekiel and Dylan Patterson, do they both play round 1?
Yeah, it's tricky.
It's hard to tell with such a stacked team, but I mean, Dill Patterson, they do have runners off halfback. They've got Rioli and Noble, but Dill Patterson probably has, that elite speed and that runaway breakaway pace.
Patterson would have to usurp Noble. I reckon he'd have to kick Noble out of the team. I think about Will Powell. He's a little bit more
I forgot about Powell.
Able to defend.
Yeah.
And he's a bit taller, so he's got that flexibility to play tall and small.
Yeah.
And then you've got the talls really after that. You've got Hewland, as in Bodie.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Mac Andrew.
And Ballard's coming back, isn't he?
Ballard's coming back too is another key. So like, how do they squeeze all of those talls in?
Yeah.
He'll take a while though, won't he? Ballard, he was off a knee.
I actually don't know the answer to that.
Yeah. So I don't know what his timeline is. But
I think it was an E.
Collins is the other one, obviously, is that big lockdown. But you'd probably want to be playing all of those guys, all 4 of those tools in a way. And then it's like flexibility around that. But I think Patterson is good enough to be able to get into this team. And he's a bit more dynamic than a Noble, but probably not as good at locking down.
Yes. Yeah. We do have an extra list. Best 23 spot now. So maybe Patterson comes in as that impact runner because bit of versatility there as well. I just think with his, in my opinion, Ezekiel definitely plays. But
he'll play.
The Patterson is the one that it's like, do they force him into the team because he has that speed which can help a team become better purely just because of that single attribute?
Totally.
If he was like an in and under player like Adensel, or even like an Annabelle, then you're like, oh, maybe it's tougher. But Patterson, because he has unique skill set, and as does Ezekiel.
I guess the thing that you never consider when you're having these conversations is like injury.
Yeah, that's
like
totally true.
A Will Power gets injured or a Noble or a Rioli gets injured and then it opens up a spot. But
we saw Lombard not really get a lot of games. I think he played 4 this year. Jake Rogers. But again, I think there's a difference there with Patterson and his skill set.
Yep. And Hewland can play across any line, so he's going to be absolutely fine. Yeah. I would suggest, though, that Murray, Adensel and Coulson particularly, as those less flexible mids, they probably miss out.
Yeah.
Very unlikely to see them get into that, like such a strong squad.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it is tough to... They did jettison a little bit of depth, like Flanders and Fiorini also left. So maybe it's not as dire as it once looked.
This year, Flanders was really playing that sort of coming in off a half forward.
Yes.
And rotating through. So he
played
probably
back
had...
previously.
Yeah. The season before he was at distributor. But then when they got Rioldi and Noble, that kind of flipped him forward. And that's pretty much why he left in the end. He wasn't getting the minutes that he wanted. I think he was around 30% CBAs, something like that. So,
where does Ulan play? Could he play forward?
Zeke?
Yeah,
he could play anywhere.
Yeah, Zeke,
Yeah, he could play high forward. Yeah. He could play mid. He could play half back.
Yeah, it just seems so ready-made that like he'll definitely play and definitely be a rising star contender.
I would suggest he just slots straight into on a wing.
Yep.
That'll be his first position.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Fiorini also out of the team. That's an upgrade there for sure.
Yep, and then who's the other guy? Closey.
Oh yeah,
usually plays as that more aerial winger.
That's another player who's missed out. Ted Closey.
From Geelong.
Yeah, just because he's been linked to Gold Coast, West Coast, and I want to say like Essendon or something like that.
He didn't get picked up. Okay,
no, it is still possible as a train on.
Sure.
And I think, I think West Coast might have committed all their spots now, so it would be probably like Essendon or. I mean, maybe Gold Coast. They don't really need him. Yep. I don't know where they sit with list spots as well. We move to the other expansion club that starts with a G, and that is the GWS Giants, who had a curious night. When I say curious, I just mean once again trading second rounders like they're nothing and moving up, because they actually moved up one spot to get ahead of Hawthorn, if I'm remembering correctly. And they selected Oscar Taylor, a player who I think is a great fit for them, before at pick 51 getting Finnegan Davis and a very young, talented Jake Stringer at pick 59, and then committed to Connor Stone as a redraft and Riley Hamilton as a Cat B.
That's right. Yeah, Hamilton in their academy. It's an interesting draft. Very GWS-y, isn't it really? Even though this year they didn't pull any major surprises. I still remember back to Angove being a massive surprise last year.
Yeah. I thought also kind of Goldard was another big one, but Hannaford probably around the range. Harrison Oliver, I felt like was quite early.
Yeah, he'd been... I don't know. It's hard with those guys because I watched a lot of the Sandringham Dragons last year. Yeah. So he felt like maybe more in the front of my mind.
Sure.
Oliver. But I thought he'd go top 30 and I think it was 20, maybe 24.
Yeah, something like that,
maybe slightly early, but no, it's a decent point. Very much GWS in the sense that these guys are all highly athletic. Oscar Taylor, 2.8 second, 20 metre sprint.
That's crazy.
Finnegan Davis is an athlete. He comes from a decathlon background, I think. I think he was a high jumper specifically.
Yeah, right.
So he can jump, he can run, and he can find the football. And I think as GWS do, most likely we won't see a lot of these guys straight away. They'll play some VFL football, they'll get some development, and then they'll come in and we'll be surprised when they do actually hit the AFL because we'll have forgotten about them. They'll come back and they'll do really well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think Oscar Taylor plays round one.
Maybe. Who does he get in for though?
Well, you'd have to consider like who plays like Oscar Taylor in that team already.
Lockie Ash.
Lockie Ash, yeah. That's true. But I mean, Oscar Taylor probably has a lot more like
pace,
line breaking speed than a Whitfield. Whitfield's a bit more of that distributor type.
More an enduro bunny.
Yeah. I think he's distinctly different to those guys. Look, okay, maybe it's different to say he will play round one. I think he could play round one and improve them. Similar to like when you're talking about players with this kind of trait, like they can play from round one if they're in a team that accommodates their skill set, right? So Patterson and Taylor.
Particularly that role. Yeah. That's probably the most young, friendly role in the AFL.
Yeah, exactly.
To glide across halfback.
Exactly.
I suppose the question is, with Oliver, getting him last year, who gets the spot? If there's a new guy coming in, who gets it? Oliver or Taylor?
I wouldn't have thought they're competing for the same spot.
No? Similar.
I was thinking Clayton Oliver. Were you talking about Harrison?
Sorry,
yeah. I forgot they have two Olivers here.
Yeah, just the guy that they drafted last year in the first round.
I was bemused, but I was like, Clayton Oliver versus Oscar Taylor. Okay, I'll give it some more time. I'll be respectful.
Harrison Oliver.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, how would you distinguish them? I think Taylor, from my knowledge, which is not as good as yours, Taylor's more the line breaker and the meters gained player. Harrison Oliver's is skillful, but not more of a ball user. Is that... Am I thinking of that right?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the same role.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oscar Taylor, more meters gained, more line breaking. And I'd say like Oliver a little bit more sort of leadership, combativeness and ability to lock down.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
The defensive ability where Taylor's a bit more freewheeling.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So yeah, you're right. I mean, Goldard, we haven't seen much of. James Leake took it until his second year. Like GWS tend to let these guys bed down their
they're a real interesting one
second
overall,
spot.
what their team's going to look like, I reckon, in 2026. I think they could have a lot of changes.
Got a couple of comments from Pommy and Oz. Thank you for being here.
Pommy.
GWS have a type. They're like your mate who dates the same person with slightly different hairstyle. you love an analogy, as do I.
Yeah.
As do I. No Kelly, so you'd imagine they shift Whitfield full-time up the ground and Oscar would be in the mix. That's a fair point, although, I mean, Oliver comes in as well. Can Whitfield play as that midfielder anymore? Is he?
I assume he means like when he says further up the ground, I assume wing.
Yeah, he had a great season as a forward, didn't he, Whitfield? Or am I tripping?
He might have.
I feel like a few years ago, he sort of made that half-forward role really sexy.
He could do it with the running ability.
Yeah.
He can get up the ground, but I do sort of like him just carrying the ball up the ground. He's just that link in the chain. You can just continue to use him in chains.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. What's their forward line going to look at like too?
Well, they've got Daniels. I'm thinking Smalls first. Hogan and Cadman.
Is Daniels
going
to be fit?
Oh, I'm not sure off the top of my head. Maybe the chat can help us out with the fitness point of view.
Darcy Jones is out.
Yeah, Darcy Jones is out. They did draft Hannaford. I'm not saying they pick Hannaford over Whitfield, but a player that I really like. Goldard still probably needs to work his way into that team. What other small forwards have they drafted?
They have Harvey Thomas.
Harvey Thomas, yeah.
You mentioned Goldard.
Green will be in that forward line.
Green will be in that forward line too.
And if not a true small forward.
Angove is another option off the wing as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'd love to see Hannaford play next year.
I love Hannaford.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really took a shiny to him right before the draft last year.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Yeah.
Just someone that you absolutely love watching play. Should we go to Hawthorn?
Let's do it.
Hawthorn?
They kind of just sat back in this draft and, took some valued offers, banked some seconds and then took good players. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree with that. I think they did pretty well considering. They kind of just took the guys that fell through, right? Cammy Nan was expected to go to the Ds.
Yes.
When they took Latrell Pickett, there was an opportunity for them there. Aiden Schubert was the next one, who was a bit of a slider. We said that he was linked to Essendon and then he kind of fell through that next bunch between 10 and 20. Jack Dalton is a hard-running, you could call him a high forward or an inside midfielder, just a really good football type that has good athleticism from an endurance point of view. I don't think there's a lot of upside in Jack Dalton, but he kicks the ball really well and he fits that Hawthorn mould. And then Matt Leray is another good kicker. So they've sort of continued with those guys. And if you throw Nan and Schubert into this, particularly Nan is another guy that kicks the football really, really well. They like all of their guys to be able to do that, have good physicality, good athleticism. And I think overall, considering where they were at, they've done pretty well. And I assume they've leveraged a little bit from the future as well.
Yeah. I think they must have only employed one scout this year and just plonked him at Central Districts games because I'm being facetious because the three of the four recruits are from there.
And the other one, it's like Sandringham Dragons' highest ball winner.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just take him.
Yeah, and the the guy who smashed the 2K time trial. Yeah. They also got Ollie Greaves in the end. So that is worth mentioning here. So a pretty well-rounded draft. A lot of midfielders and forwards. Where did you say Dalton will play, do you reckon? Will be playing off halfback?
He could.
Yeah, okay. But not primarily.
Yeah, he kicks the ball well enough to play off halfback. I think I'd have said he'll probably start at AFL level either on a wing or high half forward.
Yeah. Okay.
I think.
Yeah. Okay. So a particular flavour forward of centre and midfield in this year's draft. Nan is a good one. I think this is an upside pick because he's a proven goal kicker as a medium-sized forward, but we talked about his ability to cover ground, and if he can turn into a marking wingman who kicks goals, I think that will be the upside play there for Hawthorn. I think that's why Melbourne would have liked him at 12. In the end, they decided on Latrell Pickett. I suppose we'll talk about them when we get up to them because that was an interesting set of events.
Clubs are looking at this type of player now and they're seeing Jordan Dawson a lot. That guy that is at times been a intercepting defender, because I think that's the next position where you go, Cam Nan could play that. He could drift across, take marks and use his foot skills. Mitch Marsh is in that same category as well.
That's right.
But if they turn into a big-bodied sort of combative inside mid who can also mark the football, get a couple of contested marks a game, it's gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Schubert, this will be an interesting one. It's probably a big year for Mitch Lewis. To bank probably the best available key position forward in this draft. Schubert, I think, could have gone earlier had the right team been in that place. and they have Mitch Lewis, who will be an unrestricted free agent next year. It will depend on the trajectory of a Schubert. How quickly do you think he could develop?
He's interesting because I do think he's got aspects to his game that will fit in straight away, and his running is a real strength, so he can get around and be involved in the game without just being a deep forward. Like a lot of guys get really starved inside forward 50. I don't think that would happen to him, but at the same time, if you deploy a player like this, you sort of want them to play as a key position forward, and I think he's still got a long way to grow. I think he's a December-born guy. I think he was the youngest player in the draft, actually, Aiden Schubert. So he's very lightweight. He takes a lot of his marks at the moment from his reach.
Yeah,
just having those, puts those long arms out, and he's quite tall. So I think he's probably going to play some VFL to begin with,
for sure. Yeah,
but there's an outside chance, and again, we talk about this like new fifth bench spot that's opened up, and a lot of teams are looking to play an extra ruckman in that role. Could Schubert fill that role and be a bit more of an around the ground ruckman? He's played that role too.
That's true. Yeah. We got a question from Pominos. Says, do you think this draft was the real benchmarker of modern day recruiting? No rucks taken who are old school. Greaves, NHH, Hibbins Hargreaves, that is, all overlooked. The new age of must be mobile, two-way, well-rounded across the board. The death of physicality is a one-wood and now a huge shift to upside skill, use, and athletic profiles. Yeah, I do agree.
The only thing with that is Hibbins Hargreaves doesn't fit that.
Yeah, agreed. It's certainly relevant to Greaves, but I agree on the two-way running in particular. I think in the transition game, the era, the emphasis less on. Contest is always going to be important, but it's not as the only thing you can do. Yeah.
The problem is when you're looking at professional sport and the way that it's going, the way that you can get, you can get an advantage is being more athletic, right? So the skill is always important and it's always a fundamental, but if you can't run, and like I suppose Greaves is probably the example here, if there's a guy like Sam Cumming who's explosive and can run through the midfield, Greaves just can't go with him.
Yeah.
Yes, he can win the ball, but the opposition can win the ball back off Greaves and he can't go. And that's problematic. So I think that's that sort of inside mid situation.
Yeah.
That's really, really changing. And the more athletic players get, these guys get left behind. The ruck situation's a little bit different, isn't it? Because a lot of it's to do with changing rules as well.
Yeah.
With the jumping and stuff like that. So I think teams have had to adapt on the run a little bit to that one.
Yeah.
I don't think every team knew that was coming in over the last few years. So it'll be interesting to see how teams go. Like Lloyd Meek is kind of that old school ruckman. Tristan Sherry is a little bit, I think he's maybe a little bit more adaptable, but maybe we will see it. Maybe we'll see kind of the Max Gawn type come back a little bit more.
Yeah. Or at least just not drafted early. It feels too risky if you're drafting that kind of ruck.
Which was still the conversation, I think, with Cooper Duff Tight. Like, even though he's one that suits the new ruck rules, it's always just still a bit more of a risk to draft that type of player.
Yeah, absolutely. Who would do that?
Yeah.
And Greaves is a really good selection, though, at the rookie draft. I do wonder if this conversation also applies to a Fred Rodriguez, who also slid down the rankings over a more prolonged period of time than a Greaves. The Greaves was a bit more rapid this year.
Yeah.
But Fred probably also falls into the same bracket.
TL73 says, I was thinking Merritt when I saw Dalton. I actually like that. That's a good comparison.
Yeah. Merritt was also drafted at 38, I reckon, or 36, something like that. Yeah. He was actually drafted to Essendon when his brother was there. And I remember thinking, they just picked him because his brother plays there. Like, so many clubs do. Geelong just did it. But it ended up being, a captain.
Sure. I like that comparison.
Yeah. Melbourne. Another draft where they dip in early and somewhat leave early as well. Selecting Xavier Taylor and Latrell Pickett, probably contrasting types, absolutely, and probably contrasting in terms of safety, just in the sense that Pickett being a bolter and having less of a body of work makes him the risk. And Xavier Taylor, absolutely probably the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of risk, I would have thought. And then Thomas Matthews drafted at pick 30. What did you make of these picks, Dylan?
Yeah, I think they were dictated to. So firstly, I think they end up with Farrow and Taylor if they're on the board. I think that was probably their preference.
Sure. Yes.
But Essendon snapped up Farrow, which was slightly unexpected. I reckon when they saw that Sam Grill had been taken by Richmond, they would have been pivoting one way, and then when Farrow went, they pull back a little bit. I think they also would have been happy with Dyson Sharp as well, but just how the cookie sort of crumbled, they went, well, we can get Latrell.
Yeah.
It sort of worked out pretty well. And then Thomas Matthews there at pick 30, which was a bit of not a bit of a bolter, it just was a bolter. But apparently there is some relationship there. I don't know if this is people just overthinking it a little bit, but he's like really good mates with Bailey Humphrey.
Bailey Humphrey, yeah.
Who they're looking to draft in the next couple of years as well. So take what you will from that. It's an interesting draft. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's okay to pay up for Latrell Pickett if you really rate him and you think, you've got Cozzy Pickett there and you think that's going to help keep him. I think it's a pretty good move. Taylor's an absolute Rolls Royce of a defender and he's a good replacement for pretty much either Jake Lever or Stephen May. So he can fill either one of those roles. And they've drafted really well in other years as well. So they're building out a team, I feel, not necessarily from the midfield out. They're kind of building it out with attributes and it's going to start to come together pretty soon for the D's, I reckon.
Absolutely. We got a comment here, which is interesting. They snuck Pickett in and lied about Nan interest early so that Pickett plan was done days before. Yeah, they did. They snuck Pickett in to the draft, which is interesting.
Nan must have never actually been.
It's possible. One possible theory is that they realised they needed to draft Pickett when they saw Toomey's mock, which I'm sure they look at, by the way. But or maybe not look at his mock, even though I think they would. Yeah. But once it became evident that GWS were all over Pickett, it became a decision that
he was mocked to North, wasn't he?
He was. Where did North pick for?
15.
Yeah, and then you had GWS after that. So in any sense, Melbourne could have potentially, like Toomey originally said, Melbourne could have maybe traded back to get Pickett, but that probably became increasingly unlikely when they realised that GWS and potentially North Melbourne would be the clubs looking at him. Is there a scenario that they thought that maybe they slip back and take Nan and Pickett? Maybe they were interested in both players.
So I assume you mean that pick 30 where they use Matthews. That would have become a leverage point.
No, had they traded, say, what was 12 down to two later picks?
Gotcha. Okay.
Is that possible? I'm just speculating here, to be honest. It is possible that Pickett was the target the whole time, but then at the same time, why go to those lengths? Nobody would have taken Pickett before that, I would have thought.
I feel like, though, with a decent amount of time out from the draft, with I agree with you on the they could have traded thing, but if they were stuck at these picks, they couldn't have really done anything there. It was one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's just why were they playing games?
Yeah.
I don't really understand that.
Unless Sully Roby's not there for Essendon, Taylor gets sucked into that pick, and then also Farrow gets sucked into that as well, and they didn't want Dyson Sharp, and they would have gone in that situation, Latrell Pickett and Cam Nan.
Yeah.
But that seems less likely.
But somebody else should have slipped through in that instance anyway.
Yeah.
So,
someone's got to get through.
Like a grill.
Yeah.
Mind you, Toomey didn't have Melbourne selecting them.
Toomey said that they weren't that keen on Sam Grill. Who knows if that's true? That's right. I feel like I always thought it was pretty unlikely that Sam Grill was going to get through to Hawthorn, where it was suggested that he get through to.
Sure, yeah.
Too much talent.
Yep. They also picked up Riley Onley, I should say. In
great
the draft. Yeah, that was worth mentioning.
Yeah, and they got Kalani White too, father, son.
Yep, son of Jeff, who is also a content creator now.
You've
seen much of his content?
Yeah, he is actually.
It's
quite
quite
does some
insightful.
game breakdowns. It's quite good.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, Kalani's a bit more of a project, but as is Riley Only, but he's a really well-performed junior player and has some serious traits, like all these big-bodied mids. He's a Sully Roby type. He's more explosive than that, though. He just needs to work on some of the technical skills, and he could be a serious player.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, a good mix of upside and safety there, I think, with Taylor. And that's not to knock his talent. I think he's going to be a very good player. And again, certainly something they haven't drafted yet in this new phase, like since they got Windsor or you probably go back to 21 when they got Van Rooyen.
Yeah, I mean, Riley Only's potentially, he's that sort of Christian Petrarca replacement, I suppose. I mean, I know they'll probably look to like a Bailey Humphrey in the trade period for that type of player, but he's another one like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So far so good for the D's in a year where they had no first rounder. Obviously, they get these two players in via Christian Petrarca's exit.
Love it. North Melbourne.
Let's skip this one. Who else is next? What about the Eagles?
Let's come back to the Kangaroos.
No.
Lockie Dobeston at pick 17 from the Eastern Rangers. Blake Threadgold from Sturt at pick 26. And Hugo Makunda at pick 48 from the Geelong Falcons. Jesse, rate this trade period. Christ, we don't do trades.
Hugo Makunda. It means no worries for the rest of your days.
Good one.
That might be my cleverest pun.
Someone
and it's a
wrote
low
in the
bar.
comments from our last stream that you're like, Jesse is so funny.
I don't get that
And
a
I was
lot.
like,
so
he's
that-
really not.
Oh, you sound like my girlfriend. Anyway,
What do you reckon?
I think, look, I'm not going to pretend to know too much about Hugo Makunda, but Doveston and Threadgold, I think, are excellent selections from a talent point of view and a suitability point of view. I think Threadgold could have gone earlier. It's probably just about the right club being there. In North Melbourne, we're probably the right club in terms of a list need point of view. I think he comes in and maybe your strongest key position prospect that you have on the list. Would you agree with that?
So bloody excited for Threadgold. Like, you
Yeah.
wouldn't believe. He looks like an absolute Rolls Royce
Yes.
of a key position defender. I want to throw this question to you. Gun to your head, Harry Dean, Blake Threadgold. Who are you taking?
I like Threadgold a little more, but there's also a little bit of a cognitive bias when you're looking at prospects, and I kind of ignore the club-tied players. So I must have seen a little bit more of Threadgold, to be honest. But I think he probably, with his athletic profile, I like the fact that he's quick. Not to say that Dean's not, but Threadgold's taller. And while, Dean's a very competitive player as well, I like that. But Threadgold's taller and his athletic profile, I think he actually does have more potential.
I agree. And I think he's just as, like, one of Dean's, major traits is how competitive he is, how tenacious he is. And I think Threadgold has that as well. I think they're kind of even in those kind of intangible type parts of their game. And then Threadgold has the athleticism as well. He's probably got a little bit as far as like positioning and stuff like that to go. It comes into an AFL club. He's probably played less football overall than someone like a Dean as well. So more upside. I love the pick. And I think it's a massive steal that we got him in the mid-20s.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the expected pick from a while out. It was almost like too good to be true that it actually happened. When you
could have taken him realistically? Do you think? Hawks?
Yeah, Hawks. There's no reason for the Hawks not to take him, considering like Barris is 30. Like they will need a player in like 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think like they'd be a no, and I think the talent would have been right. Fremantle. Again, Alex Pearce on the way out, probably in the next three.
You could have just taken him and banked him.
Yeah. Did you pick before Fremantle? You didn't. You did.
No,
you
they were
picked after
25.
him.
They were the last pick of the first round.
Yeah.
And then we were the first of the second.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. What about, I don't know, maybe not GWS. Honestly, I think West Coast could have picked him had we not needed a midfielder or running player rather, ground level player, I should say.
you linked him to the Dogs at one point. I think they were pretty much set on that sort of small distributing defender. They really wanted a Josh Lindsay or a Lockie Carmichael, who they got in the end. So they probably weren't going to do it. But I think he would have been one that would have been a need.
Yeah.
I just don't reckon they would have wanted to put the development into him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Essendon had a pick a little bit later, they wouldn't, who do they pick in the third? Dyson Sharp. They would have gone Sharp anyway. But let's say that they had ended up with a pick a little bit later. They could have been a contender. But I suppose you're right. It's just the way that the cards were dealt. He slipped through. I think it's a bargain. And Lockie Doveston as well is a great fit for North. I mean, it's some parts of the internet and AFL media, they were criticised for not taking Nick Watson. And Lockie Doveston maybe not as the same upside, comparing them as 18-year-olds, but not too much of a difference there, I would have thought. I actually think there's a lot of talent there.
Yeah. I think Doveston's a guy that also can give you a little bit more higher up the ground. He probably doesn't have quite the same insane instincts that a Nick Watson has close to goal.
Yeah.
But he can be involved as that kind of high forward as well, which is a little bit of a point of difference for him. He's got a lot of character and enthusiasm as well, which I think is really important for North Melbourne. That's what this draft feels like to me. We usually draft good players that don't have that character piece. And I feel like this year we've got Doveston, we've got Threadgold. The fans are so excited about Threadgold already. I'm absolutely loving it.
Yeah.
Doveston's in there. He's going to the pub after the draft, going to the Crown, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's cool.
That is cool. And we said that they made up some ground on the infamous trade last year of trading with a pick that eventually became Sam Grill, but managed to just trade 2 seconds to get back into the first round and pick a player that is probably more needed than some of the other guys before. I mean, you could have probably used a Sam Grill, but we're just talking about making up ground, and I think end up with Doveston here, another first round pick.
Yeah.
I think it's a great result.
I think where we're at now, and obviously you don't know what's going to happen because several of these players could fail, et cetera, but where we're at right now, it's kind of worked out better for North Melbourne in the end. I think we've almost not won the trade against Richmond because Richmond also won the trade, but I think we haven't lost it anymore from where we sit right now. That doesn't mean it was a good trade.
Yeah.
But
I see what you're saying, yeah. It does depend. It depends on how Whitlock and Dovison, who hasn't played a game, turn out.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, we don't know that. I'm just saying where we sit now with because my criticism was that draft after draft, we're getting midfielders. So eventually we need to invest some quality in those different positions. I think we've been able to do that now.
And it's a player that Dovison in particular is a player that I think can make your team look better next year because he's got that finished product, like the end product rather. When you guys became a really rock solid like stoppage and contested team now, if you get these players and even an 18-year-old Dovison who could do that, who can finish off some of that work, that actually is a player that improves you in next season, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and a massive need as well. I've just noticed people saying that I'm hating on Harry Dean. I'm absolutely not. I just love Blake Threadgold.
Yeah, somebody, Mbert said the same thing, that it's more Threadgold love than Dean hate.
Yeah, like I love it. Dean's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I feel like that's getting convoluted because I'm talking about the picks that Carlton didn't get back as well. But it's nothing against Dean.
Yeah.
Great player.
You also said this before North ever took to Threadgold. I heard you say that you loved Threadgold.
I loved it.
So
yeah,
I'll back you up
it's rare for me to get North Melbourne getting the players that I really wanted.
Yeah, that's true.
It just feels like this one's come out, like the others haven't.
Yeah.
Strange.
That's a good point. And Makunda?
Makunda, he's that real connection piece. he actually is, though. He's a hard-working high forward that gets up the ground. Really good kick, really good decision maker. Clearly, he's one that you watch. If you checked out his highlights, you wouldn't be blown away. He's not, it's not like rapid pace or anything like that. It's just nice movement, decision making. Sets up players. I can see a little smirk coming in on your face from reading the comments.
I'm thinking about Hugo Makunda for the rest of your days. That's all that's happening in my head right now. I'm sorry.
Got a monkey splashing the cymbals.
Yeah. It's got to be, sorry to interrupt, but it's got to be a chant for North Melbourne fans next year, or whenever he's playing.
It probably will, and it'll probably end up super cheesy.
Yeah.
but we'll love it. So I think he's another positional need. We lack those small forwards. I've talked about it with Paul Curtis is a dynamic, strong, powerful guy, but we need those nippity guys that are just setting up play as well. Makunda and Charlie Spargo will probably, start to operate on those high half forward roles if Charlie Spargo can get into the team, but I hope Makunda can early.
Yeah, great results. Well done, North Melbourne. No rookie selections. So we'll move on to the Port Adelaide Football Club, and let's really dig deep into this strategy.
Yeah, and this is a big one.
One player across the two drafts in Jack Watkins in the Sandfall. Admittedly, I don't know too much about him, but a very curious decision to bypass a draft entirely. I've never seen that before. You can tell when clubs don't rate drafts, they trade into the future, etc. But this season, who they get? Will Brodie, they got Jacob Ware, and they got Durden. So really favouring some mature players there, and they did trade into the future as well.
The only one that they didn't get that was a big fish on the board that would have suited this strategy was Fiorini. He would have just completed that, wouldn't he? If he got all four of those kind of players.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm the same, and it's more curious given the fact that the South Australian talent was so strong.
Yeah.
So they've just evacuated.
They have. I mean, I think they went into the year without the first though, because of somehow that got missed in it actually left Port Adelaide in the Lukosius and Houston and Joe Richards deals.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you lose one of your best players and still end up without a first round pick?
Yeah.
The following year.
Yeah.
Dan Houston, that is curious. I'm talking about.
But did they not have one? I probably shouldn't labour on this because I don't remember off the top of my head, but did they not have one last year? And
and then the Houston one gave them Berry.
It basically just, because they traded Houston and got Lukosius and they got Richards, they basically moved that first rounder into the present.
Yeah.
Or the past now as we look at it, but in 2023, and that ended up being Joe Berry.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct.
You're right. It doesn't seem like
they traded up for Berry too. They must have given something away when they traded.
They gave West Coast a pick in the 40s.
Okay.
Yeah, to move up two
Nothing
spots.
Major.
Yeah, no. That pick became Tom Gross in the end.
Yeah. No, I agree though. There was a lot of, I feel like every trade that Port Adelaide are involved in, like the Lukosius stuff, and there was that Rory Atkins was a part of that as well, wasn't he? They always come out of these really convoluted trades, and picks have gone everywhere, and it's hard to tell exactly what's happened, but they
Yeah.
seem to always end up slightly screwed. Is that just
Yeah, I mean, the Houston deal was unfortunate that he nominated Collingwood.
yeah, because they didn't have the picks, did
Yeah,
they? And then Port Adelaide kind of just said, we'll get it done for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit rough. But in any case, in terms of this draft, we do know that they have had a massive win in recent times, and that's Dougie Cochran being eligible for their Next Generation Academy, which I don't know the specifics of, but there was some doubt whether that was going to happen. And for those unaware, Dougie Cochran is possibly the number 1 pick next year. So Port Adelaide has been banking picks next year. Again, I'm not fully across the rules in terms of like, I don't think it will help them to have like 5 second rounders to match the bids. Like it helps them this year. But either way,
they need a first rounder.
But they do have future assets naturally. And then there's also what happens with Zach Butters. So I think this will all play out in its own way.
They're in serious trouble though, Port Adelaide, with where their list is at.
It does feel like it really needs they need to have a strong draft next year. And if that starts with Dougie Cochran, that's not too bad. But, Zach Butters leaving would generate another top pick for them.
Yep.
So that
Jackson Horne-Francis might want to come home. Back to the Kangaroos.
Come home to North Melbourne.
Yeah.
No, I don't see that happening.
Tearing up the ladder.
Yeah, but no, I agree. They're in a precarious position. And I suppose this year the strategy was to bolster the team with mature players on 1-year contracts, see who comes good, and then attack the draft. But it does seem like a bad time with Tasmania around the corner to exit a draft entirely.
Yeah. And then not really have too much coming through in the future other than, as you said, Dougie Cochran.
Yeah. So, as far as top-end talents go, if they can build a team around Cochran, Horne-Francis, and then Rosie, maybe not Butters. I mean, that's not too bad, but, they're going to be competing in the Tasmania
Their key
era.
position stocks are bad.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, if Berry comes good, that'll be a huge win. He obviously needs more time, but I think overall, like, Georgiades is a good player, but what else do they have in that forward line? I'm not too sure.
They're going to have to re-image their list over the next few years, and just a lot of their strategy is going to have to be about targeting SA talents coming home.
Yeah.
And that is not insignificant because SA has produced a number of good talents over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Totally.
They've already got some. But that is going to be that's going to have to be a central part of re-imaging the list with enough talented players.
Yep.
I don't know who those players are going to be, but there was a lot of SA kids drafted this year.
I like R. says Port haven't made a bad selection.
That's true. Yeah. No, they absolutely nailed it. Smashed it out of the park, as you said.
It's a good way to save face. So Richmond are next. I reckon a lot of people want to hear about Richmond. What did they do, Jesse?
They took Coming in Grill at 7 and 8. And then they got Zane Piker at pick 31. I do want to call him Puker every time I read that name, but I'm going to stick with the pronunciation that everyone else is using. And Noah Roberts-Thompson, cousin of the Sydney Swans premiership player. Lewis, that's right. I remember him well. So obviously went into this year having banked a first rounder from North Melbourne. That ended up being Sam Grill and added 2 dynamic players that are distinctly different from anyone they got last year.
I think they've smashed this out of the park, and I'm going to tell you why. I think if you look at who they drafted last year, Sammy Lawler, big-bodied mid that can kick the football, beautiful skills, very technical. Josh Smiley, the same, not as powerful and as explosive as Sam Lawler, but really, really good foot skills. And then this year, they've gone for that tenacious in and under guy in Sam Cumming. He gets to the ball quicker than anyone else from contest. He's also got that forward utility, the fact that he can jump and take marks. He's not the best kick, but when you've got Lawler and Josh Smiley next to him, you just get that perfect balance. He's a little, George Wardlaw, Matty Rao in and under guy who's just going to go for the ball and get it out to the Lawlers and the Smileys and whatnot. Not that Smiley's really an outside player, but probably more Lawler. And then they've got Grill, and he's the other one that can be a receive type player. He's got that leg speed, fast feet at stoppages to be able to get out. I think they've built a midfield here that's completely sustainable because of all of the different types in there. They're not going to end up with too many slow, big-bodied players. They've got players there with positional flexibility that can push forward, can push to half back, go in different spots as well, and they can all run.
Yeah. Yeah, as you said, distinctly different from what they got last year. Sam Grill in particular, I've said his movement is probably unparalleled in the league in terms of not only in a straight line, but just like getting out of trouble spinning with his agility. And I feel like out of the prospects, he's going to make the most impact early.
Sam Grill?
Yeah, out of the Richmond selections, that is.
Yeah, interesting.
And possibly more. But
I think Sam Cumming will impress people with his attack on the ball.
Yes.
Particularly like commentators and pundits tend to like that kind of stuff. It's in and under. And I remember when George Wardlaw did burst on the scene, just the way that he attacked it.
Yeah.
People do love that. So he will. But Grill, as you said, he'll be able to come in and take like a more outside type position. And I think people talk about Grill, they're like, oh yeah, he's a bit lightweight and, he's got a lot of upside, but what could he be? What's his flaw? I actually think he has a good flaw because the worst case scenario is he plays off half back or he plays a wing role, an outside role. And the best case scenario, he goes inside and he's a Zach Butters clone.
Does he distribute the ball well enough for that?
Yeah, he's a good kick. I mean, I don't he's not a Lindsay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like his cross-body stuff and those kind of low daggers inside forward 50, not so much, but he's got the pace and explosiveness to get out of those situations a bit more. He's not going to get caught on the ball much.
Yeah. Sam Grill is probably, the reason I said that he might be the one to make the most impact is while Sam Cumming is relatively ready-made, like in terms of the fact that he's played SANFL footy and arguably played his best footy up in that senior competition, I think he's going to have to do a longer apprenticeship to play the role he's going to, if that makes sense. He's also going to be playing behind Taranto and Hopper if he were to be a full-time midfielder straight away, which is probably unlikely. But Sam Grill, I think, with Taranto, Hopper, Prestia, Lawler, Smiley, even are guys who are a year older than him, I think he's going to have an easier time playing that role. And I think with his traits, that leg speed, I'm sort of repeating things I said about Dill Patterson, but I think there is a real, I can clearly see Sam Grill lighting up the MCG at times next year, to be honest. So
he'll go on some marauding runs.
Yeah. So yeah, a really good balance. This has been a 2-year project here for Richmond. Of taking, like they went tall heavy last year, a little bit tall heavier than some expected, and they've balanced it now with 2 dynamic midfielders.
That's the top end. That's without speaking about Zane Piker.
Exactly, yeah.
Who I think is a really good, one of those like really strong role compliant players. Like he's not an absolute superstar. I don't think he's quite as quality as like your Nick Watson, even Lockie Doveston type players, but he's someone that has genuine pace and can create a lot of headaches inside forward 50 when the ball hits the ground. Very clean, composed, and opportunistic when he gets those opportunities. And then Roberts Thompson is, I think, just another nice little utility player that can play lots of different positions. I think he can run through the midfield. He's a good kick of the footy. Good pace, underrated pace, and that really shown at the combine as well. I think he did a sub 3 second 20 metre sprint and had a good balance of speed and agility there as well. And he just makes good decisions. And I think he can be like similar to what I said about Hugo Mukunda, just a connection piece and someone that's never going to be a star of the team, but he's going to do a role really, really well. And again, it shows Richmond's overall recruiting philosophy that they don't just look at a draft board that they have players ranked on. They're being very considerate about every selection.
Yes. Yeah. We have a question here from This Is Judge Judy. Does Richmond not taking Taylor impact their list negatively in a couple of years when Vlastuin and Broad retire? Only left with Bolter, Miller, Gray and Gibkiss as tallbacks. Well, I mean, I think that's not too bad.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's that's not too precarious. I would also say I feel like a Sam Grill is harder to find.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, like if he's a bust, then it will look silly. But I think in terms of the replaceability piece, with all due respect to Taylor, because I think he's a gun, Sam Grill could be the player that you only get one opportunity to draft.
Yeah,
I think
Sam Grill's not going to be a bust.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply he was, but
no, I didn't think you were saying that, but I'm very confident on Sam Grill. You've also like throw in a couple of other guys into that mix as well. You've got like as running defenders, you've got Sam Banks, but you've also got like a Tom Brown.
Is Rejko quick?
Nah,
Okay.
He's a great runner.
Just he's
not
ground.
He doesn't have like that explosive pace.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think they've got plenty coming through. I mean, obviously a player like Xavier Taylor, the leadership piece and being like a genuine future proofing of those players would have been nice, but you've done well.
Yep. Absolutely. Should we move to St Kilda Football Club?
Yes.
Bastards is the one word I have to open this address.
Tell us why, Jesse.
I'll take off the Eagles hat for this one. I actually really like their draft. Well, I actually really don't have an opinion on Fincher and Burns was a redraft, but so we're going to go.
I really like their draft. I like one pick. I like their pick 41.
Well, they took 2 picks. really. Like Ryan Burns, we have to exclude. I think Charlie Banfield was a really good pick for this selection. Like it was the sort of draft where it was starting to open up. We were getting random bids on players that we didn't expect in that order. We're getting more speculative types. And I don't think Charlie Banfield is super speculative. He may not have the highest ceiling of any other prospect, but I think in terms of a guy who doesn't have too many deficiencies, I think Charlie Banfield is a really strong prospect. He's well performed at under 18 level. Not so much the champs, but certainly the Colts competition. We are talking about a later pick here anyway.
He had a sneaky good champs though.
Yeah, just probably not in the role that I think he plays
No.
later. But what did you think of his champs?
No, I thought his champs were really good. I think overall it can be easy to get caught on WA a little bit because they're not a strong team.
Yeah.
And as you said, like he played more of that key position forward role. And when you're playing that role in a poor team, you can get hidden. And he's kind of playing second fiddle to someone like a Curtin, who's kind of the main target down there.
Yeah.
But he looked a lot better in the second half of the season playing in WA in the Colts, just playing midfield roles, playing wing roles, and just being like a genuine marking utility. And that's where you get to see how well he can run, cover the ground. He was, I think, in that state combine, he won the 2K time trial. So a serious runner. Great ground level skills for someone of that size. And if you look at some of the other players in this draft that got taken in the top end, Mitch Marsh and Cameron Nairn, is Banfield that much worse than them?
I don't think so. I feel like he's a safe bet. Again, like a high floor. Not sure if he becomes an All-Australian midfielder one day, but if you're looking at a prospect who doesn't have deficiencies, like I said, like he's not an elite kick by any stretch, but he wins the footy on the inside, he wins it on the outside. He's performed well in big games, contextually in the Colts Grand Final, won the best on ground, and can go forward and take a mark. I think St Kilda at pick 41, I don't think there was too many better players they could have picked. And
we'll get to West Coast in a second, but I think the matching conversation probably stems back to West Coast actual list themselves. And like, do they have a lot of similar players to Charlie Banfield? Could that have been the thinking there?
I don't think so, to be honest. I mean, you could probably draw vague similarities between him and Hamish Davis, but I thought Davis,
I thought Hutchinson.
Yeah.
And there's one other. Marich in the past, but he's kind of gone behind the ball.
Yeah, I think Marich has moved away. I think Hutchinson, I suppose that's a fair comparison. I think Hutchinson's more athletic in terms of like leap and maybe speed.
Positionally, there's some crossover there.
I think Banfield's more of a footballer.
Okay.
Like with Hutch, I think he's still learning like craft. I think Banfield is an actual midfielder. Is there similarities there? Maybe. I still think of Hutch as speculative, and so is Banfield, but I don't think we do ignore Banfield because of Hutch, if that makes sense. I think Banfield deserved the national draft spot.
That's fair. That is a very, very fair call. I think the other players there for the Saints, 52, they get Kai Fincher, the NGA. He's just a really solid footballer as well. Plays across halfback for the Sandringham Dragons, was one of their best performed all year. Kicks the ball really, really well. He's got good football smarts and has a little bit of low-key athleticism. I've seen him take a number of big, high-flying marks where you're like, how did he get off the ground so much? Like, he just looks like a kind of 180-centimetre mid-type player. But yeah, he really impressed me there. And he plays for the East Brighton Vampires, which is a really cool name.
That is a sick name. Yeah. What a fun fact.
You asked me actually the other night who's the most handsome player in the draft.
I did not ask you that. You asked that.
Did I?
Yes.
I swear you asked that question.
No, you asked.
Oh, okay.
He
would be one of them.
There was somebody talking. Was it Fincher? It may have actually been Fincher. And I said, wow, this kid's handsome. Yeah, I think I said that.
I swear I didn't bring that up.
No, you're right. I suppose I brought it up, but then you asked who's the most.
Okay.
And then you also offered Sully Roby. So you'd obviously been thinking about it all day.
I've been thinking a lot. Clearly. Sydney Swans.
Yes, before we do that, I want to shout out a super chat here. I also need to pee again, which is a massive shock.
Oh, okay.
I'm drinking a lot of I'm sorry. Lat94, thank you so much for your support. West Coast trade Ryan, Saints future second, and Banfield for Lindsay. Well, yeah, obviously that's not exactly how it worked out, but we did trade a future second from St Kilda to get Lindsay. We let Banfield and Lindsay are unrelated. And we basically the Ryan trade doesn't look very good now because we burned that in a live trade. But I suppose we'll get to West Coast.
We will discuss that in a second.
Yeah, but there's a bit of outgoing there. To be honest.
You need to.
I do. Yeah.
Tizzle.
Yeah.
I'll get to some of these comments. The Diablo 3WD. West Coast Eagles were more interested in mids. They didn't want 3 small forwards. West Coast Eagles were more interested in mids. They didn't want 3 small forwards. Who were the 3 small forwards we're talking about there? So, okay. Yeah, sure. Was there a third? No, okay. Yeah, Williams and Wally. Okay. There's a few here from the Diablo. Xavier Taylor told Essendon their defence needs work to Redmond. He said it on Gettable. So, yeah, Redmond and Essendon probably weren't happy. I mean, people saying there about the red flags personality-wise, is that a bad thing to say? I mean, I get it. You sort of, you on some level, you want him to come in and earn his stripes, and that's a little bit facetious by him. But at the same time, like, is that necessarily a bad thing to say that it needs work? It probably does, doesn't it? I mean, Essendon were a pretty poorly performed team, and he was probably just trying to, in a way, probably trying to show his confidence as well. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but particularly on the field, I saw him as a player that was very hardworking and someone that led teams. So I never saw any character issues with Xavier Taylor. Not at all. We have more chats coming in down the bottom here. Discuss the Blues loading up picks. We're talking about for the future there. Discuss the Blues loading up picks. Are we just talking about the fact that they traded back?
What exactly did they bank next year? I think somebody said there was 2 future seconds.
2 future seconds.
Oh, and then, of course, the Curnow Hall.
Yeah.
Which is another future first from Sydney.
Yeah. They didn't get the future second, though, from the draft capital of 2025.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Jasper at ESPN rated West Coast draft as the worst of any team. Wow. I didn't see that. That seems stiff considering Dersma CDT were at the top of that.
Yeah, I think I read a little bit on that. I didn't read the actual article, but I think it was related to the perceived F-ups.
Yeah, I still don't think that makes you the worst. Like Port Adelaide?
Yeah, well.
I suppose you separate Port Adelaide.
They did not make any mistakes.
Yeah, but I mean, did say Collingwood really walk away with better players? I think that's a stretch to say they're the worst. And I am someone who has been, I think, pretty balanced on West Coast in this draft. We will get to West Coast soon anyway.
Yeah. We're at Sydney. Should we have a look at theirs? They started the draft at 14 after the bid came from GWS. GWS traded up to make that bid at pick 14 on Harry Kyle. A prospect, absolutely. A player that's converted from rugby league, so he doesn't have all of those, I guess, innate football AFL skills that some players have. He doesn't have the body of work, but he was a bolter in this draft and someone with unique athleticism, being compared to Finn Callaghan. So Sydney get him, who at the start of the season definitely wasn't their highest rated academy prospect. It was all Chamberlain. It was Max King. It was Carmichael.
I reckon he might have even been 4th. Like at the start of the year, I actually remember doing a video on what the draft looks like in a year's time. I remember highlighting Chamberlain and King and Carmichael.
They were the 3.
That was at least the perception like December last year. So
Absolutely. Yeah, he came out of nowhere, really. They got Javon Philippou at pick 35.
Would not have picked that, hey? Like of all the clubs that we linked him to, you would have thought Sydney wouldn't be in the mix.
They went for the state level player in Billy Cootie at pick 42 just after Jevon, and then they got Max King with pick 49. I think that was a match. I don't think they just straight picked him. No, I think
somebody bid. Was it North? Maybe not North. It
may have been
North or the Bulldogs or something. Yeah, I'm not sure.
And then they got Noah Chamberlain and Liam Heatherton as well as a Cat B rookie out of the New South Wales region. That is a bloody awesome draft.
They did miss out on Chamberlain, which is worth actually digging into a little bit here because I think a bid became a little bit earlier than perhaps was expected at 21 from the Western Bulldogs, having maybe paid a little bit more than was anticipated for Harry Kyle. I don't know if they would have seen coming that GWS would trade up and bid, which meant maybe there was a point squeeze. Do you think they maybe let Chamberlain go thinking a King for bid? King
Carmichael go?
Yes, sorry. I have done that several times. I mean Carmichael.
Similar names.
Yeah. Do you think a bid for Carmichael they let go because they anticipated? Did I do it again?
No. I just read the last comment.
I thought I did it again.
Good from TL73. Sorry, I just read it.
Yeah, nice.
Continue, mate. Sorry.
Do you think they partially let Carmichael go because they anticipated a Max King bid imminently, and they were like, well, we need to make that work? Or do you think it was a case of we'd rather stay in the mix for a Philippou and a Cootie?
I don't 100% know on what their points crunch was at the time.
Yeah, but it did come earlier than expected, so I think we can assume that like they were like, oh shit, we don't have as many points as we thought we did.
I think the only way that you can look at them not matching Carmichael is that they prioritise King at any cost. They didn't want a world where they didn't get King.
Yeah.
That's the only way of looking at it. I mean, the bid ends up coming at 49.
Yeah, so they just had to match with their next pick. Had that come before 37, or 36, would have required some points, I think.
I don't think this is a massive loss for them overall, not getting Carmichael. I mean, the fact that they've ended up getting Jevon Philippou, I think they've probably got in a way, they've got a higher upside, more highly talented player overall in Jevon Philippou than Carmichael. Carmichael's a banker though. Like, he's a good footballer, metronomic from the back half. So he would have been a nice to have.
Yeah.
But do they not have plenty of guys that can move the football already for them?
Well, they certainly have Blakey.
And I mean, Goulden, he plays a different role, but
Yeah.
he sort of slides back across there and kicks the footy for them. So I don't know if they actually needed Carmichael, and that's probably what it ended up coming down to. And they probably think, well, Jevon Philippou, Max Kings are harder to find.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it was hard to anticipate exactly how the bids were going to come, and Max King at 49 was a lot later than pretty much anyone expected, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was only a few months ago we had him like late teens as a bid. So
they really like those. I mean, if you look at their overall midfield build with Heaney and Chad Warner, they like those explosive forward mid types as well, and Philippou and King both fit that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Max King does have a lot of upside. Obviously, probably needs to just demonstrate that ability. I think you were saying that he probably didn't get into the midfield as much as like. His player category changed. Like, he was an inside mid at the start of the year,
then he
I
went
reckon,
to a key forward,
and now he's a key forward. Yeah. So,
and that's really all we saw of him at any level. Really, he just played as a marking kind of third, like a bit of a roaming tool that took marks, and he took some big marks, but a lot of inconsistency, and that comes in that position a little bit. But yeah, he didn't outshine players in similar roles like Marsh and Nan for South Australia, for example. Just had some big moments. I think that's still important that he had the moments, but it wasn't consistent at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Was goal kicking an issue for him this year, or am I mixing that up?
There was that Allies game. I can't remember if it was specifically him though, or more of a team thing for the Allies. They kicked like 28 points in one of those games. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I remember noting that down because I had to look at, like, Jacob Farrow had like 31 for WA that day, and he had 14 kick-ins.
Yeah.
Because they were playing WA and they're just kicking points constantly. People saying illness in the champs and then an injury in preseason caused the slide. I mean, that would be a factor that would weigh into it for sure, but a lot of upside with the athleticism.
It's worth saying that Sydney have just paid a king's ransom for Charlie Curnow and walk away with a first rounder at 2 seconds and a third this year. So they've, through their academy system, were able to still access the draft this year and smashing off season.
Yeah.
They didn't lose anyone, did they? Oh, sorry. Yes, they did. Of course, Will Hayward and Ollie Florent.
Yeah, but then they got Curnow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Still, I'd say a pretty productive off season.
Yeah.
Hayward had to be part of that deal.
I think both in that overall deal, like, I think Sydney did really well and Carlton did really well.
Yeah.
Just for where they're at. West Coast.
Oh, these guys entered the draft at 1 and then kept picking until 4, basically, getting Willem Dersma at selection of 1. There's a lot of hype around Dersma as a prospect. He has a very sexy highlights package. It could impact, I think, it pretty immediately at AFL level. Maybe not like in a midfield role, but still going to be a very exciting prospect. A couple of players now taking a pick 1 at West Coast who could be taking hangers for at least the next 3 years. Cooper Duff-Tytler joined him at pick 4. Which was the expected pick by the end of it. Josh Lindsay at 19 was a trade-up using a future second. They obviously had a couple of bids on Murray and Adensall in the mix there. A bit of a surprise at 29. I didn't know what West Coast were going to do on day 2 in terms of like their academy players and whether or not we'd take the pick. Do we trade into the future? I think we did trade 34 into the future and banked 2 future thirds, which is not a huge outcome, but still not as better than nothing. And then matched Tyler Williams at 39 with, of course, a father-son and an academy player being picked up by other clubs, which caused some consternation. But I think in terms of the players West Coast got, good value at each selection, you think?
I think overall, I'm ranking that as a very good draft as far as the players that you were able to bring in. I think Willem Dersma had to be the number 1 pick. I think there was options for you with the second pick. I don't think you had to go Cooper Duff-Tyler, but I can also see why you would. I think Josh Lindsay's a bit of a steal at pick 19 and probably the first player in this crop that can maybe move the needle for you in 2026 as far as performance. Then you got Sam Allen with that next pick. I think that's a sensational pick in the fact that you missed the midfielder at the top end of the draft. Sam Allen is that guy. He's going to take a while though with the knee, but he has leadership. I think he was the perfect player that you could have picked there, and he's an accumulating type midfielder, someone that can cover the ground and has a bit of upside with that athleticism as well. I've compared him a bit to Andy Brayshaw with his running ability and the defensive side of his game as well, which is really strong. And then you ended up getting Tyler Williams at the end, that small forward who is probably an upgrade on some of the other small forwards that you've got in recent times, like Malachi Champion. I think he can get up the ground a little bit more and help out. I think we've got to talk about some of the negative accusations that have been thrown at West Coast through this as well. The first one being that you traded up to get a double bid. Let's start here anyway. You traded up to get a double bid on Jai Murray into Bo Adensul, which was, in theory, you wanted Bo Adensul. He was a player that you wanted. You bid on Murray, which eats up the points for Gold Coast. They can't match on Adensul, and you take him, and you've actually traded up to do that. And then did you get blindsided by the fact that they didn't have enough points?
It's hard to tell. I think it's entirely likely West Coast probably anticipated, and I have read this from parts of the internet, I'm not sure 100% correct, but I think the expectation from West Coast and other clubs was that Gold Coast wouldn't match, even if they had points. I think that was the belief. Yep. It is possible West Coast also...
On Adensul.
On Adensul specifically, sorry, not Jai Murray.
Yep.
I think West Coast did try and squeeze Gold Coast by bidding on Murray to try and land Adensul. And to do so, they traded a future second to move up, which is also part of the equation here. As it happened, Gold Coast decided to match Adensul, which was a bit of a surprise. In the end, I would probably prefer Lindsay for us. I know we needed a midfielder more, but I think, as you said, Lindsay probably has some tricks that Adensul doesn't. So I think I don't think this would get talked about at all if West Coast hadn't traded that future second. So it remains to be seen what was West Coast doing. By trading that future second, did they think that that was in a bid to get Adensul and that blew up? Or did they also think we need to trade up, and if we don't take Adensul, we'll get Lindsay because Hawthorn or the Western Bulldogs, who could have traded up as well, may have got in there and stolen.
Dogs would have been the one, I reckon.
Yes, yeah.
I don't think Hawthorn were...
Well, given that Hawthorn traded back with us, they could have traded back with the Dogs as well. So if the Dogs may have wanted to trade up, that's something we don't know.
Yeah.
So I'll hold off on the criticisms there. But in real time, it did look like we traded up to get a point squeeze that blew up, and it looked like that failed, and it looked like we just burned a future second.
The next thing that I would say, given how clear Kaltoumi was on his links to West Coast making that bid, firstly on Murray and Adensul, why would you have not prioritised bidding on Dylan Patterson higher than you did either at pick? I mean, you're allowed to do it at pick 1. I know not many do, but you could have, for example, you could have bid on Zeke Uland at pick 1 and Patterson at pick 2 if you wanted to. Absolutely make them pay up the maximum. Even if you just dropped it a little bit, I think Patterson's bid was 5. You could have made that bid 3 where you did the Dean bid.
Yeah.
That would have made them pay up more points and put more of a squeeze on them to get Adensul if that is the player that you wanted.
Yeah, I know. I think that's a very valid question. I think, listening to list managers talk, they sound like politicians a little bit, and they don't give you a straight answer. I think the explanation is that West Coast had their order and they were going to bid pretty religiously based on that order. But you'd think from a strategic point of view, it would have made sense if Adensul really was the guy we wanted to bid on Patterson there. When I think, the AFL community in general, the media, would have probably expected a Patterson bid before a Harry Dean bid.
Yeah.
So I thought that was quite curious the way West Coast ordered that, because
for
cannot be...
For no gain.
There's no strategic benefit to that other than maybe trying to, only 1% chance that Carlton don't match, which I don't think would have been a good outcome for our list balance anyway, because we would have not had CDT. So,
sure.
Very, very murky as to what West Coast did there. The decision-making does seem pretty questionable here, but at the same time, I don't have insight. I wasn't in the room. And there are little elements there. I cannot possibly explain why they didn't bid on Patterson, though. That's a strange one.
That's a strange one. So the next part is the NGAs and the father-sons. You obviously missed Banfield and you missed Kobe Evans. And you were actually given those extra list spots that you didn't use if I'm correct, right? Didn't the AFL open up some extra list spots?
They gave us rookie selections, which they have been committed to Dev Robertson, Harry Schonberg, and Finlay McRae, which I suppose is something you could debate in addition to. I think going into the night, West Coast had one rookie list spot, which was then used on Fred Rodriguez as well in the rookie draft.
Yep.
So I suppose the question that West Coast could be aimed at West Coast here to let these NGAs go. For me, it's not a debate of Sam Allen and Kobe Evans and Charlie Banfield, because I'm happy with Sam Allen. I'm not arguing that those guys should have been taken instead of Sam Allen.
I actually prefaced it with saying, if you actually just look at the outcome of the West Coast haul, it looks great.
Yeah. And Sam Allen, admittedly, I didn't know much about him when he was drafted, but researching him since, he fits the bill in terms of everything I've been wanting West Coast to draft. So I'm actually really comfortable with that.
I'm also certain, I think Richmond had the next pick or the pick after, they'd have taken him there.
Okay. Yeah, you're right, probably.
Yep.
So what this comes down to is West Coast had the option of moving a Jamie Cripps or a Tom Call or both to the rookie list in order to make space for the possibility that Kobe Evans and Charlie Banfield get bid on as well. It may have been that if we'd just done it with Cripps, we would have missed out on one of them anyway. And it may have been Banfield because he went second. I'm just flat we missed out on those players. Listening to West Coast, Matthew Clark, again, danced around the Jamie Cripps question, but he pretty strongly implied they didn't rate Evans and Banfield that highly, which I disagree with. But again, it's not for me to say that the club's wrong, because if I got upset about every draft pick we've ever had, I'd more often than not been wrong.
He's not going to get up there and say, we fucked it up.
No,
we actually tried to get them and we messed it up. We got distracted by what was going on with the Gold Coast, and then they ended up slipping through the cracks, which is a possibility.
Well, I think with Banfield and Evans specifically, this is that they're paying the price for a decision made weeks ago, Jamie Cripps. So I don't think anything on the night distracted West Coast. It's more like how, I would have loved West Coast to have facilitated it to be possible to get Evans or Banfield, or at least one of them. And I'm flat with that.
Do you think they had poor intel? Spinkscapes has just written there, other clubs rated Evans and Banfield highly enough to bid on them. Do you think there was an element that they maybe didn't realise those bids were going to come that high?
It's possible. And if so, yeah, that seems sloppy. I personally wouldn't have taken that risk. But yeah, West Coast did. And I wasn't super impressed to let those guys go, because they both fit from a needs point of view. I think they're underrated. Evidently, Brisbane and St Kilda agree. On the whole, though, while I'm flat about that, I don't want to get caught too much as a fan into what we lost versus what we got, which I think is still pretty significant. It's just, I suppose you could make the argument that every time West Coast had to make a decision, there was a question mark about it.
Yeah, it smells a little bit. As a North Melbourne fan, I've seen this movie before, because they go into situations and they make bad decisions and everyone's going why have they done that? What's going on? And they might be geniuses and they've got this grand plan, but it never turns out well.
Yeah.
So it's hard to actually trust them and believe them. And it feels like when you are down the bottom of the ladder, you're kind of down there for a reason. That's how I see it as a North Melbourne fan who's kind of lived it a little bit. Doesn't necessarily mean they're responsible for all these things, and maybe it did play out how they wanted it to. I agree with you. The actual overall draft haul is actually really, really good.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be too angry about it. But similar to what I said about North Melbourne's with that Matt Whitlock deal, that's a terrible deal that's sort of somehow worked out well for them.
Yeah.
But if you're making poor decisions like that on everything, how many are actually working out well for you?
Yeah, I agreed. I would say that in terms of us being in the position we're in, the decision makers that are here now are not responsible for us being a joke. So we have to remember that. We have to separate the two different administrations. So it's not as though, okay, West Coast are terrible, therefore they're likely to be wrong on Kobe Evans or Charlie Banfield. But at the end of the day, we are speculating that they messed it up when really they could have just not rated them that highly. And if that's the case, then we'll see in time. But I'm not going to pretend I wasn't really flat with it. But that doesn't... I've been flat on draft day before and it's turned out just fine, and vice versa.
Is there any outside of those academies and stuff at the top end? You get Dersma, you get Cooper Duff Tightly, you get Lindsay. Let's look at those three kind of, top end selections in the top 20. Anything you would have rathered, or you're very happy with that?
I think Lindsay made sense at the time.
So do I.
I don't think... I thought maybe they go Cam Nairn.
Yeah.
Obviously at the top end, I going into the draft, I had dropped the let's not take CDT thing well and truly, because he seemed to have emerged as a clear choice there. I was still very open to a trade down, and if we had traded down, a Dyson Sharp, a Sullivan Roby, a Sam Cumming. I think those all would have excited me in a sense. But again, we don't know what West Coast were offered. There's a lot of rumours about like Essendon offering a really juicy offer. That might not have been true. There's a lot of misleading rumours about what was offered for the Harley Reid pick. At the end of the day, we don't know. So I'm just I'm comfortable with who we have. I did say I wanted more midfield support, but in this draft, there wasn't really an appropriate midfielder until Sam Allen, and at least we got that. So we'll see in time. But hopefully these guys are... I mean, I think it's conceivable all 5 of these players are parts of the future, like long term, which is not always the feel for a draft.
Yeah.
I would say.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I guess the other thing is it's probably the first time you've had a big draft haul like that when none of them are from WA, other than Williams at the end. But you've gone 4 players at the top end there, all out of Victoria.
And 2 Vic Metro, which is probably a little bit uncharacteristic for West Coast as well.
Even like 2022 was probably your last really strong, consistently strong draft with multiple picks, and you traded outright to get 2 WA guys.
Yeah.
You had that top end pick, and you traded to get Hewitt and Jinby.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yeah. Then botched a couple of later ones.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
So this one you've just stuck with the talent ranked on the board.
Yes. Yeah. Which it's hard to argue against, but I'm a little bit concerned long term about our midfield. However, I've kind of been boxing Willem Dersma as a utility, and I've probably even closed off in my mind that maybe he is a midfielder in 3 or 4 years. And if that happens, then suddenly the concerns around West Coast midfield just about evaporate. If you've got Dersma as a midfielder and Harley Reid and Elijah Hewitt, and then a couple of other pieces, more defensively minded players, that's suddenly an outstanding midfield. So it's just next year and beyond.
You sort of, for me, you just need that real grunt guy, that first possession guy, because all of those guys have a little bit of like either positional utility or they're a bit more on the outside, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, one would say we've recruited Dev Robertson, Finley McRae and Harry John, but in particular Dev, I think that is the expectation. And now he's not a very highly rated one, but I think generally speaking, you probably get those players cheaper than, pick 1 and 4.
Totally.
Yeah.
I would agree. I think that probably is the thought process as well.
Yeah. I'd imagine Dev would probably be replaced in our next premiership team. Yeah. Oh, we do have some super chats. Thank you to our producer. We did miss that. I get a little bit carried away with West Coast. They are West Coast questions. Lewis, g'day lads. Thank you very much for your support as well, with the donations. G'day lads. I've loved these live streams all year. Jesse, thank you. Jesse, should West Coast have just taken Dersma and CDT with the remaining picks? Just trade down for future picks and pick our NGAs. I've messed that up in my head.
No, I got it.
Yeah. Should West Coast have just
I'll have a crack if you want.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, should they have taken CDT and Dersma and then not worried about anything else and just prioritize the NGAs and the father sons?
Yeah.
I'll just say my take on that. I don't think that's a very good idea.
So we're talking about missing out Lindsay and Allen, I think, essentially, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I think there's a scenario where we could have still had the first picks on the first night, and then on the second night, it was only about list spots at this point. Kobe Evans could have been matched with simply the next spot.
Yeah.
Not a pick. So it was just about having enough lift spots for these players. Cripps and Tom Cole. He signed a 1-year deal. That could have easily been a rookies list selection. Jeez. You know what's crossed my mind?
What?
When the AFL gave us these 4 rookie list spots, they didn't set rules around how we could use them, but I think there was an understanding we had to recruit mature players with them. Do you think they were advised West Coast were advised, don't just put Jamie Cripps and Tom Cole there?
Okay.
Just a thought that's run through my head. That's why West Coast didn't do it. Because while there was no official rules, there was also no official stipulation we had to trade it for Starcevich, but they knew that was going to happen.
I don't know. I feel like if the club was had a bit more conviction, they would have just done it. And not worried about if the AFL says be careful how you use these.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. It's a weird one.
It is weird, isn't it? I agree. It's just crossed my mind. That's all.
Yeah, interesting.
And Sharpie says, is there anything else we can... Thank you for your donation, Sharpie. Is there anything else we can do with our Cat B rookie spot now that we didn't take Wes Wally? Oh, that's worth mentioning. West Coast opted not to select him at all. So he's not even on the list as a Cat B. I think that's a good question. I'm not 100% across this. I think that you can use the SSB train-on spot that I think might be Cat A unless they're a sport convert. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's something like that.
If you get a basketballer to train on with you, you can sign him Cat B. I don't know if we could get like Tom Blamires as a Cat B. I think he'd have to be Cat A.
No, because Cat B has to be like from a sport convert, right? Like you said.
Yeah, or an NGA that didn't get picked up.
An NGA as well.
That's right. I think so. I think there's got to be a stipulation. So to answer your question, I don't think there's anything West Coast can do with that.
No. I think they've probably just made their bed there though.
Yeah.
And chosen not to do that. K Bulleen 87 has given us $10 as well. Thank you so much for that.
Is that Canadian?
It's Canadian.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
What a legend.
Yeah.
More powerful dollars.
Yeah, true.
Thanks for all the videos and streams leading up to the draft. Excellent analysis from both of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And GAA guys are Cat B, correct? I'd imagine so, yeah, certainly. GAA is the Gaelic
yes.
Amateur Association, I think is probably what it stands for.
There's always a couple of those guys kicking around at the combine and stuff too that get invited over. Those multi-sport athletes from different countries as well. John Garrett says, feels like there was some kind of caveat from the AFL on extra rookie spots. I mean, how would you ever know though? Like what? How do you?
Yeah, it's a weird one. But I'm just trying to diagnose reasons why like West Coast didn't. Like Clark was asked about it explicitly and he just danced around it, didn't even mention Jamie Cripps in his answer. So I can't imagine why. Every other club in the league is using it as that loophole. It felt like West Coast.
Is it a chance that they just didn't want to upset Cripps?
That's crossed my mind too, but that seems dumb.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, his contract is unaffected.
That is something that North Melbourne would do or would have done in the past.
Yeah, other clubs do it all the time.
Yeah.
Admittedly, not with like a club. Like Cripps will go down as like, maybe not a legend, but like a serious club figure. Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah. Weird stuff, I reckon.
Didn't like a pretty big name player have that happen to them recently? I have nothing to back this up and it's not coming to me, but I feel like there was
It's a good way to start a conversation.
It could be anyone.
Yeah, I reckon possibly.
Should we skip to Western Bulldogs?
Yeah.
To round out the draft.
Yep.
They took Lachlan Carmichael at pick 21, the bid that Sydney weren't able to match. They got Louis Emmett at pick 27, an emerging ruckman out of the Coates Talent League, and also Will Darcy, father-son, a player that I don't have a great lens off because he didn't play a lot of games of footy this season, but someone that obviously has a lot of legacy with the club with that name, and 196 centimetre key position forward, someone that moves really well. Good ground level player for somebody that tall as well, albeit I don't think he's ever going to be a Sam Darcy, but they've still picked him up. A nice little draft haul, I think, that ticked boxes of need and prospective future as well.
Yeah, totally. Not the first time they've benefited from bidding on a Sydney player. Josh Dunkley was that in 2015, I want to say, 2015 draft.
Yep.
So great success there, and obviously putting a bit of a squeeze on Sydney. As we said, they were probably mindful of Max King bid. They let Carmichael. Yep. Why do I do that? I'm sorry.
They're a bit similar.
Yeah. It's like the Charlie Dean, Harry Dean thing.
I know.
I just can't get it out of my brain.
You just get caught.
Yeah. Even as I start this next sentence, I forget which one is the right answer. But yeah, like we identified if they were clearly linked to Josh Lindsay, a Carmichael option makes perfect sense, and a good ground ball player as well as an interceptor there.
Yep.
And Louis Emmett as how would you describe him in terms of his ruck forward balance? That's the part I'm not aware of.
Yeah, he played more as a ruckman this season.
Gotcha.
For sure. But I think there's that kind of prevailing thought that the guys that are 200 centimetres, like, are they actually going to be ruckman? I mean, the same even gets said about Cooper Duff-Tytler. One thing I've said about Emmett, I love his competitiveness and the way that he attacks the ball around the ground. He's a bit more sort of... bit more action man than a Cooper Duff-Tytler, who's that very smooth running guy that, distributes the ball really nicely. Emmett's a bit more crash and bash and sort of not as nice on the eye, but still very, very effective overall.
Yeah.
So I think they've had a nice little draft here. I think, I've talked about it a lot all season with who are the two Western Bulldogs halfback guys that I always, Bramble and
Baker?
Baker, yeah. So I think Carmichael, probably gets a game pretty early.
Yeah,
I think. And
I can see that.
Yeah. Again, we talk about that halfback role that's usually pretty inviting for younger players with smaller bodies. It's not as physical a role. So he can come in there, just use his decision-making traits. He always finds the football really well and probably give them a bit of an upgrade in that position where the other two are more developmental.
You have to say the Bulldogs are a side that's probably drafted quite well over the last four. For a side that hasn't finished low and played in a grand final in that stretch.
I think
admittedly, father-son is a factor.
Yes. The only criticism I think you could level at them is not positional flexibility, but like certain roles they haven't done that well. I think key defenders, they've drafted really well for the midfield. Like, do they have an A-grade winger? You could probably make an argument. God, the guy's name's slipping me now. Who's their winger? Williams?
Bailey Williams?
Bailey Williams.
Yeah.
He's a good player, but he's more of a converted wingman.
Yeah.
So they haven't drafted wings very well. Some of the outside players and probably keys, although the key forwards are quite good, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Key defenders.
Key defenders, yeah.
Specifically.
That's true. Yeah. They're probably, with their least position, going to have to trade one in at this point.
Yeah.
I did like thread gold for them, but it wasn't available in the end anyway.
Yeah.
And
I think they're looking for a little
shout.
bit more nourishment in the shorter term.
Nourishment.
Than Blake Threadgold.
I like that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I still probably would have taken him if he was there, but
Red Lightning saying Joel Frazier. Yeah, I think they've been great at drafting like utility type players that can go and play midfield. Like Richards has come in from halfback. Frazier's gone into the midfield as well. I mean, even Bond, to some degree, wasn't a midfielder when he was drafted.
That's true. Yeah.
And then he's gone in. So, but you're right. Like the father-son factor.
They traded aggressively for Sanders, didn't they?
They did. They got up for that, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he hasn't like set the world on fire at AFL level, but still got to treat him as a strong prospect.
I think he's a high floor guy.
Yeah, no, I agreed. It's probably just about where he's been playing.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
He's had to play that high forward role, and it's not. I don't think he's particularly suited to it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Who was their third player?
Darcy.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Father-son. So what have they got now? West, Liberatore, both the Darcys, and am I forgetting someone?
Oh, I think of James O'Donnell, but his dad was a famous cricketer, so it's not quite the same thing.
It's not.
It was Mitch Wallace back in the day.
Oh yeah. Well, that's 4.
Yeah.
Even still.
Yeah.
5 with Wallace.
Yeah. Riley West is a good player.
He is a good player. He's turned into a really good small forward. So they'll get Waitman back. Could be a little bit of a boost up the ladder. I read a really interesting tweet from Brad Klabansky. Has a Hawthorn channel.
Yep.
As you've told me.
Yeah, good fella.
He did top 15 draft picks at each club after last night's draft, which I think that was after night 2. Gold Coast sit atop that ladder with 15 top 15 draft picks on their list. GWS are second with 15 as well. So both of those have probably come quite heavily from the back in the expansion days, particularly GWS. I think most of theirs would be older guys. And then North Melbourne are third with 13, even with Essendon at the top. And then right at the bottom, Hawthorn with 5, West Coast with 6, Geelong with 7, Collingwood with 7, Sydney with 7 as well.
We just don't rely on the draft, bro.
Just don't need it.
That's really a product of the previous 10 years for West Coast. I don't think there was a top 10 pick in between 2010 and 20. Shit. Is that right? Since 2010, where we took Gaff.
I was going to say, because Gaff was 4, wasn't he?
Until Jinby at 9 in 2022. I don't think there was a top 10 pick.
Wow.
That's crazy. We didn't.
It does feel a bit criminal, though, that you've only got, I know you say that you haven't been bad for that long, but we're at 2025
Oh,
now.
it feels like forever.
There's been a lot of years where you've been down the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah. But I do think some of those numbers are outside of Gold Coast and maybe North Melbourne. A lot of those are accrued over time.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So
yeah, and those can be traded for as well. So, say Geelong, I don't reckon Geelong 7, they wouldn't have drafted many of those guys. That'd be all.
Oh, I didn't actually think of that.
So that would be Jeremy Cameron. It would be Patrick Dangerfield.
Gotcha.
For example.
Yeah. Well, Dangerfield wasn't. Oh, he was top 15. Sorry. Yeah.
He was 10. Cameron obviously was a high pick.
He was actually a pre-listed player.
He was too, wasn't he?
He won't count.
He would have been.
Bailey Smith was pick 6.
Yeah, Bailey Smith would be one of those.
Jai Clark. Even Tanner Bruno, I reckon, slots into the top 15. Traded in.
Yeah, wow. Interesting. We have 13.
Yeah. That was crazy. Yeah.
Reef Luke, thank you, mate, for the super chat. $20. Love your work all season. Spewing, it's the last show of the season. Can you let us know what the plans are for content over the off season, both on True Footy and True Eagle? Expecting Dylan to go into hibernation. Good things coming for West Coast Eagles.
Did we? I'll stay with that one. But did we do the one above? I don't think we did.
No, we did not.
Yeah, we will do Birdman's in a second. Thank you so much, guys, for your donations. In particular, you, Reef. You've been a big factor lately.
Yes.
Really appreciate you. Plans for content. Well, yeah, this will be the last live show as you pointed out. We'll go into a bit of a summer hibernation phase. I will probably still be uploading on True Footy and True Eagle for the next little bit, just mopping up a few content pieces that you can still do after the draft. And other than that, I think it'll be a bit of a break. On True Eagle, I'm thinking like...
We probably actually need to sit down and actually map this out over the coming weeks as well.
Absolutely. We need to plan next year and we'll try and find ways to improve the product, absolutely. But I was actually thinking I might do a series I did a couple of years ago and I do individual like season previews for the team and I break down their best 22. I think the audience liked it, but I actually really liked it because it was like my pre-season for the next year.
You're actually getting that practice.
Yeah.
I find that with video making is really good.
Yes. Yeah.
It forces you to do the research.
And last year, going into this year, you know, it was basically like I didn't do a preseason coming into doing this show this year, and I felt like I was better last year at what I did. So I would be doing
you on the back foot a little bit. Yeah,
coming in like I remember doing this first show of the year, and it was like Adelaide and Sydney. It was you and me.
That sounds about right. It's been a bit of a disjointed year, hasn't it? Next year we'll get we'll get a proper run into it. Be able to organise a lot more with Jesse being in Melbourne, but. Stay tuned. Keep looking on our Discord because we'll be posting stuff in there all through the off season. We'll be in there chatting and stuff as well. So anything that we decide, we'll probably sit down and have a coffee and work all of that out, and then we'll give that to you guys as well. There was another super chat back up.
Just go up to Birdman's. I think it was who do Richmond. Thank you, Birdman. What position do Richmond target next year? Either I guess through draft, trade, or free agency. Well, yeah, what's the next bit they need?
I mean, clearly we're probably going to have a bit more of a deeper look at this draft pool, which they'd already be working that out. But it does feel like Richmond could be a team that would look to free agency. I think like a Zach Butters would be amazing for them.
Yeah. It feels like unlike, say, a West Coast, the other rebuilding or the other bottom two team, like it makes more sense for them to target an established player because they've drafted so heavily over the last two in strong drafts. Like they can just have a little bit of a bounce up here. And if they can get a free agent, like a top line, like a Zach Butters, that makes sense. Whereas you probably wouldn't. I mean, West Coast could probably try for a Zach Butters or as an example.
It feels like you guys need to maximize like breadth of talent a little bit more than chasing one big fish. But it depends on like a lot of things too. Like I feel like Geelong have done really well. Like they got Cameron, obviously, who's this like unicorn type player where Zach Butters is that more inside mid. Like do you go big fish for that kind of role or do you look for someone more like a key position forward, like a bit more of a match winner?
Yeah, I don't know if they would target as canvas the key forwards, Richmond, with who they've recruited in the last years. Look, I think if there's an elite key back prospect next year or another running defender, I mean, there's not a lot of gaps there now at Richmond.
Nah.
Well, maybe a small forward. Like if there's a Doveston equivalent next year,
They definitely need small forwards.
Yeah, so you'd be looking at like high ends small forwards would definitely be a priority.
Yep.
Off the top of my head, and maybe like a long term partner to Gibcus and Trainer as that third tall.
Absolutely.
But
I love it.
Yeah,
I can't wait to watch Sammy Lawler play next year though. I hope he goes to another level. I just really hope he doesn't get injured.
Yeah. And maybe even someone like a Lindsay equivalent. Like again, maybe not in the top 5.
Oh, like surgical back flanker that kicks the ball really well.
Yeah, that kind of niche player.
Yeah, they got some runners back there, but like absolute elite ball users, probably not.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean Tom Brown's a great kick, but
he is.
But still, I think you can have multiple types of those.
For sure. I mean, Noah Hibbins-Hargraves would be good.
Yeah.
Just saw his name pop up. Simon McDonald has also left us a super chat. Thank you so much, mate. Love your work, guys. In 5 years' time, who do you think are the best 5 players from this draft? Okay.
That's tough.
I like that question, though.
Willem Dersma, Cooper Duff-Tyler. I think that's actually very arguable.
In 5 years' time.
Yeah, in 5 years.
That's like relatively short term.
The talls can still be having an impact by then, though, at 23.
Sure. I'm going to say Dersma.
Yeah.
Cumming.
Mm-hmm.
Grill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about the academies.
Yeah.
Patterson.
Yeah.
Hewland. And Roby.
Was that 6? Doesn't matter.
It probably was.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, I think Dersma, Ewland. I think Annabelle could be in there. I need to look at the draft again.
Yeah, I know you forget, don't you?
Yeah. I don't know if I see... Roby could go either way, couldn't he?
I think Roby will be good.
So do I, to be honest. But
also, the 5-year marker, I started to think too, like Dyson Sharp.
yeah,
Because I think he could bank some really good seasons early. Probably similar with Annabelle. Annabelle, his issue will be getting in the team
yeah.
in the short term.
I'm struggling with this. I think Xavier Taylor could be in that 5.
Oh, he could be.
Because you just think that in 5 years, he probably has almost put together the best 5 years. Well, in the top 5 anyway.
He'll get straight into that team as well.
I think Zeke is probably going to be like the best player in the 5 years.
That's what, yeah.
Maybe not career necessarily, but like in 5 years' time, who has been the best? I'd say Zeke Ewland.
The only issue, I said Dylan Patterson, and I think he's got amazing upside as well, but
Yeah.
like he's got to get that role nailed down. I think he'll be like one of the best players in that role, but will that be considered top 5? Not 100% sure because it is just a back flank role. That was probably my only criticism of him over the season, like not playing different positions.
Yeah.
But I think he'll be really good at that half back role.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'd probably throw Cumming in my mix.
I love Cumming.
Gross. God. Yeah.
I just got that. Oh, God. Thoughts on why Noah Hibbins-Hargraves didn't get drafted? Was hoping West Coast selected him in the rookie draft. I think we've sort of covered this, but like overall, it's got to be just I think it's a couple of things. I think it's positional.
Yep.
He's that kind of medium forward, which doesn't seem to be particularly popular anymore unless you're that explosive mid-forward type, like the Degoe Roby sort of player that we've talked about. That's very popular. Hibbins-Hargraves is sort of this technical, highly skilled distributing type player that plays a little bit on the outside, plays as a third forward, doesn't quite play as a midfielder, plays as a winger. He's got exceptional talent, but he also doesn't have like an amazing athletic profile as well, I suppose. I think he's reasonably quick, which I thought that would be enough to get him drafted, but he doesn't have an amazing ability to cover the ground.
Defensive application would also be a question mark there.
I think defensive application would be. He's more of a ball-in-hand type player. But at the same time, like all of the things that I'm saying about him, players have had those questions and been drafted before. So whether this year was just a real turning point and teams weren't willing to take a punt, I'm very surprised that someone didn't take a punt on him in the rookie draft at least. Like,
Yeah.
you're pretty much just having a swing at that point. So it's unusual. I'm still a bit confused by it, albeit I see some reasons.
Yeah. Leo Iopolo, guys, love your work. Thank you. Do you think that West Coast was satisfied with their rookie prospects in Sean Bergman? That is why they didn't chase Banfield and Evans harder. I sincerely hope that's not the case, to be honest. But it may be. That's great spelling.
Schoenberg, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
and maybe it wasn't I thought that was deliberate.
Oh,
Was it I don't know. Maybe it wasn't.
I don't know.
And do I see Jack Williams being a defender next year? I prefer Williams forward, Archer Reed back.
Okay,
That's my opinion.
that's fair.
Yeah.
West Coast are going to be an interesting case study next year. Shall we move on? We want to do a ladder prediction of 2026.
We do, but we're going to do the Rising Star predictions first.
Rising star prediction. I'm going to have a tinkle.
I
as
might
you
go
would say.
after you, to be honest, which may shock you. I should consult a physician. Yeah. Oh, God, he's texting me. Yeah, we're going to discuss the Rising Star and who might win because this players from last year's draft still eligible as well. Just as an aside, I see the cricket is still going really poorly. 1-9 England, but they have a 40 run lead. Lewis says, do West Coast mostly play talls in the forward line next year? Waterman, Shanahan, Archer, Reid, CDT, both Williams. Yeah, you're not going to be able to play all of those. I think it's going to have to be a choice between Archer and CDT. I think Williams, Shanahan and Waterman play, and then we'll have a fourth. So unless Archer moves back or one of them supersedes Bailey, I think Jack starts in the waffle to answer. Brass says Jagger. That is absolutely on the cards, potentially. Jagger Smith could be in the mix. Darcy Sharp, rising star, slot straight into Essendon team. Yeah, in a way, he plays a harder role if he's coming in as that first use stoppage player, right? But specifically, Dyson Sharp feels like he could slip into that role and compete against men immediately. Yeah, or we're just having a little bit of a preamble. Chabby Joe, hey mate, thanks for being here. I want to congratulate you on pumping out so much content, giving so much of your time these last couple of weeks. Hope you guys enjoy the break. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. That's very kind. It has been an absolute pleasure.
I'm going to have a big sleep after this.
Yeah, a couple of months. Missed the Ashes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be that fast. How are we? Where are we at?
They had a 40-run lead and then they won for 9.
Gross. Yeah, Reef Luke, Dyson Sharp, rising star, slot straight in. I would agree with that. He's going to be up there, but there are going to be some players from last year's draft that also come into the picture here for sure. Jeremy Easy says, I've heard a lot of upside player comps for Sullivan Roby. What do you think a floor player comp is? Yeah, it's hard to do that with a player like Sullivan Roby because I think his best is really exciting. So, and just those athletic attributes. So you kind of can't see him being like, it's as easy it is to say this. It's either like boom or bust in a way. I think he's either a great player or he probably doesn't make it. I think he will. I think those player comparisons like LDU, Jordan De Goey are pretty good. There's been Huma Cluggage a little bit as well. Just the trajectory that he's made and that size that he's put on, I think it's really important how it's all come together with him. His story is important in the sense that he was playing different positions and then he's gone into that bigger-bodied midfielder and become that bigger-bodied midfielder. That's a bit of a freak occurrence and hard to buy in players. So, I think he's pretty well a sure thing for me. Even though he's had less exposure than other players, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for him. We saw enough in the back end of the Coates Talent League. Lewis says, I changed my mind now. Shanahan for rising star. It's tough though, isn't it? Like you honestly don't see that many key position forwards that win rising stars. And he's going to be playing in a fairly weak, comparatively a fairly weak West Coast side. It's going to be difficult for him to put enough goals together to beat someone like that plays midfield or plays off halfback and gets a lot of the ball. Taj Houghton still eligible. I think he will be. Jesse will tell me that in a moment when he gives me the list. But he'd have to be in the mix.
Yep. We'll see, I suppose.
I think the issue for Taj, like at the moment, he's probably going to, I feel like he'll be one of those players that has moments, but rising stars tend to go to consistency a lot more. Not that he's not a consistent player, but I think he'll find it, positionally, he'll probably find it a bit harder. I doubt he'll get those like inside mid minutes, like players like Sharp, for example. So that'll be very interesting. People talking about Doveston, big personality, loved his cameo. I think he'll do really well. Again, tricky for a small forward. I came into the season and tipped Joe Berry to win the Rising Star.
So did I.
I was really excited by him, and because you think of the best moments, but you don't think of the games where he's sub and touches the ball 3 times.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So,
opportunity is so important in the Rising Star stakes.
And Port clearly didn't have a great season either.
Yeah,
which doesn't help. Trembath must have a few North fans in the chat here. People are sleeping on Harry Dean's potential. Again, positionally, like that would be out of the box, wouldn't it? A key defender.
Yeah, he could play as a third tall and rebound a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe they tend not. I can't think of the last player of that type who won the Rising Star though.
Let's go back a few years here. So Sheasel, Murphy Reid,
Dempsey,
who was an older player.
Dacos win it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon he did.
Yeah, he had to have.
Luke Jackson around that period as well.
So that's one out of the box.
Yeah, absolutely. 2019. Let's just look it up. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to watch.
It is. Just us using our brains. Tom McCarthy, can he win it? He'd be too old.
No, he's like 25. Yeah. So, excuse me. That was such a violent joke.
So, we've got derailed a bit here, haven't we?
Yeah. We'll
Jesse's on this. Jesse is on the Rising Star Watch. We're going to have a look at players, but generally speaking, it's a smaller player. It's a mid. It's a high forward. Like Murphy Reid played that role to exceptional ability last season. Oscar Taylor fitting into GWS system.
Oh, I like that.
He'd be a shout.
Yeah.
He'd be an absolute shout. What do you got for me?
We'll probably intro it properly, I reckon.
Go for it.
Go from this point. So we are going to discuss a broad conversation around next year's Rising Star Award. Who can win it? We're going to look at we're going to discuss the players obviously taken in this week's national draft and I suppose the rookie draft as well. We also are going to canvass the previous couple of drafts to see which players are still eligible and discuss whether they're likely. There does seem to be a little bit of a bias against players who are not in their first year, but it has happened before where players not in their first year. I'm just laughing at Felix's comment there. He's bang on with that one. But there is a bias, it seems, against players not playing their first year, but it has happened. So maybe we can just riffle through, if that's a word, some of the previous winners.
Can be.
Yeah. Murphy Reid won it last year. Ollie Dempsey the year before. Was Ollie Dempsey in his first year? I think he was.
Yeah, but he wasn't that age.
Right. Okay.
He was older.
Gotcha. Harry Sheasel, Nick Dacos, and Luke Jackson. Luke Jackson won it in his second year, I reckon, 2021. So he must have been eligible still, obviously. Caleb Sarong won it in 2020. And Sam Walsh won it in 19. Jaden Stevenson, North legend, who's potentially
training with Port Adelaide.
Yeah, absolutely. Capping off a ripping off season for the Port Adelaide Footy Club. Andy McGrath, Callum Mills, and Jesse Hogan. So that's two key position players in the mix. We do see it tends to go to smaller players and generally in their first season. And then you get to names like Lewis Taylor, possibly one of the more out-of-the-box ones on the list. Jager O'Meara, and then Daniel Talia in 2012. Dyson Heppel robbed Luke Shuey in 2011 and Dan Hannery 2010. So, yeah, you can see it tends to be a first-year player. I suppose with key position players, they might be a bit more lenient against, okay, it's his second season because it's probably not fair.
Yeah.
Right?
Did Curtin come second this year?
Yeah, I reckon he did.
Or did he come third to Ashcroft second?
I thought Curtin second, Ashcroft
That's what I
third.
thought
Because the Brisbane Lions put up that post, didn't they? Yeah.
The Levi Ashcroft hate.
Absolutely. So I was thinking we can go through. So for the eligibility of the Rising Star, you've got to be 21 and under by the start of that year.
Yep.
Which means that you can be in your third season on an AFL list. That is possible. But you can't have played more than 10 games. So 11, you're ineligible, but 10, you are eligible. So just quickly through the 2023 draft, it's probably hard to see a player in this third year winning it. But some players who haven't played 10 or more games include Phoenix Goddard, yet to debut, Will Green, the ruckman, Jordan Croft. I've seen enough from Jordan Croft to suggest he could actually potentially have an out-of-the-box season. That is
not a bad shout because he finished the season really, really well.
He did. Everyone plays well against West Coast, but I think he debuted against us, kicked a couple. You could see the talent level. So I wouldn't rule that out.
And there's a spot for him there.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Will McCabe, Taylor Goad, Charlie Edwards yet to debut. Will Dawson still eligible as well, probably against it, you'd think. Oscar Ryan.
None of those guys are jumping off the page.
No, that's why I'm sort of skipping through them. You're getting into your Liam Fawcett's now.
Yep.
And your Tom Anastopoulos, who I think is not even on the list anymore. So that's
what if we fast forward that to 2024?
Absolutely.
Look at those guys because I reckon, given the strength of that draft, this will put the two drafts up against each other because there's plenty of players in 2024 that would be eligible.
Yep.
And they'll be competing directly with a bunch of players that are coming into the AFL in their first year now.
Absolutely. So we'll start at the top. And Sam Lawler is actually ineligible. He's played 11 games.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah, had he played one less game, he'd be eligible for the Rising Star Award in 2025.
So disappointing.
Yeah. Poor list management.
Yeah,
should have just dropped him.
It is really. Yeah.
But we do have Jagger Smith at pick 3, who would have been a contender this year, you'd imagine, just given the ability to win the footy against any size of opposition, like he did it at VFL level for a start. He is coming off the ACL, which makes it tougher, but obviously yet to debut. You'd think he'd be a chance.
I've seen a couple of little sneaky training videos, and he looks like he's covering the ground really, really well. You never know until he actually gets into a match. Again, with that type of player, I always say this, they're like a genuine inside mid that doesn't have a lot of positional flexibility. He's got to get into the team first. Like he's got to put down one of those midfield spots and get a decent amount of centre bounces to be able to impact. Do you think he gets that at Carlton?
I think he can't play anywhere else, to be honest.
Yeah.
So like if they're going to put him in the team, they better give him midfield minutes. And I think it's possible. I get where you're coming from. You got like Cripps and Hewitt and Walsh, and there's other competition there, but I think they could give him a good shot in there.
I think with where the list is at, they automatically just give him minutes. even if, they don't necessarily think they probably have, Cripps ahead of him, Hewitt ahead of him, Chera ahead of him. I mean, he's probably next on talent anyway to come in. Would that be fair? So he'll just play as that kind of 50 to 60% guy.
Yeah, it is possible to ease him in coming off the ACL. I don't know exactly where that sits. He did it in the preseason from memory, so therefore, he should be available round one. But it is possible to ease him in and he plays VFL to start. That doesn't mean he couldn't win the award still. So you think he's a genuine candidate, I would say.
Genuine.
Sid Draper has played 10 games. Probably seems less likely than a Jagger, but again, a similar player from the point of view that there is a decent amount of form against Sandford level players, right? So you just think that the step up is not too hard for a Sid Draper, and Adelaide is a strong team potentially in contention again next year. So it's about how much do they expose him, but they're also a team needing dynamic midfielders and dynamic midfield support.
I found it quite unusual that they didn't give him more exposure this season. I know he did come off the sub bench a little bit, but of all of the players, I think he actually performed really, really well when he got opportunity. He kicked the odd goal coming on as a sub. He showed that explosiveness that we saw, and it was, as you said, it was one of those key things that Adelaide, it felt like they needed.
Yes.
Just a little bit more dynamic in the midfield. And sometimes I think clubs can be a little bit conservative and not trust those players in their first season to get it done. And I think he's got the mentality, Sid Draper, to be able to do it. I think we'll see a lot more of him this season. Comparing him and Jagger Smith, I think the thing will be that kind of volume versus impact, because I think Draper will have those moments and he'll show that speed. But often I find with these Rising Star Awards, they get to the end of the season and they want to see your numbers. And if Sid Draper doesn't necessarily have the numbers, if he's averaging 15 off a half-forward flank compared to Jagger Smith averaging 25 in the midfield, they'll give it to Jagger.
Yeah, true. Nonetheless, I think Draper is still a contender because I believe he can step up. So
absolutely
still in the mix. Josh Smiley has not debuted. You'd think maybe, he had a bit of a disjointed year. Didn't he get injured right at the start of the season?
He's injured now.
He's injured now. Okay. I forget the exact details, but
quad.
Bigger bodied midfielder. Again, I think these types take longer. Jagger Smith's smaller, but I think he plays a little bit. He can win so much uncontested footy as well, in addition. So I think, therefore, the difference between him and Smiley, I think Smiley's going to have a harder time playing his own role than Jagger would his, if that makes sense, just to add some contrast there. And there's Taranto and Hopper in that midfield. They may be patient with Smiley.
I almost think at this point now that the injuries are borderlining on chronic for Josh Smiley.
Yeah, right.
That when he actually does get into the AFL, they might try a roll across half back or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Just to ease him in a little bit.
Yeah, he played a decent amount of half back, didn't he, in his top age?
Yeah, as a junior. Yeah, for sure. Played a bit forward, played a little bit back as well. So he's a pretty good kick.
Mm-hmm.
So he has that flexibility to him, which I spoke about before. So I think it's less likely than likely given the injuries, and I think that's going to be hard for him to juggle mentally as well. I think now you see from these players, they come back to training, he's missed that season now and he's worried and he wants to catch up, and then he pushes himself harder and he gets re-injured again. That's going to be it's going to be more mental, I think, for him than anything else.
Yeah, I would say not a genuine contender. Not going to rule anyone out, but in comparison to the other two, I can't say they're all genuine contenders, right? And then we've got a funny one. Leo Lombard has played 4 games for the Gold Coast Suns. From a talent point of view and a readiness point of view, I think yes. From a opportunity point of view, it's a little bit tougher. But I think he's a sneaky one.
So Sam Flanders leaves, instant role.
Yeah.
Zeke Euland comes in, Dylan Patterson comes in. They're probably the only ones that could genuinely take that position. Jake Rogers is sitting there as well. I think Lombard's better than Rogers.
As do I.
Yeah.
I think from the ability to play well. He was doing that at 16. He's a VFL premiership player at 16. I think with his dynamic skill set.
Lark medalist.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's just the opportunity piece. I think if he gets games, maybe if it was a different club, it would be a no-brainer to say he's a real top contender. But it just remains to be seen where Gold Coast are and what risks they're willing to take.
I think there's also that with Gold Coast, there is that small forward role up for grabs. There's different positions across that half forward line and a bit closer to goal that he could grab. And, he's pretty opportunistic around goal. Has a great combination of accumulation and explosiveness as well. So, yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Alex Taru just played 10 games, but I thought showed a lot in his first season as an intercept player with his spoiling and leap. I think he's a genuine contender, to be honest.
Do you really?
I do.
Interesting.
I think his development arc and the rate of improvement from Ataru puts him squarely in the mix here to be one of those second-year key position rising star players.
Yeah, well, he had the back, what do you call them? Stress fractures in the back, right? To the beginning of last year. So he came in and he played late. He's really he was, I think, December born. So he's one of those guys that's like the youngest in his draft crop, could have almost pretty close to being able to go in this crop. So he's really competing with these guys. I do think from a positional point of view, I see less likely than likely just because he is going to have to defend. He's going to have to play on like some bigger bodied forwards. So I still think he's going to have inconsistency of performance in the role that he's doing.
I think that could make the role easy for him though.
They could.
If they just allow him to run and jump at the ball, I think that's the recipe for a rising star.
Do you think Silvani unlocks him a bit?
Yeah. Yeah. And Cal Wilkie's still there.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think it through. Like they didn't get Aaliyah, but then they get Silvani, who probably plays a similar role, unless he plays forward. But what if Tyree plays forward though? Because I think that's still on the cards and he has trained there a bit.
That would make it much harder.
Yeah.
You'd think to win the rising star, you probably need to kick 25 goals plus.
Yeah.
As a key forward, I probably would rule him out if he played forward. I just think it's harder. But if they carve out a role for him, we can look good running and jumping. And I do think longer term he's a great prospect. But I think there's an opportunity there.
Okay.
He's going to get his hands on the footy, in my opinion.
I'd still say less likely than likely, but
fair.
I like where you're going with it.
Taj Houghton played 7 games coming off the ACL, looked really good. Maybe not from a numbers point of view, but one of those guys when he gets the footy, you just know that he's dangerous and he can play footy. I do think the ability to find the footy consistently will. We're not saying that that's a weakness, just saying that he hasn't done that in his first season from the 7 games he played. Because he was finding the footy in prior to the ACL in his draft year. But I think numbers are important. So if he can find the footy more consistently, I think he is also a contender here from a talent point of view.
It certainly matters when you're talking about awards, being able to get that volume.
Yeah.
Because you kind of need, certain positions particularly, you just sort of need that for what they're looking at the end of the season. It's the same with what you said about the forwards. Like he needs 25 plus goals. It's kind of the same if he plays mid. I think you have moments. I think Taj Houghton in this draft crop will probably look in 5 years' time and he'll be like a top 3 prospect in the crop. But I don't think he's going to win the rising star. I think he's too moments based at this point.
Fair. I'll say he's a contender, but I would rank him behind certainly like a Jagger Smith.
Sure.
And who else would we say? Maybe even I think he's a decent chance because he can find the footy. He can
find the footy. And Devil's Advocate, he gets a game, undoubtedly.
That's true.
Compared to some of the others. So he's got a higher floor in that sense.
Yeah. That's right. And I think comparing the competition for a spot as like an outside midfielder in that team is just not that strong.
Yeah.
Compared to maybe some other prospects.
Agree.
Then moving past that, there's probably just some other first round picks or kids that look really good that haven't played 10 games, but I don't think are really a shot. So Bo Allen's played 6. It's hard to imagine him having a season where he wins the rising star. He'd have to emulate Dan Curtin as like a forward mid.
Yeah.
And I don't think he does it as an intercept defender or a pure wing. But, it's exciting enough.
It's a good point. I mean, if we had have done this video end of last year, we would have said Dan Curtin. We would have put him straight into the less likely than likely.
Yeah. For sure.
And he comes second.
Yeah.
So
there was a bit of positional switch there as well with Dan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that could easily happen to Bo.
It could happen. There's just a few things need to go right there.
Yes.
He's not a very high volume player. So I don't think he's a contender.
He looked a little like in his first season to me. And I think this happens so often with players that go to struggling clubs, but he just looked a bit raw.
Sure.
It was all kind of, he's running around a lot, but he's making a lot of mistakes. He's misusing the ball, stuff like that. So I think, it's hard to see, isn't it? Albeit I do hope he bounces back a little bit in 26.
Yeah. Harry Armstrong was a first rounder that only played 8 games. Again, he'd need to have a big season, as would Job Shanahan, who I put here as a kid who looked really good. I almost think Job's more likely than say Harry, because I think he's going to be a really strong focal point.
I was going to say definitely more likely, because I think Harry Armstrong will be like 3rd or 4th banana.
Exactly.
But Job might be number 1.
Yeah, and it's just a case of kicking 30 goals. I don't think I could rule that out for Job. I probably wouldn't predict it, but if he kicks 30 goals, he'd be a contender.
So Waterman comes back.
Yeah.
Jack Williams, you think will play forward?
I do, but I actually think Jobe would comfortably start ahead. So I think you got Waterman, Shanahan. And I think they'd actually like at the end of the season, Bailey Williams was preferred to Jack. He struggled at the end of the year.
I'm actually coming around to this the more that it's getting put in my head.
I don't think he wins the Rising Star, but could he like go closer than maybe what people think? Maybe.
He could be top 3.
It would require a big season, but I'm a big fan of Jobe. And I'll say that Jobe's far more likely than a Bo Allen. Personally.
Is he having a good preseason?
I think they've just come back. I haven't really had a chance to really read the reports, but nothing to suggest.
I'm actually going to put him up there. Yeah. I think you've talked me around with the fact that he becomes more of a beacon.
Yeah, like if he got drafted to Geelong, he's probably not getting a game for a start.
Exactly.
So it's the position and the opportunity, I think.
It's so circumstantial with these rising stars. Who you got next?
I think that was most of the guys from so we've just gone through the 2024 draft as first rounders. I'll just have a quick skim to see if there's anyone else I'm missing, and maybe the chat can let us know as well. But other players that were eligible, I mean, Hannaford and Oliver, probably pretty niche options to Tolley.
They'll be, particularly Hannaford, I think he'll be a role player.
Yeah.
But he's not going to become like the main guy over like a Brent Daniels or someone like that.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like it's harder to get into that team. So other than that, you're looking at probably later in the draft, and I'm not sure as far as 2024 goes, if there's too many contenders.
So Ty Gallop there, he'd be ineligible.
Ty Gallop. I don't reckon. I reckon he'd be available. 42?
Yeah.
6 games.
It's on.
Good pickup. Good pickup. I actually had missed
Just saw that there. He's already cracked into the team, premiership player.
Yep.
And their forward line's a bit different, isn't it? It's not sort of... they haven't got that. Like they've obviously got Logan Morris as kind of the main guy, but he's not a key forward.
We got Oscar and Draper now, though.
Forgot about Oscar.
Yeah, that does actually hurt his chance.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It's actually difficult now to see how he actually even fits into the team.
Yeah.
Which is disappointing because he played so well last year.
So that was all I had pretty much for the 2024 draft.
Gridio's just asked, he's given a super chat. Thanks very much, mate. Any call-ins today? We're not going to do any call-ins today. We just didn't get all the gear set up in time to get it out today, but that'll be a big part of the show next year for sure. So we're going to give a lot more opportunity for that.
Yeah.
100%.
Maybe just I'll name some players who are not eligible next year very quickly just to make it clear for the audience like why we're ignoring some players. Sure. But like a Joe Berry's played too many. Murphy Reid certainly has. Kako's played every game just about. Jonty Fall too many. And Thomas Sims, I think, played too many. Luke Traynor played 21. Sam Marshall played 11. Okay, he's ineligible as well. So, yeah, that was why
also
we didn't.
A premiership player.
Yeah, that's crazy. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Travali's played 12, so...
Yeah, Foss would have played like 20 odd, wouldn't he?
Yeah, 22.
Yeah.
That's right. So, with that being said, let's start talking about the 2025 draft because I think we've summarised there's strong competition there from the 2024 draft.
I actually love it though because everyone's asked which draft is stronger. Like, you'll get to see.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true, particularly at the top end. So, who do you think out of maybe the top 10? Well, we'll start from the top and move down. Willem Dersma. Can he win the Rising Star?
He can. He can win the Rising Star. Do I think he will? Probably not. Again, coming down to position a little bit more than anything else. I think when he's played, likely for me, he'll start as a halfback player, someone that intercepts a little bit and runs off the halfback flank. He hasn't been particularly high volume in that role. He's kind of done a little bit more defensive work and stuff like that. So I think he can play a good role for West Coast, but not a Rising Star level award winner, let's say. And I don't think at AFL level, I think he'll be a little bit too raw in the midfield to get the disposal. So I think there's other better candidates ahead of him that'll step in and play better in round 1, 2026.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I actually not sure I agree he's not a serious contender. I think that you can absolutely win the Rising Star with 18 possessions a game off halfback. So if he's getting a stack of intercept marks and using his line-breaking pace and gets it 17 times a game, I mean, Murphy Reid didn't have a high-volume season.
That was a Sheasel Dacos-esque season off halfback that won Rising Stars.
That's true. But I think Dersma can probably offer more... I mean, I'm not saying he's better than Dacos, but I mean, like, probably more of a exciting line breaker that I think will get attention.
Yeah.
You know, with his movement and his ability to get through traffic, and is the aerial game.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's probably the difference.
Be lower volume.
Yeah. Oh, he's not going to win 30.
Yeah.
Or if he does, it'll be once, if that. But I agree. It'd probably be like high teens. I think that'd be enough to be in the conversation. I'm not saying he's the favourite. Zeke Euland's got to be a serious chance, I reckon.
Yeah. I mean, the only jeopardy around Zeke Euland would be getting into the team, which I think he will. I think there's enough spots there, and he's versatile enough to do it for sure. Maybe a little caveat would be that he has had these back stress fractures, and like how much does that affect him with preparation and stuff like that. But he will have, like, he's pretty fit now. I think he did the combine, so he's going to have a decent run into the season. So you can't really hold that against him. And I think you're right. I think from this draft crop, he's as likely as anyone.
Yeah, I agree. Probably like body permitting, probably the number one from this draft, in my opinion.
I think so, just about.
I wouldn't go Harry Dean or Cooper Duff-Tytler as key position prospects. Like, unless CDT like starts winning the ball as a midfielder, like that seems pretty unlikely. I think we'd have to say,
like I've said a few times in the lead up to the draft, Luke Jackson won it as a similar type player, but he was sitting in his second year, but sitting behind Max Gawn. Like the likelihood of this happening is it's just so rare, isn't it?
Yeah, unless they deployed him in a weird role and then he won.
Worked.
Yeah, it's possible, but not a serious contender. I wouldn't have thought.
Yep.
Dill Patterson, no. Again, it comes down to opportunity.
Yep.
Definitely a contender.
High volume. Has the physicality.
Yeah.
To do it at the top level. Has the pace. Has the nous, and has the traits that the people will watch him play and be super, super excited about him. I know that there needs to be some substance to that as well. It can't just be moments, but he kind of has showed that. One of the most consistent players across the season. I still remember that game he played against Western Australia where they pretty much had to win with the final kick of the game, and he just did this like marauding run around Western Australian players like they were cones and then kick the ball inside forward 50. So, yeah, he'd be up there as well. Again, getting into the team. Does he get in over Rioli, Noble, Will Powell? He might be someone that just comes off the bench a bit, but...
Yeah, opportunity again. And the same with Dan Annable. I think from a ready-made point of view, Dan Annable would be a serious contender. And we just don't know where he fits into the midfield that boasts two Ashcrofts, let alone McCluggage, Neal.
Yeah.
It's just hard to imagine him getting serious time. But, I mean, we probably said the same thing about Levi.
I did.
Yeah.
So I actually said, who does he get in over? And I remember talking to someone about it, and we were like, it's probably Jasper Fletcher. And Jasper Fletcher turned into an absolute stud and like a better player. But, yeah, I mean, Ashcroft obviously didn't win it, but it wasn't because of opportunity.
That's true, although that has to end at some point, right, in the cycle. If no one's going out, then it's even harder again for Annable.
Well, right now, just as a quick exercise, who could feasibly not be in that Brisbane side?
The only opportunity I see is Lockie Neal fading away, which I'm not going to predict. But
so, like, actual position, yeah, I mean, that's one. Actual positions, like Archie leaves.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, Oscar Allen straight in, which is probably Gallup. Draper comes in for McInerney, who didn't play much anyway last year.
Yep.
Is Fort out of the team?
That remains to be seen with the extra spot there.
Yeah. I'm probably digressing a little bit too much there, but...
Yeah, possibly. We were talking about midfielders.
to draw a line underneath it, it's going to be difficult for Annable to get a spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It is hard to envisage there. Similarly, I don't see Sam Cumming getting a lot of serious midfield minutes next year to be a contender.
Okay.
It's not that he's not ready-made. I feel like it's harder for him to grow into the role he's going to play.
So what do you think he'll do next season?
I think he'll play a little bit of forward, get some on-ball time. I'd be surprised if it's enough to be a contender for the Rising Star.
They were pretty liberal, though, this year with giving minutes to Lawler, for example.
Yeah, I think Lawler is a different prospect, and I think a power forward as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like he was playing on-ball minutes.
No, it was
serious on-ball minutes.
It was a flexibility thing. But
So could Cumming play that as a forward and win the Rising Star? It seems a little ambitious for me.
No, he'd have to get... I think he would have to play like similar to what, like I said, George Wardlaw sort of did. He'd have to be getting that kind of like at least 50% centre bounce minutes, be in and under, getting his hands on the ball.
I think they'll protect him. Like with Taranto and Hopper and Prestia and that midfield, I think they'll protect Cumming more. If I had to predict.
Yeah, fair call. You've talked me around there.
Yeah, so I think Houghton probably more likely because... if that makes sense, because of the role.
The role.
Yeah.
Yep.
And exactly the same as Houghton, I would say Sam Grew was a better chance than Sam Cumming. Because the difficulty of role, the niche that he can carve out in that team, and the excitement factor, I think that goes a long way to a Rising Star award.
Yeah. I like that. Who's next?
Sully Rovey. You have to say a genuine contender.
Yeah, I think so. I think Essendon are going to be pretty open to having those midfield spots available, at least for a little bit of opportunity. I mean, you think about Parrish has been perennially injured. You've got some players that are good players in there for Essendon, your Cordwells, your Durhams, but they're going to want to get these guys. They're going to want to get games into them.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, though, with Sullivan Roby, again, that forward mid role, probably what you just said about Cumming, the one for me that probably stands out a little bit more is Sharp, just because he's so ready-made. And I think probably part of that is he can't play anywhere else.
Yeah, that's true. Roby's so ready-made. The three prospects Essendon got are all going to play round one.
Yeah,
I think be factors. I'd be surprised if Farrow wins it off a half-back flank, where I presume he's going to start.
Yeah, it'd be unlikely.
It'd be pretty unlikely. He's a good player, but I'm not knocking him. But
particularly when you bring those 2024 guys in as well.
Xavier Taylor, though, at Melbourne, I think is a different story.
I like that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because he is more well-rounded than a Farrow,
and he's so confident.
Yeah.
I think that comes into it as well.
Probably going to see a bit of the ball too in that back line.
It does matter though, because you can imagine these young guys going into a football club where, a lot of their idols are and people that they look up to. It's pretty easy just to accept getting told what to do. So if someone does have that big personality and you think that, like someone in the comments actually just mentioned before, apparently something happened with Essendon with Xavier Taylor where he said their back line needs work in an interview and it pissed them off or something. And I guess that's the confidence that he brings.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's hard to say whether you'd like that or not to hear it. I think it depends how it's said.
Oh, it does.
It depends. You got to be in the room and listen to it, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. You could take it either way, but it's confident.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to pick out a few rather than go through every other player in the draft. Let's pick out a few that I think, and if you can think of anyone.
I think we'll accept that players like Schubert, Marsh are unlikely.
Yeah.
Those taller players.
I think someone in the chat said Oscar Taylor earlier. I don't mind that just because of the dashing way he plays. Again, GWS don't tend to play kids like round one and give them 20 games. But I think in terms of style, same logic as some of the other guys.
For a number of years, they've waited. I mean, even like a Tom Green, we didn't really see the best of him for 3-4 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he'd be a chance.
Yep. Lockie Doverson's got to be a contender in my opinion. That comes down to opportunity, but I think in terms of ready-madeness and how we can slip straight into a role, if North Melbourne's getting a bit of supply and they should improve next year, he'll produce enough highlights to be a contender, I think.
I think the same applies to Lockie Doverston as we talked about with Job Shanahan. He instantly becomes, as that genuine small forward, he instantly becomes the best one in the crop and they're going to prioritise him. I think that matters.
Yep. Past that, it's a little bit harder to see.
Yeah.
I'd say. Just having a look. Like, it's hard to predict, a Matt Leray wins it. Just because, it's speculative.
Pencil him in.
Can't rule it out. Oldie Dempsey was picked 50-odd.
Yeah. Carmichael just slots in for the Dogs.
I mean, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Or
usurps Oscar Baker and wins the Rising Star.
Or Harry Kyle. Well, who knows?
Someone's put Josh Lindsay. That's probably a fair shout.
Yeah, I'd be surprised, to be honest. Is he a high volume winner?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like he'd have to.
He's done it against VFL players.
Yeah.
Won the medal in the Futures game, won the medal in the Academy game against Coburg. Mid-20s, but they're shorter games as well.
Yeah.
He could get a lot of it. It all comes down to role, doesn't it, and responsibility if you give him a lot, but he's a pretty confident young man.
Yeah. He'll get a nom for sure. Potentially an early one, but I'm not sure if I see the total upside there enough.
I don't think games are an issue with Josh Lindsay, right? Like
getting games?
Getting games, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, we did talk about how the back line is kind of filling out at West Coast. But,
surely you fit him in though.
But he plays a niche role, so I think he plays round one, if I had to guess.
Even if that means Starcevic to the midfield or Hoff to the midfield or wing or whatever.
Yeah, I think they'd make it work. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So having said all that, should we go to top three?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I just read a comment. North's forward line is so clogged with shit. Is that what you mean? Dobberson's going to get in that team for sure.
Yeah. So we do have a couple of super chats there. We will get to them. I just want to round out this segment with some predictions, top three.
Okay. Do you want me to go?
Yes.
Number 1, God, I really want to go Job Shanahan. You've talked me into that so much. I'm going to go Job Shanahan 3.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to
That'd
go
be great.
Xavier Taylor, number 2.
Nice.
And I'm going to go Jagger Smith, number 1.
I like it.
I know that's low-hanging fruit, but I think he is the most ready-made to do it. I mean, I watched him just get 30 touches every game last year.
Yeah.
Rarely plays a bad game.
No, that's true. I mean, the same was said about Levi, though, somewhat. Maybe not to the same extent, to be fair. But
he was definitely the favourite, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Coming in ready to go. I think the difference there, though, Levi got very limited midfield minutes for the Lions. I think Jagger will get more time.
Fair. That's a good point. I'll say number 3, Lockie Doverston.
That's hot.
I'll say number 2,
Blake Threadgold.
Jagger Smith. Number 1, you guys almost forgot I was an Eagles fan. I'm going to say Willem Dersma.
Really?
Yeah, I guess the difference between us, I think we both agree he's a good player. Is he necessarily going to be the best player out of anyone we talked about? No. But I do think that he's exciting enough, powerful enough, and maybe not in a contested sense, but like explosively and that line-breaking dash, I think he'll get plenty of the footy in the back line. If he stays fit, I genuinely think he's a strong chance.
I think he'll improve strongly across the season, but there'll be a conversation. I think there'll be an adaptation period in like the first 10 rounds of the season, and then he'll probably finish strongly, and we'll be having that conversation like, did he do enough at the front end of the year?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. But, I mean, the fact he's played VFL and played well gives me some confidence. West Coast is obviously a bit of a shambles on field, but if you're playing in the back half and taking marks, like, you can probably still execute your role.
Yeah.
So
it is funny, though. Like, we look at all these, narratives around this stuff. Like, I reckon last year, the guy who played the best football when he actually played was still just Sam Lawler.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's not someone that I would have expected to win a Rising Star. I would have said he would have taken longer to perform. And he probably was the best player. Like Murphy Reid was the most consistent, but Lawler played the best football.
Yeah.
And still could have won it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Zeke Ulen could easily be that example.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably could also win it. I probably should have included him. But when you think about it,
I just realised I said he was like up there with the top guy, and I did put him in my top 3.
Yeah.
You forget about players when you're actually going through it.
If I'm honest as well, I think if Jagger is in the top 3, he wins it, or he's not in it at all. And I put him second.
Yeah, okay.
So, but who cares? I'm a biased Eagle.
I'm backing him in. People shouting Dyson Sharp, I think that's a good shout as well.
Yeah. Could go either way there.
I see, like, with a Roby, I see, and probably Cumming fits this as well a little bit too, that kind of forward mid-type player. And I've just talked about how Sam Lawler did it really well in his first season, but they just tend to take a little bit longer. Like, they have moments. I remember LDU, when he was coming in, you went, oh, look at that like wicked step that he's got. But he didn't really put a season together.
Yeah.
So it's less likely for me.
Cool. Oh my God, I just read something. We got a couple of donations. Thank you, guys. Gridio, I think Ludovic to the Crows is a genuine masterstroke for the future. The guy has great aerial ability. He's agile and mobile. He's no unicorn like Filthy, but he'll get a great text replacement down the line. What do you reckon?
That's a good shout. No, he was a bargain.
Yeah, definitely.
Pick 50 is incredible for where he was rated earlier in the season. I think he's got Cadman traits for sure with his mobility, and he's got a really nice left foot kick as well. Bit of a dodgy set shot for goal. So his field kicking is quite good, dodgy set shot, and also not the cleanest marker, which I think would have been the kind of ultimate turn-off for clubs overall. But yeah, as Gridio points out, there are a lot of things to like. And that's what Adelaide did in this draft. They just kind of picked off good players that were still on the board when they had their picks. So a really, really good one. Thanks for the donation, mate.
Yeah, thank you. And a very heartwarming moment to see Ludovic. I mean, it kind of breaks your heart as well. He was in his room crying, thinking he wasn't going to get drafted. And then when the camera came on, all his friends were sitting downstairs without him when they celebration.
Yeah. There was actually some really good I thought
it's great content.
This year was a turning point for... I think in the past, like a lot of these young guys, they don't want to show any emotion because it feels like a sign of weakness.
Yeah,
on some level, you know, it's almost like I don't care if I don't get drafted, but they actually showed their emotion and showed how much it means to them. I thought Sam Grill's interview was really good as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he just said something like he was so proud of himself and broke down a little bit, which is just shows you how hard they've worked, I think, and that they actually care.
Yep. And Samantha Jane, thank you once again. Tuning in on break. Going to be ridiculously silly and say we're going to win the flag now. I don't think that's silly. Eagles 2026. P.S. I haven't had any caffeine. That'll do it to you.
I feel like a coffee
But
now.
thank you very much, SJ.
So, moving on.
Mm-hmm. Did somebody say tinkle?
Do you need to go again?
I'm so sorry. Then we're back for our last segment. Stay locked to True Footy.
Stick around, guys. We have some 2026 predictions coming after this, coming after all of this. Sam coming. Well, we've got some people coming through here with the Rising Star predictions. Xavier Taylor gets ruled out of the Rising Star due to suspension for getting in a fight with Stephen May. That is on. I reckon Xavier Taylor wins that fight and Stephen May ends up out of the team. Chris D85 says, I reckon Dyson Sharp wins Rising Star. That is a good shout. I think he will be right up there. Thulstrip an option. I don't think so. Wait, he's 2023. Has he played? He would have played enough games, surely. Thulstrip has to have. I'll double check that, but yeah, I reckon he has. Must admit, I think Roby has another big level to go and could be my favourite. It's a good shout. Fight Explosion says Dyson Sharp just seems like a pure inside mid to me without any particular speed or skills. A little too much like Ben Hobbs to me, who Essendon just delisted. I get that. There are some similarities between the two as inside mids. What I would say, though, Dyson Sharp's 188 centimetres. He'll probably fill out at 189, 190 centimetres. He's a much bigger threat when he goes forward. He can attack the ball, take big contested marks as well, and he's a more physical presence around the ball. Ben Hobbs is combative and has good technical skills on the inside, but he's like 180 centimetres. He's a pretty small guy. Strong in the contest, but Dyson Sharp has another level on that. So I think he's definitely still an upgrade, but there are some similarities that I do get there. And Chris D agrees with me there. He's much better than Ben Hobbs, more explosive. Yeah, I wouldn't say Dyson Sharp is an overly explosive player. I think his running is good enough. And he works really hard on his speed and getting from contest to contest and making an impact like that. He's not a, Sullivan Roby or even Riley Onley is another one we've talked about where they're really, really quick and explosive out of contest, but technical enough that he can facilitate to the running players on the outside so he can get you out of stoppage either way, which is good. And as I said about his forward craft, when he goes forward, he flies at the ball in the air and makes an impact that way as well.
Couple of funny things. First of all, Lewis has said, Jesse, you might need to get that prostate checked with all this pee breaks. First of all, you sound like my dad. My dad says the same thing. He says, I only know this from Family Guy. Yeah, I know the episode. He's like, so what happens here? You're going to take my pulse or something? He doesn't know what a prostate exam is. Secondly, how funny is it when you're like in the flow of making serious football points and analysis and you've got to read the username Fart Explosion?
Yeah, I know.
And you just don't even crack a smile.
Some of those names though, like when I see Fart Explosion, I don't read it as Fart. Like it just sounds like a name to me now.
Yeah. Very regular contributor.
Yeah, I don't actually make that association. I think it's funny.
No. But it's funny to me because I heard you.
You hear me say it.
I heard you say it and just keep powering through.
Yeah.
Very good content. 251 in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate if you chuck a like on the last stream of the year. It just helps us algorithmically.
Subscribe as well if you haven't already.
Yes, that's very true. Yes, thank you very much. Should we get into our ladder predictions?
Let's do it. It is ladder predictions times. Did I say that right?
Yeah, you did.
It's ladder predictions time.
Yeah, you said it. You nailed that.
Okay.
It's been a long stream.
Yeah,
been a long year.
Just starts to sound like noise coming out of my mouth at some point during the stream. So we're going to do our 2026 ladder predictions here. We've had the draft and the rookie draft and all of that kind of stuff. So we kind of know the players that have come in. We've had the trade period as well. So we can start making assessments.
That's a good point.
On 2026. So, Jesse, how are we going to do this, mate?
Well, I've come up with my 18. You've come up with your 18. And I suppose we can go through clumps of the ladder, perhaps.
Yes.
We can start maybe at the bottom.
You
That's
like
where
clumps, don't you?
I do. I told you that in private. Oh God, I don't even know what that means. So I'll just ensure that our producer is ready for this segment. But we are going to work through, probably starting from the bottom of the ladder because.
That's
there
where
we
both
go.
our teams.
Oh, it looks so ready right now.
We're going to start at the bottom of the ladder because that's where both of our teams exist.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what everyone's here for. Who's going to finish below West Coast? I wonder. No one. Was this hard for you?
Yes. Yeah, harder than I expected. And I think it probably will change over the New Year period.
Yeah, totally.
You need those rumours. I need to see who's tearing up the track, tearing the house down.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, the Bulldogs had a bit of a crisis in their preseason last year, and I know they eventually finished 9th, but for a good portion of the season, they were a very good team. It didn't really hold them back too much. So sometimes we get a little misled about how the preseason sounds like it's going. And the thing about last year is there's a bunch of teams that I'm still not sure exactly where they sit because they had injury and fitness concerns.
Okay.
Like some of the middle tier teams, I think.
Give me some names just for reference.
How bad are, say, Carlton and Port Adelaide? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think the difference with those two teams compared to, say, a Sydney Swans, without getting into it too much, is like a lot's changed for them postseason as well.
Yeah.
Right? As far as like players going out and stuff like that. So I think they certainly underperformed for what their expectations of themselves were, but they've also lost some players now and things have changed dramatically. And I think they've kind of gone into that rebuild mode a little bit more. So I think that'll affect their rankings. Who have you got in the bottom 4?
This is tough because I'm only confident about 2 of them, and the other 2 I think could easily miss the 4. But I have West Coast winning the Spoon again next year. I don't think there has been enough there to really improve the things that are in need of the most improvement at West Coast, to put it simply. I think the talent coming in is good, and I think some of the players we've traded for are good, but I don't think we've gotten better at the things we really needed help in, namely midfield and scoring power. So
how much do you think of an effect these guys such as Schoenberg and McRae and Robertson, do you think they're going to have much of an impact on output?
No, I do think that our midfield is so bad that we probably use one of them, and I think the most likely is Devon, in my opinion. I think he probably comes in as another Jack Graham and just like a bit of stoppage ability and a bit of defensive effort as well around that space. I think does improve the team. You got Yo and Waterman coming back into the team. I think they'll be a better team than last year, but don't forget there was a big gap, I think. Maybe one win probably did us a little bit dirty, whereas, in a year where we won 3 games, I thought we were worse.
You certainly should have beaten us when we played in Bunbury, but yeah, there was still some poor performances, weren't there?
Yeah, I still think the favourite to finish last.
Yeah, so, I've got you there as well, so I think we're both even on that one, pretty much for the same reasons, and I don't think the draft is going to move the needle yet.
Yeah, that's right. So should I give you the rest of my bottom 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, should we do it like that? I had Melbourne second last, and then Richmond in 16th, which is the one I don't feel good about, and Essendon in 15th I didn't feel good about either. I think
quite similar.
Okay.
Quite similar. You continue, sorry, with that thread.
Yeah, if you want me to, yep. I think Richmond probably have more quality established players than Melbourne now.
Yeah, wow.
I think Max Gawn could carry the team, as he so often does.
Yep.
But with Petrarca and Oliver out, and I think that midfield now is going to be more exposed than before, and Viney and Steele probably don't move the needle enough on their own. I think they're going to be more exposed than before, and I still think they're in a good spot with like how they've drafted and stuff, but I think Richmond bat a little bit deeper in terms of who's ready-made, and now the leg speed stuff that's come in, I actually think they'll finish 16th, and I think they could even finish higher than that, to be honest.
Devil's advocate on Melbourne, and I've got them a little bit higher than you do. Not too much, to be fair, so it's not a massive gap, but they've still got established leaders in the team in Viney, and Jack Steele comes in and gives them something probably similar to what a Clayton Oliver did in the last couple of years anyway. They've got Stephen May and Jake Lever in the back half of the ground. They've got some nice talent emerging, albeit they lost Judd McVie. You look at the midfield players, like if one of those guys pops, like a Rivers or a Windsor, Harvey Langford could go to another level. Josh Lindsay even, who's going to play a different role. They've got
Xavier.
What did I say?
Josh.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Xavier Lindsay. Cozzy Pickett, another one that's an absolute game winner
true.
for them in the front half of the ground. The forward line is a little bit weak, but they bring in Brody Mychek. And I think just more than any of that stuff, I think they're just going to have they're going to play with a bit of freedom and creativity with a new coach, a bit of a new group, and not those same faces that are consistently around, and still have a decent balance of leadership and youth for me to not finish that low.
Yeah, I mean, leadership, yes, but like Jack Steele's, for an example, like comes in and is great for maybe the list build, but I don't know, like him and maybe especially if he's playing alongside Viney in the same midfield, I think that's a little bit slow for a start, and I think it's still early for the Langford, Windsor and stuff to really pop and move the needle. Now, Cozzy Pickett is an outlier. He's an absolute star. And Trent Rivers probably does have a lot of upside still.
I mean, Gawn and Pickett are the two top liners.
That's
still
right.
top liners,
Yeah.
right?
But then again, when we're doing a prediction, I have to factor in how vulnerable are they to injuries. I think they're as vulnerable as anyone else in the competition. If they miss Max Gawn, they miss Cozzy Pickett, I think it's curtains.
Max Heath steps in.
True, yeah.
Wins the Brownlow.
Tom Campbell's still there? I don't even know, yeah.
No, it's a fair shout. I guess my argument to that would be I'm not suggesting that they finished top 8. I've got them in 14th.
Yeah.
So just outside the bottom 4. And who were the other ones in your bottom 4?
I had Essendon, Richmond above Melbourne, and I think Essendon 15th. I didn't feel good about this one, honestly. I think there is a little bit of a bias against Essendon because of their injuries. This always happens. We did it with Richmond.
Yep.
And to some extent we did it with the West Coast because they bounced up after that. And Essendon's probably in the same boat, but I also think maybe for a start, I couldn't put anyone below them. And I feel bad about that. But also there is going to be a push towards the youth again with 3 first rounders playing round 1. So I can see the ingredients there.
Yeah, absolutely. Essendon are a tricky one because of that. They've still got a lot of those mid-season draftees on the list from last year as well.
True.
I have got them in 16th, the Bombers. I've got Port Adelaide down in 17th on the ladder. This is... Maybe I've gone slightly too drastic on the 2026 season because there are still some really strong players there. But it's a new coach that we haven't seen before. That can go one of two ways. You can get a bounce and go up the ladder, but I just don't think this squad is good enough to do that. And I think it's going to become really mentally difficult for them to kind of fight through. If they have like a poor start to the season, they know Zach Butters is leaving. Jason Horne-Francis is injured again in the preseason. I'm running out of names that are seriously good players that could lift this up because guys, the key position players and half-backers and stuff, they've just lost everyone. Everyone is getting out of that team, and I worry for them spiritually.
Who have they really lost other than Houston over the last couple, though?
But who are their back flank? Like, who moves the ball for them from the back flank?
Bergman, depending on where exactly he settles. Because he plays a bit of wing. Yeah. Kane Farrell, boys.
He's not a great player, though, is he?
No, not great, but not like that bad. I wouldn't have thought. They got to offer the opposite opinion. I don't think Port crumbles that badly. I thought this year they were quite injury depleted, particularly in their forward line. And I do agree that the list balance is not great. But if we're talking about competitiveness next year, teams with Butters, Rosie, and Horne-Francis, Georgiades, even Alir is a rock solid key defender. I don't think they're going to be bad enough, to be honest.
A few people agreeing with you in the comments.
Yeah, I think this year was poor. I don't see any real reason for it to get worse. However, as you said, things that you can't really foresee are like what's the culture and vibe like at the club, especially, you highlighted the Butters leaving thing, players checking out. It is possible that happens, and that's the stuff you can't predict. But if I'm going on list quality, I rate the other teams below them.
Yeah, I think on pure list quality, you're probably right with those players. But yeah, I'm probably bringing in a few intangibles there with the culture stuff. Who's their ruckman? Who's going to play ruck? Sweet.
Yeah, Solder's still there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, he didn't leave. That's right. That was one been talked about a little bit, but no, evidently didn't happen. Yeah, Jordan Sweet. Yeah,
not a lot of hope for the future too with the draftees. Obviously, not bringing in anyone this season. That's the way I've gone. And then so I've got Port Adelaide in 17th. I've got Essendon in 16 and Richmond in 15, which we've kind of covered already for the most part.
Yeah. So sorry, repeat that again. Which
Port Adelaide in 17th.
Yeah.
Essendon in 16th.
Yeah.
And Richmond in 15th, which rounds out my bottom 4.
Gotcha. So we've just deviated on Melbourne. You said you had Melbourne 14th.
Yep.
So I think we've covered that. I had North Melbourne in 14th.
Yeah, right.
Which I can tell by your reaction, you would have loved it to be higher a little bit.
Yeah. Then again, I've got them in 13th.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So they're not too far apart.
I would say 14th is still good linear improvement, though.
I mean, it is linear improvement. Yeah. What do we finish? 16th to 14th.
Yeah.
It's small steps. I think at some point you're going to have to get some bigger jumps from some major players in that team. I think some of these guys, like we really need a bit more out of Wardlaw for him not to get injured this season. LDU needs a really, really big year this season. And more importantly, I think some of these key position players that are coming through, like we need partners for players like Charlie Comben. We have to start trying to get, guys, in my opinion, like Dylan Stevens had an okay year last year, but probably recycling through. I hope Mukunda gets games. Zach Banch is another small forward I hope gets games, and then Lockie Doveston, and I hope we can see Threadgold at the top level. I'd like to see all of these draftees get some time at the top level. I want to see Fino Sullivan go to another level as well. I think North should be in the conversation at points throughout the season to be pushing for that 10th place, which is now the wild card spot.
Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that happening. It'll be their ability to beat the teams better than them that ultimately what it comes down to.
Which has eluded us for so long.
Yeah, because, I mean, they could beat Essendon. Well, they might not. I mean, they didn't beat Essendon this year.
Who's got a better team? North Melbourne or Essendon?
I need to see them next to each other,
I know.
to be honest. I think they're both pretty young. So there's probably not much separating them for youth now that Essendon's had this kind of off-season as well.
In theory, though, like a Wardlaw, LDU, Sheasel, McKercher. I mean, you could throw Zane Dersmer in there. I think I'm even missing some still. Like Powell goes through there as well for North Melbourne. That realistically should beat Essendon's midfield, I feel.
It should, but it hasn't.
No.
I know that's a lame response, but that's kind of what I lean on a little bit as well. It's just we haven't seen North do that. But I mean, I am predicting a 2-spot I'm just not convinced it needs to be a big one, although I accept you also put them in 13th. We're not really talking about a big difference in our opinions here, to be honest, are we?
Bastard.
Yeah.
So who have you got in 13th?
In 13th spot, I have Carlton in no man's land. Losing Curnow, bringing in some established players. It's a lot of unknowns with their ins. I think Hayward is a known quantity, and so is Florent to some extent. Campbell Chester, I do think there's some upside there, not as a genuine playmaker, but like with his speed, in the same way I've talked about other players in this particular stream today. I think he can carve out a role and actually help their ball movement a fair bit. I did think we saw a big improvement from him. But outside of that, I think there's enough established quality there, but there's a lack of trust with Carlton to really win enough games next year to really push up. And I just have other teams going ahead of them.
So I had them in 12th overall, so one position higher than you, similar to North Melbourne. But mainly the thought process for me with Carlton is I actually love the moves that they've made. I think they're really transitioning and got ahead of where things were going. I think they could have kind of got stuck with their feet in the mud a little bit here, but they got rid of Curnow. TDK went out the door and they sort of made the best of that situation. And now with Cody Walker and Harry Dean and these guys coming through, they can sort of rebuild again. But I don't really see them moving too much from what they did last season because all of the positivity is sort of for the future, right?
Agreed. I 100% agree with everything you said. Yeah.
I do think the Curnow loss won't be as big as what people think it's going to be because I think Mackay, he'll just lift.
Yeah.
He'll just do better when he is the focal point in that forward line. Hayward's a nice little foil for him as well, whereas Curnow, I should say, I always get that wrong, is more like he's going to take more away from a Mackay, where I think Hayward can be more complementary.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
And overall, the squad is a little bit more balanced. I agree with Carlton on that, but I don't think it's necessarily going to, like, the quality that they brought in isn't going to move the needle.
No. Especially if they're trying to, because they've, been a pretty stoppage-focused team and contested ball side. If they're, admittedly, while I think that Chester could come in and help their ball movement, it is hard to really shift when you've got a team playing a style for a period of time,
and we saw it with Melbourne. And the one thing that teams that have drastically changed game plan usually change their coach. Michael Voss is still there. So it's going to be the same. We're going to go into this season in a similar vein to Simon Goodwin went in with Melbourne. Different circumstances, of course, but I think there's going to be those calls of like, is Voss the right man to like lead this next brigade forward? We're going to get that all over again in 2026. So still quite low for them. It got them in 12th. What's your next sort of batch?
I had Port Adelaide next. It's probably part of this batch still of... I'd be surprised to see them really push it into the 8s. I mean, maybe the 10's possible. Again, probably we kind of already covered them. I defended them a little bit on the fact that their star quality is still good, albeit it's not deep. There's a lot of role players in that team and a lack of real punch. But I think there's still too many good players to finish too low. Honestly, you could probably flip a coin between Port and Carlton, but I can't help but think they played each other this year and Port slaughtered them, if I'm not mistaken.
Carlton.
Yeah.
It's so hard with doing those sorts of things though, because like Port Adelaide slaughtered Hawthorn.
That's a great point. Very good point. Now I know that in isolation is not a strong argument, but I I think they're in similar positions, and in summary, I think Carlton did handle their off-season perhaps better than Port Adelaide. I guess we'll see in time, but they certainly appeared more proactive than Port Adelaide. Carlton beat Port late in the season, though. There you go. My point was stupid. Yeah, people say bad argument. It was a bad argument. Maybe I just couldn't help get that little bias out of my head. I think it's pretty line ball between these two sides. I just went Port Adelaide higher.
I think that's a fair call, but I disagree.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah,
but let's move on. My next group there, like as I said, Carlton in 12th, and then I've got St Kilda coming in 11th. I found them a very difficult team overall to rate. There's a lot of change. There's a lot of quality that's been added into that team, and I think you can mount an argument that on quality they push for even top 4. I think at the top end of that range that they could go. But at the same time, teams that do have an off season like this, how often does it all just gel really, really quickly and they just go bang? I feel like they're going to need a season of just feeling everything out, having that connectiveness between each other and on the field. It's too much change too quickly for me.
Yep. I had St Kilda in 11th too. I have similar logic. I think it'll be longer. It's more of a 2 to 3 year build, I think, with all their acquisitions. Not to say that CDK and Flanders and Silvani and Ryan, I suppose, is the fourth one, don't all add something. But I think for me, what's going to really move the needle for them is when their batch of recruits over the last 4 years, namely, we know Nazai is good, but, Philippou, Travalia, Taru.
Jevon when he comes back.
Yeah, Jevon when he comes back. I think those sorts of players might be the ones that they need to mature first before I put them in the finals.
I totally agree with you. I don't know if you mentioned Darcy Wilson then.
I didn't. I was struggling a little bit there.
He's another one. Just needs a big preseason.
Yeah. Mitch Owens, I still think has a lot of upside.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. And we haven't seen the best of Max King either.
Oh, yeah. Great call. Yeah, that's probably worth mentioning here. I think he could actually be a needle mover next season. I think the Saints have really struggled with their conversion from inside 50s to scores for a number of years now. And that's with Max King in the team and Jack Higgins, who's kicked a lot of goals. But yeah, I think once we see them tidy up a little bit of that, their forward efficiency, that will be also something that takes them to the next level. But there was a big gap last year. I don't know if I wasn't willing to put them top 6. I think people are going early on that.
Oh, for sure. And also, you don't know, like this part of the ladder, it's usually a bit of a log jam, isn't it? I know we had a very separated ladder this season, but it can get pretty tight down there as well. In 10th position, so this is the first finals position in a way with the wildcard round, which is incredible. Collingwood sneak in for me. So quite a large drop off there from a top 4 team, a prelim final team. Just hard to see how they get better with the players that they've brought in the off season. And then the other part to that, how do they not decline when they lose players like Brody Mychek as well? I think is a really, really underrated and important part of their team. It's difficult to see them pushing for that top 4 spot, and you could see them even missing the finals or the wildcard positions.
Agreed. I think they're simultaneously too good a team to really fall apart, but I think it is a concern, obviously, how all their veterans are a year older next year, and then also the scoring power part with Mychek. Like, they have relied heavily on him. I think he won their leading goal kicker for so many years in a row. And what are the odds Elliott has another year like that?
That's what I was going to say. Like, Elliott played so well in 2025, and it's hard for a guy. It's kind of like Liverpool. I had to throw a soccer reference in here, but like Liverpool went that one extra year now with Salah, and now he's really started to struggle. Yeah, even after an incredible year.
Yeah. Look, they could unearth a Charlie West and is Harvey Harrison still there? I think he is.
Well, I said it earlier in the season, it's like it had to be, if they were going to improve in 2026, it has to be from Will Hayes, Charlie West, these kind of players. The reality is, though, those guys are picks in the 40s and 50s.
Seems unlikely.
They've been a team that's been really, really good at converting those kind of players, but is it too soon for guys that got drafted? Their development will probably kick in 2 years with those guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Not in 2026.
But I think that'll be a hard team to beat. So I can't remember if I said it out loud, but I also had them in 10th.
I bloody knew Rogie would be in the chat straight after that.
After the Charlie West?
I could feel his presence.
Yeah, what was the timing? It actually crossed my mind when I said Charlie West. I was like, I wonder if Rogie's in here.
Rogue. I'm sorry, mate.
That's cool. So we both had Collingwood 10th?
Yep, that's finals.
Yep, that's true.
You're in there.
Yep.
Next, I had the GWS Giants.
I also had the GWS Giants.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's weird.
So how many? Can we just have a little recap here of the bottom teams?
Yep.
How many did we actually have different? Port was a big one.
We had West Coast the same.
Melbourne.
And...
Melbourne was a different one.
Yeah. No, we disagreed on Melbourne. So, no, it's just West Coast, St Kilda and Collingwood in the exact same spot. But there is I'd say the biggest deviation so far is just Port Adelaide.
Yep.
And that's it, really.
And a slight one on Melbourne.
Oh, on Melbourne. Yeah, true.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. So, GWS 9th, why are they... I suppose that's about where they finished, didn't they? They finished in 8th, played Hawthorn in the first round of the finals.
It wasn't 8th, it was 6th because they hosted Hawthorn. We finished 7th.
Oh, they did too.
Fremantle hosted Gold Coast.
They sat in that position for a long time, though, that 8th position. It was... The logjam was there.
For me, I think it's less about like what happens on field, not on field, but like what happens internally with the Giants. Oh, sorry. Let me start that again. They haven't made too many list changes. They brought in Clayton Oliver. For me, what will dictate how they bridge the gap from where they were to where they need to be is just the consistency and the ability to stop run-ons in particular. Now, they were one of the more devastating teams for getting run-ons, but in terms of scoring. But throughout the year, there were a number of times they just couldn't stop the opposition scoring. They got slaughtered by the Bulldogs, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was an absolute belting. I think that even in the Hawthorn final.
I was going to say, they got belted in games that were actually ended up being close games as well. Like I think a number of games where like they would do the belting and then somebody else would belt them. It's all momentum.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah.
They were a very frustrating side from that point of view. Whilst entertaining, I lost a bit of trust with them.
Yeah.
Not so much from a talent point of view. So it remains to be seen. I think they're a very well-run club and a well-run team.
Yeah.
But I don't really have faith in them to really push in the 8. I couldn't justify them over other teams, which might be contentious because they did play finals this year, but I'm iffy on them.
I felt the same. I probably lost a little bit of trust at the back end of the year. Just they weren't not being able to handle those moments. And I actually think Darcy Jones is going to be a massive out for them.
Yeah.
I think he's such a fire starter with his speed and creativity inside forward 50. They'll get Daniels back, but I think Darcy Jones was the guy that did a lot of that creativity. So
yeah, he killed us.
Yeah, like devil's advocate would be that Oliver comes in and he helps their stoppage game considerably, but I don't really like Oliver and Tom Green being in the same midfield. I think like they're a little bit too similar, look a bit the same as well.
Like we don't like that. Yeah. Look, there is also some upside players that could come in and really make a difference. So, when I say come in, I mean Cadman and Callahan did have good years, but they could also still improve. They were both high draft picks.
Decline.
That's true. Yeah, they got some other high draft picks like Goddard hasn't played a game. Like they haven't really scratched the surface of some of these guys they've drafted. So I think there's some potential for players to come in, unlike, say, a Collingwood.
The back line's rock solid.
Yeah, no doubt about
Buckley
that.
and Taylor.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So Oscar Taylor will come in, but overall, I see them stagnating a little bit, albeit I'm sure it's heading somewhere good. They'll be back in the 4 eventually.
Oh, for sure. They're one of those teams that could have a drop-off year and then...
Yeah, they are undoubtedly in transition, so I don't think it'll happen over the next couple. But
so now we move on to the top 8. We've just had a lot of similar teams. Does that mean that we have exactly the same teams outside the top 8?
Yeah, we must do.
That is interesting.
I wonder how many teams we had coming in and out of the 8.
I'm really interested here because
I've got a funny feeling I've made one change to the 8.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When you've done it wrong.
No, just that like I've only predicted one team to change in the top 8, which statistically is unlikely. It seems to be more than that.
We did have a season though where there was never a bigger gap.
Yeah.
Between the bottom teams and the top teams, so it will be harder for them to bridge that.
We
kind of have to, we're going to have to transition into a period here with the ladder where we start to look at the top 6 as the top part of the ladder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a top 6 and then a sort of bottom 4 of the 10.
Yeah, I suppose.
Interestingly,
that's true.
I had in this position the Adelaide Crows, and I assume you're not going to have them quite as low as me. I feel they were that team that had the biggest bounce in 2025, and there's just going to be a natural progression of them sort of like coming back to the pack a little bit. They finished top of the ladder after being 15th.
Yes.
I want to say the year before that. Like that's an incredible rise. And I just think they caught a lot of teams off guard with their quality, and that's going to teams who have done their work on them. I think they played pretty straight line footy with kicking to those tolls. That's not going to be as successful in 2026, and it's going to bring them back. They'll have to change a lot, and they haven't really, other than Cal Archie and the draftees, there's probably not a huge amount of growth there for them.
Sounds like a band. Kalachi and the draftees. Sorry,
good.
intrusive thoughts.
So
Just
good.
completely ruin your flow again.
No, that's good. I was
Yeah.
finished anyway. So
Yeah.
essentially, like I don't see a lot of, I suppose, improvement. There may be some internal improvement with some younger guys. Saligo's probably still got another level to go to, and they might get a bit out of Draper. But essentially, it's going to be the same team.
Yeah. I had Adelaide in 7th, and I had the Western Bulldogs in 8th.
Oh well, I have the
Yeah.
inverse of that.
Okay, there you go. So we're very similar in that front. Look, starting with Adelaide, I guess I feel similarly. It doesn't feel like they're entrenched in that top 4, and particularly with their finals performances, maybe there will be some chinks, and I just don't know if they have the midfield to really bat deep. But I mean, if I'd said that at the start of the year, I would have been wrong. So we could be wrong on them. They do have a lot of firepower, but I think I have them stabilising or consolidating their top 8 spot. But I think there are other teams that may go past them next year, especially if they get a harder fixture, which I haven't actually analysed, and they become the hunted a little bit more.
I like that. The Western Bulldogs for me in 7th position. I just think they'll have a little jump. They finished 9th last year, remember?
Yep.
I think sometimes people forget that, but
It could have been 5th though. It was one of those years where
Exactly.
it's hard to fixate too much on that.
exactly. I still think there's a lot of deficiencies in that team, but they've got too many good players to finish much lower than this.
Yeah.
If you've got Sam Darcy in a team, if you've got Marcus Bontempelli, Ed Richards, Joel Frazier, just so many quality names, Waitman will come back into that side and give them a real presence from a small forward perspective. There's still Riley West who's there. There's so many names that I'm not even mentioning here. I mean, Treloar's still on the list, right? Liberatore.
Yes, yeah, he is, yeah.
You know, they're still a part of that midfield mix. It bats so deep and it has so many different types of players. The one big problem for them has been, I think, defensive distribution and key position defenders. So it's kind of all coming from that part of the ground. They get Carmichael, and they did get another guy in the mid-season draft last year as well, Selwood. I think he can maybe come in and play a little bit, depending on how he goes in the preseason. So
They should hire him at Bunnings
Selwood. What is that?
because we self-timber.
Selwood. Yeah. Good.
Sorry.
Good stuff.
Thanks, man.
Well done. Yeah.
I agree with everything you just summarised about the Bulldogs, so I won't add too much more. I suppose there's still some upside from guys like Joel Frazier. I think Sam Darcy also has some upside. Like we still haven't seen him in his peak. The backline question marks could be answered by an O'Donnell and a Buslinger continuing to develop. So maybe the answer's within, but in summary, I couldn't bet on that. And I think they'll finish like too good to not be a good team.
Yeah.
As lame as that sounds, but they were a good team this year and finished 9th. So I have them in the 8. But I think they'll be aiming to finish higher than that, to be honest. And as for the Crows, I think I said the same. Well, I do kind of agree. Actually, no, I did cover my Crows analysis. I had them in 7th and the Bulldogs in 8th.
Yeah.
So now we are down to our top 6.
This is going to be interesting how many of these are in different positions. And the 6 is now particularly important. As I said before, we've kind of got this new ladder system where there'll be a wildcard round between 7 and 10. So I have in the final position here, in 6th position, I have the Fremantle Dockers.
As did I.
Seriously? Yeah, okay. Which is, again, it's probably, where did they finish last year? 5th.
Yes. Yeah. Again, like that could have been 9th. It's not taking anything away from them. They well and truly earned their final spot. I'm just more speaking to the evenness of it. Like it wasn't a big gap between some of those positions.
Yeah.
And they lost their first final.
They had I've said this a few times with the Dockers, like they had a very vibesy season, it felt like to me. And I don't mean that to take anything away from them. I think they handled...
It does sound disrespectful.
It does, doesn't it? They handled moments really, really well. And I think that's kind of the step that they took in 2025. But they won a lot of close games and you're not always going to get that opportunity, I suppose, over consistent seasons to be in those situations to win close games. So you can kind of, I suppose, extrapolate that they'll lose a couple more of those close games that they did in 2025. The fixture might tighten up for them a little bit and they're not going to be able to afford to lose those games that they did at the front half of the year again if they want to fight. So that's where I sort of see them stagnating a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm also not sure, like I feel like they had a season in the back end where like everything went right for them. Like it was kind of perfection. So I don't see them having everything go right, I suppose. As far as like, you know, they had the rising star, Murphy Reed comes in, basically becomes a new player for them. Shea Bolton did really well in his first season. Voss did really well. So I don't know where the growth comes from, I suppose is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of growth there. I think Hayden Young could still be considered that because he hasn't got on the park consistently.
Yeah,
so it's a little bit like the
fair
Will Day argument. I also think that Josh Tracy definitely has some upside in that team. I think that, Murphy might not improve dramatically, but I think there's still a lot of young players in that team that can raise the bar a little bit. I think from a talent point of view, Fremantle's just about there. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Having said that, as you say, I wouldn't describe how they played at their best as a real surgical team that can really beat teams with their method. It felt like, I won't use the term vibes because I don't, like that might sound bad coming from me. But what I would say is that it was almost as though they played with a relentlessness when it was needed to get these big results, come from behind, beat Port Adelaide, beat Hawthorn in Perth. That performance against the Bulldogs was sensational. And it just looked like they were playing twice as hard as the Bulldogs on that day. And I admire that. And I think when they get deep into finals, that skill is going to come in handy. Does it guarantee them if they continue to play like that and be inconsistent, which I'd argue they kind of were, that there was a patch earlier in the season, it wasn't great, it's not going to translate to a top 4 finish.
Yeah.
So in summary, I also have them 6th.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything there, and probably you said it a little bit more eloquently than I did. Even that Gold Coast Suns game that they lost, like they were right on the edge. They started that game really poorly, got too far behind. The vibes kicked in the second half. I know I keep using the word vibes now. I can't stop it. And then they nearly overran them.
Yeah, that's true. I think probably just not a weakness, but maybe an immaturity, I suppose, compared to these teams that like go deep into finals consistently. Fremantle had such an amazing win the week before, and then there was a bye, and then they have to get themselves up for a game they're the favourites of at home. Yeah. I do wonder if I think I said that during the week. I was like, Freo might be vulnerable here. Didn't start the game well, then lifted and nearly won the game, but it wasn't a particularly strong performance. In summary, I think they're coming. They're in the mix for maybe an outside chance for the top 4, but I had them in 6th.
Yep. Agree with that. 5th, I have got the Gold Coast Suns.
I have the Brisbane Lions.
Wow. Okay, you better go first there because I feel like that's a bit more of an outlier.
There's absolutely no argument for why Brisbane won't be an outstandingly strong team. It's more around the idea that, okay, I suppose first of all, to make a point around their recruits, we could use the same logic with St Kilda in that it might not gel straight away. You know what I mean? Like they got on just fine with Logan Morris and Ty Gallup, and bringing in Draper and Allen could make it a little bit tougher. Having said that, I don't think it matters at all where Brisbane finish. I think there might be a little bit of an emulation of the Richmond side that won 3 premierships from 3rd. Brisbane have done it from 5th. It only takes them being a little bit sloppy again to start the season for them to not finish in the top 4. I still think they're probably the premiership favourite. But for me, I don't think they're going to put in much emphasis on finishing first than some other clubs than a Gold Coast, for instance. And therefore, I think there's a chance they slip out a little bit. So that's my pick. But I still think they're probably the best team. And
I think they'll still aim for the top 4, though. I agree with everything that you said.
True. Yeah.
They're not going to be a team that comes through and, I don't know, we've seen in the past teams like Geelong in really good seasons won pretty much every game. Essendon back in 2000, just the one loss. Like, it's not going to be that kind of a season, but it's just hard to see them not just pumping teams at the Gabba.
Yeah.
At times.
Yeah. I don't think they'll not try to finish in the 4, but if they're coasting a little bit, it only takes one slip up to miss 4.
Yeah. And they haven't been clinical throughout these 2 premierships that they won, where they did come from 5th in 24.
24, yep.
And then in 25, they came from 3rd. So it's they haven't been outstanding seasons by any means, but if anything, I think the players that they've brought in are upgrades on what they already had. So, and the difference for me between what I said about St Kilda and needing that time to gel in with those guys, Brisbane are a lot more mature and a lot more ready and have had those experiences. So I don't think it'll be as difficult for them to bed those guys into the team. So I had them a little bit higher. And if I skip forward to that and just tell you where I had them, it was 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real justification needed to put Brisbane 2nd. If anything, I'm the one going rogue here, but I like it being
That's
a
what
bit
I thought you just... So I went Gold Coast Suns in that 5th position.
Yeah, okay.
Which is, I guess it's a slight step up on where they were. I think they finished 7th. I think someone put it in the comments before. It was actually Giants that finished 5th.
Yes.
They went up with a late win and they played Hawthorn 8th.
Yeah, my mistake. I said the opposite before.
Yeah, but it's... it was a log jam in there.
Yeah.
100%. So I think the Suns will improve. but I don't think that they'll get quite enough there to go into that top 4. When you're looking at teams right in the top end of the ladder, I just don't think they have quite as much overall. And they're still a young side. I think people forget that, even though the talent's there, these guys, Zeke Hewland and Lombard and Patterson and all these gun players, like they're not going to move the needle quite yet.
Agreed on that point. I have the Gold Coast Suns third. I think that everything you said is true. They do have Petrarca coming in. And Jamara, I suppose, could be a real wild card there. Bit of a free swing, that one.
Do forget about Jamara.
Yeah, he's a free swing. So, if it clicks for them, they're even more dangerous. I don't think they're like locked on to win the premiership or anything. I still think they still need to mature as well. But they were pretty close to finishing top 4 this season and faltered in a slightly immature performance against Port Adelaide. Was it they lost to Port Adelaide?
Oh, yeah. No, they won, didn't they? Did they win that game? No, they didn't. No, it was Hinkley's final game.
Yeah. They lost to Port Adelaide. So,
of course.
They were close there this year and then they won a final, albeit they only won by 1 point. I think they'll win enough games to finish third. I don't think that's too rogue. But I don't think they win the premiership next year.
There's not much of a difference between 5th and 3rd.
No, it can be a behind.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I suppose I've probably gone a little bit safe with both Gold Coast and Freo. I just sort of have them stagnating around that kind of same area there.
Yeah.
So the top 4, who have you got just sneaking in?
The Sydney Swans.
Okay.
I am a big fan of their talent profile and their top end talent. I agree everything around structure, but they did address that with Charlie Curnow. It remains to be seen whether their backline will hold up, but I mean, I don't think they had a particularly well-structured team in 2024, and I don't see any reason they can't emulate that. I think when they got their players back a little bit this year and their confidence back, they played some really good footy. They won at the Gabba. They beat Fremantle twice over the course of the season, and I think there is a good team waiting to happen. Is it balanced enough to win a premiership? I don't know, but they are too good to not finish high. I reckon with a clean injury run, Sydney top 4.
Yeah, if you had said one thing that Sydney needed to do in the off-season, it was bring in some more talent to the key position stocks, and you pretty much got the best player in the competition in Charlie Curnow. So they fixed that. Jai Sarong, I think, is a great pickup just to add a little bit of depth to that defense. And I do think he will get into that team.
Mm-hmm.
Sydney are almost the inverse to me of what I said about Freo, where in that late run, everything seemed to go right. I feel like at the beginning of the season for Sydney, just like nothing went right for them.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a complete disaster. New coach, everything was a mess. Couldn't get guys that they needed to on the park. They'll get those guys back. They get Curnow to kick goals from in the forward half of the ground. And I just see they're going to be that team that goes from like 10th to 4th or whatever.
Yeah.
So I have them. Where did you have them?
I had them 4th.
You had them 4th? I had them 3rd.
Yeah. Fair enough. Not too much to distinguish there. So I think I'm remaining with my top 2 rather. And have you announced who you had in 4th?
In 4th, I had Hawthorn.
Yeah.
Which you haven't actually talked about yet.
I haven't. Interesting, isn't it?
I just see them going. They obviously finished 8th last year, but as we said, in that log jam, so it could have been a lot higher. I think they were even in line for 4th at some point in that run home of the season.
Yeah.
An interesting team. They're a little bit different to some of the other sides that we've talked about, like the Gold Coast Suns and Freo, where they don't really have that exceptional midfield. They have assets in different areas, but I actually think overall, when you look at successful teams recently, they've probably got a more balanced team with the hybrid defenders, the running defenders, the transition football that they play, the small forwards ahead of the ball. They would have really liked to have gotten in another midfielder, I think, and that is still a questionable area for them. But with Will Day coming back, he's an absolute blue chip superstar. If he stays fit for this season, they will definitely finish in the top 4.
I like it. I had Hawthorn as my minor premiers. I think they were pretty close to the mark already this year. I think they faltered a little bit in the home and away season. I want to say there was a mid-year slump, and it was a year that was unforgiving for those kinds of drop-offs. It made where they finished 8th. I think that was not reflective of the team Hawthorn were. And they won 2 finals and made a prelim.
They were a top 4 side.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they needed a little time to bed down their new defensive structure. And I think there is upside within the team. Okay, maybe if they'd recruited Merritt, this would be an easier case to make. But Will Day playing a full season, which is obviously, we're guessing if that happens. And Josh Weddle, the upside there. Jai Newcomb, I think, is really, again, starting to come into his own with his strong final series. And there's just the quality role players and the IQ and the game style that they play.
Kicking.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be enough. I don't think they're that far off. And that is who I predicted.
I feel like those teams too, like a Hawthorn, the distribution of talent for them, like we talk about these teams that have really, really good midfields, but when the finals kick around, guys like Jai Newcomb who feel, I don't know, B+ players in home and away football, they become A+ players in finals. And then all of the transition football that they play in the ground ball stuff, they have all the assets for that, particularly in the forward half. So I like it. I can see it happening. I had them a little bit lower though. Should I reveal my top? Or do you want to knock off your 2 and 3?
So in third, I did discuss them already, but we'll put the Gold Coast Suns.
Yeah,
I think it's just about time for them. And the only other team left, if you're able to work it out, is the Geelong Football Club, who I think is the only team you have left.
It is,
as well.
And I've gone them for the minor premiers.
Yeah, talk us through that. I mean, we'd probably have the same opinion. I just put them second and you put them first.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see them getting any worse from last season. I think they're going to win a lot of games at GMHBA. Again, I haven't done this forensically with the fixture.
No, of course.
So they might have like the most disgusting draw we've ever seen. I don't know about that.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like they're such a well-run club that they're going to put themselves in the line to win as many games as they possibly can every season. Whether they can go all the way and win the premiership, I don't necessarily think they can. I think they'd probably still need to add something. And there is some question marks, I guess, on some of those older players. But they also have just sneakily chucked in a lot of youth into that team as we've kind of come along. Like Ollie Dempsey, I reckon we haven't seen the best of him. He could go to another level in 2026, those kind of players. SDK is another one I think that they haven't really got a lot out of over the last couple of seasons.
Warple comes in to bolster the midfield, if not as a true A grader, still probably support there.
Yep. And Harley Barker comes back from that knee in about round 12 and then wins the Brownlow.
Yes. Not the Rising Star, though.
The Brownlow.
Yeah, just the Brownlow. Cool.
Yes.
So the way I had it, I had my finals. My wildcard weekend would be Adelaide Collingwood. Adelaide Collingwood.
Yeah.
And Bulldogs and GWS. That'd be the first wildcard weekend in my scenario.
So what was it? Adelaide?
Adelaide v Collingwood. So a qualifying final replay.
Yep.
And the Bulldogs hosting GWS at maybe the G, or maybe they do that at Marvel. I'm not sure.
So then the two teams that win through that would then go into the normal final system, right?
Yeah.
It's just an extra week of knockout football there.
Yeah.
And then it would be like, say, for example, Adelaide and the Dogs won. They would then play Brisbane in your scenario.
Yep. The Bulldogs would go to the Gabba and Adelaide would go to Optus to play Fremantle.
Yep. Love it.
Yeah, what about you? You would have had the Bulldogs hosting Collingwood, probably at the G in a home game, and then Adelaide hosting the Giants.
Oh, so we had essentially the same thing, really.
Similar teams, but different venues, I think.
Different venues.
No, same venues. Exact same venues.
Exactly the same.
I got the opposite.
Oh,
the
dear.
opposite of that.
That is our 2026 AFL ladder predictions as of, what are we at, November 22nd.
Let's give you the grand final. I'm going to say Hawthorn beats Sydney in the grand final.
Hawthorn beats Sydney. I like Sydney. Sydney-Brisbane.
Nice.
Rematch of 2023?
Same result, 24.
24, sorry.
Same result?
Same result.
3-peat for the Lions?
Sydney win.
Really?
Isaac Heaney Norm.
That would be quite the narrative if they flipped the script from 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be huge.
Cool.
I love it. Should we wrap up?
I reckon we're done. I do think we did miss a couple of super chats there.
We better get back to that.
Let me see if I can, if we're able to get them. Otherwise, I will.
Still 299 on the stream. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Really appreciate it. Had a lot of fun today. Had a lot of fun this season covering football with everyone.
Been a long year.
It's been great.
It's been great. Big change for me this year, moving to Melbourne after moving back to Australia not long before that.
How have you enjoyed Melbourne, Jesse?
It's been good. It was a bumpy road a little bit there. Just had some annoying things happen, but I'm good now. I'm in a good rhythm. And this show has been awesome. It's been a pleasure working with you, my friend.
Loved it too,
Both
mate.
of you guys.
Here are the super chats. So turned Toshes? Turned
to ashes. That's one of the worst things that's ever happened on this show. My word. Yeah, I'll get this. Turn Tosha says, thank you for your donation. It says, get in your bets for Job Shanahan as rising star. I like that. Dylan particularly agreed. You had him in the top 3.
I had him in the top 3.
Yeah, and Brandon Cavallaro, as far as I can tell, there's no comment there, but just dropped a donation. Thank you, Brandon, so much. Thank
Love
you,
you,
everyone.
mate. Oh, jeez.
Oh, just
Need
seems
to
like
pull
a
myself together.
fitting way to end the
is
year.
a wrap, guys, for the 2025 season of Footy from the Flat. Thank you so much to everyone for being with us for these moments. The draft was a lot of fun. It's all been a lot of fun, and we'll be back next year with a lot. Stay in our Discord. Keep up to date with everything in there. We'll be putting information about content and stuff like that, and we can also just have a chat about footy because we absolutely love it. We will see you in the next one in 2026.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you soon. It's still going.